Of course, that gap not that accurate, given that we are pacing behind the safety car. And what safety car do we have here today?
It's a Porsche.
Oh, okay, nice. So we've got the Porsche 911 Cup car.
I believe, yes.
Actually, it's not a Cup car, I'm pretty sure.
It doesn't look like a Cup car. It looks almost like the 718.
No. It is definitely a 911. It's just not the Cup variant, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't have a rear wing.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So, we are still waiting, by the way, for confirmation about whether Alexander Voss is about to sing what I would assume is the German national anthem, or if we are getting more donations from the BS competition crew. This has been a fantastic event so far. Team Rick. Where is Team Rick? Team Rick. Oh, fantastic stuff. They will have to catch the rest of the pack before they can get their lap back. So, 2 hours, 14 minutes to go before we hand you over to the next commentary team. Lorenzo Bonder has already come and joined us, clearly wanting to get in on the fun. And we're getting confirmation as well. BS is paid up, so that's a shame.
That's BS.
Nice, very nice there. That is a shame, in fact, and I guess it would have been a perfect opportunity to do it under caution as well. So, car stacked up behind the safety car now. We finally managed to queue up Team Rick around the outside, getting its wave around, basically going at full racing speed, trying to get past all these other... No! Oh, that
Has
was...
somebody done a George Russell?
That was almost a disaster. Oh, boy.
22 has also just paid off their penalty instead of doing an anthem.
Boo. So, Team Rick continues to file its way through, I think. There you go. In fact, going so slowly, he's unable to work his way through, apparently. Just a reminder, if you're watching us on YouTube, we are broadcasting across of the suite of VCO Esports social medias. If you're watching on YouTube, head on over to the second of our YouTube streams. The link has just been put into the chat by the VCO administrators. And we will be switching over to that one then in a few moments' time. Oh, Team Rick.
Yeah.
Look at that. Cutting their way through the traffic and now finally past the pace car. And they will get a lap back. So, Francisco Scaramusa gets out of the car and, well, luck turns around, Francisco. Cisco's gonna
There's a man around. The number 12's around under caution.
Dope.
Oh, okay. Well, don't know what's going on there, but that's the only time I think we've seen the Jetta go fast.
What's that? The car's already facing in the wrong direction in that shot. Okay. We have to figure this out. So, the number 12, we've already mentioned it, has been not having the best of days. This is coming around, I think, turns 1, 2, and 3. He's going to get turned around from behind, isn't he? Oh, yes, you can see the very tail end of that incident there. Get a good look from an aerial camera. Let's go back once again, and that is that Team Rick?
I don't think so. Team Rick just passed the pace car as soon as this happened. It's very similar looking Jetta right ahead of him.
Yes, the problem is when the pitch black of night. I mean, I don't know what to say other than that's a crash, A. B, that car then tries to get away from the scene of the crime very, very quickly, it must be said. Okay, so it wasn't the Team Wrong car. We're going to have to figure out which of the Jettas it was, because that car is now going to have a bit of a penalty, I think. Maybe we'll actually get a national anthem at some point. That is the BS competition car. So interestingly, the field has not been caught up. Or rather, the pace car has not caught the leader in the class. Oh, and there's another car stationary. That is a Jetta. That's no.
I think this is on a restart.
we're back to the restart. It's green.
We are back, but Jimmy is... That is Jimmy's car that we're watching right now. That is limping its way back onto the pit lane. We'll take a look at a replay here. What's happened to Hodge? And we'll grab a look at... Oh no, Team Rick! Was that Team Rick?
I don't think so. It looks like a BMW behind.
That looks like a BMW. Agreed. So we'll take one more look at this and we'll try and figure out who has just murdered poor Adam Hodgkinson.
Oh wow.
That is definitely one. Oh. That is definitely one of the BMWs. I just can't figure out who that is.
There's so many instances in that. There was a BMW pushed from behind into a wall, another one, there's so many.
34 is around in the chicane.
Oh, wow.
Yep, it continues to go on. There's 34. That is the MRI Motorsports Limited car. So let's take a look.
And because everyone's all grouped up, he has to wait to rejoin.
Well, I was about to say, are we about to get another caution? There's the incident. Ooh, TCR car just making contact there. We take a look at the tail end. Jimmy has finally just managed, as in the Jimmy up on your screen, has just managed to get back up onto track in the 34. Had to wait for the entire field to make their way through. Where is the Doug Henson racing car then? They've used one of their fast repairs, I'm almost 100% sure. And Hodgkinson is back up to racing speed. That is a murder, Lorenzo. Please call Interpol, Scotland Yard, the whole 9 yards. We need to get the investigation started. Stat. And I'm seeing more cars off on my timing screen right now. That's not a good sign. Matt Edwards, the car off the road. Seem to have all resolved that, though. We'll take a look at a RaceBot TV replay. Just coming back to the same point where Jimmy's car was just stricken a moment ago. Down to the inside of the corner. Deep under braking. Moves back under braking, and I can't say anything other than that was a self-inflicted incident there.
I believe, to quote one of the teams earlier, did your mama not tell you to not move under braking?
Oh my god, that is a word-for-word quote as well of what we heard earlier on today. We'll take one more look at this. Matt Edwards looks back to the right-hand side of the track. And incident unfolds. One final opportunity, by the way, to switch on over to our second stream. Link has just been posted in our YouTube chat. If you want to keep watching for the remaining 13 hours.
We are 70 pounds away from hitting that $40,000 mark.
Ooh, we're almost there. We're about to be graced by Jimmy Broadbent in a full-on racing getup. Full racing suit, racing helmet, and hopefully Hans. I mean, if you're not doing the Hans, are you doing it properly at all? RaceBot TV replay to look at, by the way. Daniel Vladic has been involved in something. Working.
That. Yeah, that's going to be a send up the inside.
No, from behind.
Yep.
Oh, and more contact. And that's with the 151 as well.
Wait, 151 has chosen the national anthem?
They've claimed they've chosen the national anthem.
Yes! Okay, back to live pictures then. Back to live pictures. Let's jump onto the 151.
Okay, we gotta wait for this. Okay, yeah, they're coming into the pits. Okay.
So we are about to be graced.
Do we need to stand? Do we need to take the headsets off?
I need you to tell me as soon as he starts singing so we can all respect the national anthem in its full glory. I wonder what national anthem it's going to be. Here we go.
He's starting.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free.
Lori, come on by here on the left.
Out for toil, out then let us see.
It's wrong.
Our land repents in every stage of beauty, rich and rare. In history's pace, let every stage advance, Australia fair. Enjoy for
oh, he's still going.
And let us sing advance, Australia fair.
Okay, silent applause.
absolutely beautiful. The colonies really write wonderful national anthems. On your way.
That line from Race Control just made that entire experience. So that was the Australian national anthem being sung incorrectly, like Daniel pointed out.
That was he genuinely got the lyrics wrong. That frustrates me.
Well, if you wanted a reason to donate, please do. Hit the button. You got the QR code on the left bottom side of your screen. Head on over to justgiving.com and join in on all of our festivities. Oh god, that 151 has been through the war, so it was only fitting that they were due a penalty at some point. They are now running around 23 laps behind BS competition, but nevertheless, they have brought...
Thankfully, I've remembered to add it to the highlights.
Oh, that is going to be the clip of the day. We're not going to send anything else out on social media. Well, unless we get a few more clips like that. Maybe we get the German national anthem, I don't know. We'll see. I think what we really need to do, though, is now I'm getting some great ideas. Maybe just get all of our competitors for World Championship competitions to record themselves singing the national anthem, and that's what we're going to play on future iRacing World Championship broadcasts. But let's bring in to the commentary booth for the first time our broadcast colleague Lorenzo Bonder, and Lorenzo is going to be taking you through the third segment in about 2 hours or so. But Lorenzo, you're up nice and early, you're getting ready, and you've noticed something that you want to make a comment on.
I really want to make a comment. I will not select him into the voice team.
Well, I have to say, I was very impressed by the vocal chops of James Tracy belting out the incorrect Australian national anthem. I wonder if...
It wasn't half bad. It actually was not half bad.
It was great. Oh, and we've done it! Yay! 40,000 pounds, and we now get to get graced by Jimmy Broadbent in a helmet. Thank you again to everybody that has been donating. It is unbelievable the level of support that this entire event has had so far, and we are still 13 hours to go before we get to the end. Let's take a look one more time. No one should face a mental health problem alone, and you can use that QR code to donate to the Mind organization. For over 60 years, Mind has been helping those dealing with mental health issues, and this 40,000 pound donation will be our way as a community of giving back. So take the opportunity, go donate however little you can afford. It all makes a difference, and hopefully come the end of this broadcast, we are closing in on 60,000, I have to think, at this rate. Maybe even more. We started this race at 10,000 pounds already donated before we even got to the green flag. 30,000's in the race so far. Let's see if we can get another 30,000 pounds. That would be absolutely unbelievable. So, back to live pictures once again then, and about to wrap off another hour here in the Jimmy Broadbent Race for Mental Health. 23 hours of Zolder. We're listening to some very nice music right now, but we were just treated to a absolutely delightful performance of the Australian national anthem. Hopefully the first of many more. Now that
everyone should have stopped on track for that and just had a moment of silence.
No.
Who was the caller that interrupted? I still need to figure that one out.
Yes, I was so annoyed. Wait, let me find it. I can't. Hang on. It was somebody going into the pits. I think it was.
I don't know who it was, but what I do remember is he was basically just saying, "I'm getting out of your way."
Yeah, going into the pits, getting out of your way, and I was like, "Shut up!"
He's being respectful, at least, being respectful, I guess, of that, but not of the anthem.
So we've switched over then to our second stream, and I guess that's why I'm no longer getting chat messages from the rest of the community. So back into chat we go. I can follow along with you guys once again. Good question being asked in the YouTube chat, by the way. Can anybody sing their country's national anthem correctly?
Yes.
Oh, impressive. Which one?
Australian.
Okay, I was going to ask if you knew the New Zealand one.
I could listen to it and then go for it. I've heard it a couple times. It's pretty good. New Zealand have a really good national anthem.
Jonathan, if you don't know the Star Spangled Banner, there's a problem.
I do, and I sadly know how to play it because I was in marching band for about 4 years. So I do know how to play it on the bass drum.
Surely get the bass drum out.
So I actually, it's interesting. I am an Indian who grew up in Singapore, but I somehow know the American national anthem better than those two, just because it gets played on every single sporting event. So you hear it all the time. It's not so used in other parts of the world. So that's a little bit of a different thing. You hear national anthems before international games, for example, but I mean, you don't hear the English national anthem when they're playing a English Premier League game. Well, actually, is that true?
Yeah. I don't think so.
I
think maybe for like FA Cup games
yes,
and stuff.
That's
and
what
like
it is.
Champions League and stuff, but I don't know.
No, FA Cup
know
and
that-
Champions League, you're right.
Yeah, the Australian anthem is there's the Anzac Day game, which is
Ooh,
which,
yes.
I don't know if you know the story of Anzac. There's a couple other like special games and stuff. And yeah, in the grand finals and stuff for the AFL, I know that they do that. I don't know about the rugby, but yeah, usually in international games it's used, and that's about it.
Yeah, well, Anzac Day is basically for the American viewers watching is like our Veterans Day, I guess.
Yeah, very similar.
What's the equivalent in the UK? Now I'm just not remembering. It's the day with the poppies. Remembrance Day. That's what it is.
Yeah. Have you ever had Anzac cookies?
I have actually, having grown up in Singapore. You know, one of the nice
They're not
things
bad.
is they're pretty nice. I'm actually one of the few people who doesn't hate Marmite.
Hey, you put that stuff actually Marmite or Vegemite?
Oh no, I meant Vegemite, not Marmite.
Good
Good
about to
catch.
say.
Good catch.
Say. Yeah, no, but you put Vegemite on toast, and that is good. You don't eat it with a spoon, okay? Don't eat it with a spoon. It's majority sodium. It's gonna taste like.
Do you want to come over to America and tell us that we need to stop eating Nutella and peanut butter with a spoon? Because that's what some people do.
Yeah, but Nutella is different. It's Nutella. I don't like peanut butter. I'm one of the rare people that dislikes peanut butter.
I think
Nutella is life.
I think
Yeah.
not liking peanut butter.
Oh, there's a crash
no,
in the
BS
chicane.
competition! No, the race leader! Oh, this is going to be at least several national anthems, I hope. I hope that they get mandated by race control to come down and sing some national anthems. Let's watch some replays of
I don't
this
think
one.
they touched him. I don't think they touched him. I think he just got off by himself. That Jetta ahead.
Don't ruin my hopes of hearing the wonderful pipes of Alexander Voss belting out the German national anthem. Here, we'll take a look at the replay from a nice aerial look as they work their way in towards the
Looks like they're
chicane.
gonna go 3 wide.
Is that the 10 car?
Ooh, that Jetta cuts down to the apex of the corner very aggressively. Let's see if we can
Doesn't
take...
look like it was hard contact though.
Yeah, this is going to be a good look here. We'll take a look at the aerial angle, and Jonathan, walk us through this.
Yeah, the 52 has been slicing and dicing his way through traffic for the past minute or two. He went 4 wide in the front stretch, and then... Yeah, the number 10 just cuts down on him. Really nowhere for the 52 to go.
It looked
don't
like it was a
know.
bit of netcode that actually hit him. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, let's take a look then.
Number 41 has just said it was majority netcode actually.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if that was the Jetta.
So let's see. We'll get a good look here from Amir Thacker in the number 39, who was taken over from Yardier. He's going to
Very
have...
fitting name for what we were just talking about.
Yeah, it's true indeed. And you'll see here, he's just going to cut the chicane, avoid all of the carnage. A little bit of contact made there with the Jetta that was on 2 wheels, about to do a very good Russ Swift in a Subaru impression, but nevertheless, continues on, and that is a bit of drama then for the overall Race leader. Back to the live pictures. They still have a 3-lap advantage, of course. So, I mean, it's not like it's a big dent on their hopes. Oh, I'm just being told that was Jimmer's Jetta.
Yeah, I think I said that. I think that was the 10.
You did indeed, and I blew right over it. So...
41 needs to give a groveling apology about how bad they are or pay a donation.
And 41 would be the second place in TCR, Sunshine Autos. What have they done to irritate race control?
So I think supposedly they were involved in that. Like, they were in that mess?
I'm also seeing, by the way, something being written by one of the... I almost called him on his old team.
They're boxing for an apology.
Oh, okay. Let's go and jump on board then with the 52. Because I'm sure this is going to be a very entertaining apology. They're right behind the food critics, getting right up behind those faces. And sorry, go ahead, Jonathan.
Is it the 52 or the 41 that confirmed that? That's Ryan...
Ryan Barneveld is part of BS competition.
52, okay. I'm just making sure there's 2 different penalties and 2 different discussions going on.
Oh, and that Fuga LMP1 car just got sent a bit wide.
Wait, hang on. I'm a little confused. So the 41 was told they need to give a groveling apology, but the 52 is coming in for a penalty? What?
I think they're just... it feels like BS competition has decided, you know what, we have such a big gap that we might as well just come in and have some fun. Might as well come and apologize for that incident. It might not have been our fault, but nevertheless, we can apologize for it. But this is... that was a bit dicey there. That Porsche 718 Cayman is going to... Ooh, that Porsche is forcing the issue with the Jetta in front. BS competition does make its way down onto the lane. The food critic...
You should have seen him slicing through this traffic. He was 4 wide going down the front stretch at one point. It was kind of insane. I've been following them for the past few laps.
Right, so... that was close for just a few seconds there with the food critics through the Jetta. They are in a non-lapped car battle. That BMW is not on the same lap as them. Let's check in with Alexander Vosten. We're here for an apology. Yeah, this should be a good one. There is damage to that front of the car, so they will take a fast repair, I'm pretty sure. Yep, fast repair served. Now we wait for the apology. Anytime now?
He's going.
Well, that's race control going.
Well.
Right now we're being greeted by the wonderful noise of silence. That car, by the way, has already completed its pit stop, we must say as well. So right now, Alexander Voss is just sitting there. It's just sitting there. You can see there 26 seconds on the stop. Stationary time in pit lane, edging over about 80 seconds, give or take. 3 laps still is the gap. That wonderful DAZN-powered BMW M4. And we still wait for this much vaulted apology. See, seems like there was a bit of confusion in finding the right voice channel.
Nope. They're heading out.
I think they've decided that about 1 lap is about all they can afford to lose at this point. The gap now between Alexander Voss and our Lara Bruzzi Esports for charity. Oh, here he goes.
Sorry, guys. I think this will never ever happen again.
That's very kind of you, and you did stay in pit lane for a long time. I don't count on it not happening again, but, you know, the sentiment's there.
Oh, race control, Oscar Hardwick, thumbs up. Round of applause, doing a great job to keep all of these drivers honest while also really having a lot of fun right now. And Hardwick is back on the radio right now talking to more of the competitors. I mean, Daniel, I just got such a big smile on my face right now. This is really such a cool event, and I really, really hope this becomes a regular thing that we do here in the iRacing community. Something that once a year we can get together, have a little bit of fun at a very interesting circuit, and maybe have a bit more luck than the HCON racing team had just there. It's one of these events where it might not be, again, a world championship in terms of the competition level, but it's just something where it's such a nice change of pace that I really do hope that this continues for many years to come.
Bit of a spin from the HCon race, but yeah, I totally agree with you. This is like, I don't know, something that I think it really brings together the community, and Jimmy was saying beforehand when we had him in that there are toxic people in the community and there's a lot of competitiveness, but as a whole, I think we all just, you know, we all just love racing and that speed, and we all just want to just go out there and have some fun, and I think that's really what brings us all together, and I think that's why we can have these big events, because everyone just enjoys racing. Like I'm one of those guys that will drive like an hour home and then after being at work and then go, oh yeah, let me put the sim on and go racing for even longer, and it's one of those things you really can't describe why or how it works, but it's just something that you just love doing every day.
So watching, by the way, the leader in TCR, gap between the 124 and Sunshine Autos in the 41, gap up to about 20 seconds right now. Difference in
test drive, I'm catching that 905.
The difference in the pitch strategy, if you are curious, because there are some split strategies, not really a big focus in this type of a broadcast, but 32 laps on the stint currently for Suzuki in the 124. Matthew Warner, just making sure that's not Werner, Warner. Oh no, sorry, Matthew Warner. There we go. I totally butchered that name. He's 14 laps into his stint, so about that's 18 or so, give or take, laps difference in terms of the stint. So Dan Suzuki and the Alpine Stars team doing a good job to extend all of these stints out in terms of the fuel, and currently leading this TCR class.
Oh, there's a spin at I'm gonna go for it.
That's involving the race leader Alexander Voss has just come down onto the pit lane to have a bit of fun, and well, the fun is in short order right now for the 52 car. Let's take a look at a RaceBot TV replay down into that first chicane.
No, that's the last chicane, isn't it?
No. This is the first chicane, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, you're right. That is the pit exit. And there is two incidents happening at the same time. You'll see that is the 12th place TCR machine. So that's going to be Struggles Racing who gets involved here. Voss now gets himself into some trouble
that's close.
With a unsafe rejoin. That was a questionable move there. Let's take a look at I'm trying to take a look at an aerial angle here. Here, we'll get it. Oh, this will be a great drone-like shot on the run down in towards the last corner. So, Voss is going to have a TCR that spins in front of him. So you see the contact being made there, and oh, Voss just gets turned from behind. So
44 and 15 have to enter the pit lane separately and sing Africa by Toto or donate to charity.
So there we go. So that was probably two of the cars involved. So just repeat those numbers. We got the 44. That's the boys.
44 and the 15.
So that's the boys, and I'm Mutu Sport Race. Oh, that's the team that sang Baby Shark earlier. So we are going to hear a delightful rendition then of Baby Shark. Oh, no, sorry, no.
44 is going to pay it off. We're just waiting on... okay, 15 is going to sing next time, bye.
That is the best news I've heard all day.
I don't know if it's actually never mind. Don't worry about it. I will.
Oh, and we just received another $500 donation. Thank you very much to the yet to be named individual. Let me go and start up my stream. Ooh, to the team Hoisink-Velt, entire team. Thank you for your €500 donation, and we'll read your quick message here. Thanks for organizing this event. Best of luck to all participants. And thanks to all who made a donation. So that was Team Hoisink-Velt. Or rather, not
Who
Team...
donated? Nielsersvend.
That's what I'm trying to think. That's what I was just about to ask.
Sorry, I just found out the person that spoke over was Dwayne Hoffman, and Jimmy has just said that if anyone talks over while singing, they have to sing too.
Okay, so we're getting more and more rules being applied here. I'm also seeing Alexander Voss is now being a bit more talkative on the radio. Lorenzo, sorry, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention, in that instance specifically, I think the number 52 should receive a penalty for trying to go for unsafe rejoin, and they should get a penalty of either singing Waka Waka or something else, but that should be passed up to Oscar Hardwick for a proper judgment.
You know, if you're gonna do Shakira, I think you got to do... Sorry, go ahead.
This is Africa.
No.
That's...
Am I getting myself confused here?
No, Waka Waka is... No, that's the 2010 World Cup song.
No, I know.
Yes.
And he was asking for a different request here. So that's why I was answering him. So here comes the number 15. He will be about to cue the vocal pipes up and belt out Toto's Africa. I would like to hear that. But again, Lorenzo, if we're talking about Shakira, you've got to do Hips Don't Lie. Yeah, I mean, you just got to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Contractually obligated.
Okay, we are ready, and now we're waiting for Chris Nightingale to bring us this wonderful rendition of Africa. I haven't even... Oh, here it goes. It's already started.
Away from you, there's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I fled the rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things I never had. Oh,
Do. I mean, I've got a semi, so you're all good, man.
All right, we are going to...
Okay.
Never mind what Race Control just said. We will refrain from broadcasting those words in the future, but that was the delightful tones of Chris Nightingale's falsetto as he belted out. that was even better than the national anthem that we...
Somebody just said, "Can you please come sing at my wedding?"
Well, I tell you what, more contact being made there. You might have to come down and sing again.
I kind of want to join the races with the team just to get some incidents and sing.
Same.
This is fantastic stuff. I mean, if you ever wanted to know just how committed to the cause people are, there you go. Everyone just having fun.
Somebody said next track, Numa Numa. Baka Mitai.
Oh god. My face is actually hurting from laughing right now. But nevertheless, Chris Nightingale has entertained us. Eyes focused back out on various battles in this race. Let's try and check in with a few different teams. Why don't we do that? Let's check in with WTF1. Why not? Why not them? Brady Carr at the wheel right now. Matt Gallagher did not have, I think it's fair to say, the best of double stints slightly earlier on. You can see the full crew for the number 50 car on the left-hand side of your screen. 5 drivers have been sharing this car. And Lorenzo, if you want an opportunity, unfortunately iRacing's new system, as long as they didn't set this up with that in use, wouldn't have precluded you. The problem is you need a team that's open for anyone to join. So that might be a bigger issue.
Yeah, that's a big issue. Otherwise, I was over here placing myself. Any $5 donation, I'll sing one song even in the middle of the race. I'm that cheap.
Oh, well, we've still got an hour and 40 minutes to go, and oh, that was close.
I'd say $50 and I'd sing on the commentary box.
Well, here's what we've already promised. We've already promised that a cappella version of the F1 theme song. Now, my slight concern is, if we've got multiple people here, I'm assuming you guys have the same singing ability as me, which is to say non-existent, which is
Excuse me.
I get banned for a reason, so I'm in that boat with Arjuna.
Yeah, exactly. I played guitar. If you want me to play guitar, I could probably do that. I can't sing very well, especially not instrumental.
I like to think I can.
I played the air drums.
Ooh, we're gonna get Lorenzo on those air drums, that's for sure.
Are we all getting a band out here? Are we making a band?
The Race Spot TV band getting together. We'll have to get together at Sim Racing Expo next year, I guess, for our air performances. We've got air guitarists, air drummers, air bassists. We can find the whole air band. But I'm still in shock, by the way, with the wonderful rendition we just had of Africa. It is awesome, and I can't wait till we now get the next song out there. I think Waka Waka is not a bad choice, but Hips Don't Lie. That might be the one. Maybe we get Jimmy to sing that as well.
It depends how involved the 10 car gets in crashes.
Well, he's been involved. He's just been on the receiving end of affections from various teams. By the way, I've just noticed we're about to cross one extra £1,000, so about to hit £41,000 donated to this event. Use the QR code in the bottom left corner of your screen. I see Race Control once again dictating things to the teams.
Sorry, I've just stated that Jimmy's pulling up our stream because I said $50 and I will sing. I will sing. Okay, so if we, I don't know, you had all the donations, didn't you?
He's
so
already, he's already here in the chat right now. So I mean, Daniel, you've signed yourself up for this. You better get going.
Okay. What song would we like? Okay. So we've got. I'm gonna give 3 options. So we've got this. We've got Sweet Caroline. Let's go with.
It was donated.
It was donated. Toxic. Okay. I'll do it.
Oh.
I'll do it.
All right, here we go. So,
Britney
Race
Spears'
Spot's
Toxic.
own Daniel Harris about to spit out some verses of Toxic for you all.
Am I allowed to wait? Hang on. Let me
No.
get the lyrics up. Hang on. Let me get the lyrics up.
In no judge.
Can anyone give me the intro of? Dun, 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 dun.
Yep, I got you. Just tell me when to go.
Okay, hang on.
I'm ready. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. This should be entertaining. This is going to be our clip of the week, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I'm getting it up. Here we go. Go for it. Baby, can't you see? I'm calling. A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. I don't know the song that well. I can sing Sweet Caroline well.
Well, okay, I tell you what.
No, you're sticking with Toxic
No.
all the way till the all the way.
I'm gonna make the executive decision. He sung Toxic for us. He now has to also sing Sweet Caroline.
Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna pull it up so I can actually sing with it for myself, you know? So I can actually do it. But I promise you I could do the whole of Sweet Caroline. The whole of Sweet Caroline.
I've got my hands in the air already, ready to wave. Sweet Caroline. I'll sing with you, I tell you what.
Okay, let's do it.
Let me also get the lyrics up.
Do the chorus with me.
You're gonna lead me off. I'm just joining you.
Where it began, I can't begin to know where, but then I know it's going strong. Was in the spring, then spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you, sweet Caroline. Da, da, da. Good times never seem so good. So good, so good, so good. I've been inclined da, 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 to believe they never would. Now I look at the night
Dum, 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 dum.
And it don't seem so lonely.
Dum dum
We fill it up with only 2.
dum 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 dum.
And when I hurt,
Da dum ba dum.
hurtin' runs off my shoulder. How can I hurt when holding you?
Dum 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 dum.
Warm, touching warm,
reaching out,
touching me, touching you, sweet Caroline.
Da da da.
Good times never seemed so good.
So good, so good.
I've been inclined
Da da da.
to believe there never would. Oh, Lord,
Ooh, that was good. That was actually not bad.
I'm
All
so
right.
nervous. I'm shaking.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me do my evaluations. Daniel, you're the voice gene. Arjuna, you're not.
Damn it.
No, Junior, I'll take you. I'll take you. I felt like you gave a lot of heart and soul in that.
Let's go. It's going to be 2v2 here. Racebot the voice. Well, we've...
Racebot TV for Eurovision 2021.
Ooh, that...
By the way, when I said that I would sing Toxic on the chat, I really meant it.
Okay.
$100 I'll do the full song. 55 I'll do just if May Justice actually donates.
I feel like we're encouraging too much because it has gone up another 100 so pounds since you two started singing.
Yeah, we're now past 41,000. Thank you again
I'd like
for
to-
all of the support. This is incredible stuff. I'm having so much fun now.
I saw Jimmy singing along, so I'm happy to say that I got Jimmy to sing along to Sweet Caroline with me.
I think I've got to say right now that if we ever have a Racebot TV talent show, I know there's talks of a commentator's race. I think we should do a commentator's talent
This
show.
September. Already gonna shut this.
So we're going to do
Yo.
a back-to-back event. We've got the talent show on day 1, where Daniel and I are going to win that in karaoke. And then day 2, where Daniel and I are going to light the
No.
field.
You're not gonna win the karaoke. You know who's gonna win the karaoke? I'm sorry, Connery, but it's gonna be Connery.
Oh, that's true. Connery.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I just surrender then.
Yeah.
I haven't heard Connery, but I'll go against him. I have my karaoke song. My karaoke song is That's Life by Frank Sinatra. Okay.
Nice.
And I kill that shit. Excuse my French.
You know, after that rendition of Sweet Caroline, I'd believe it. So I like the prospect of this. If you liked our singing,
Oh,
I'm
we have
shaking so much right now.
what's up,
the 12
Jonathan?
car has gotten turned in the chicane by the 13 car.
That 13 car has been involved in so many incidents.
Well, so has the
That's
12 car.
They've both been through the wars, but the fast repairs are thankfully helping them.
So let's go and see if I can figure this one out. So the 12 car involved in this. Oh, we catch the tail end of it here through the chicane. That's been a place where we've seen a number of incidents. We'll spool it back slightly further, grab this excellent drone view courtesy of ATVO, our graphics partner, and, well, I have a feeling it's going to be contact with that 718 Cayman that's looming behind them. There you can see on the grass, contact gets made. Oh, unfortunate one.
Good job by the Jetta to avoid all that.
The Jettas have done a good job here of, in general, avoiding a lot of the carnage that's unfolded in front of them. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that they managed to avoid the aggressive driving that you could see 3 wide through turn number 2, and that's going to force a GT4 car off onto the grass for just a few moments' time. Able to get back under control in the number 25, losing a little bit more time. But we're currently waiting. The most important thing, we're just waiting for a donation to come in, because Lorenzo threw up the gauntlet, and it seems like someone's ready to challenge Lorenzo, and we're about to hear his rendition of Toxic. So,
No, I said if he donates 20, I'll see Radio Gaga.
Ooh. I
I'll
like the
join
sound
you
of
for
that.
Radio Gaga.
All right, here we go. Well, apparently the donation's in. I'm going to actually refresh this to make sure.
I'm actually refreshing it as well.
Some great, whatever you would call them, memorials, on testimonials on this donation sheet, by the way. We highly encourage everyone to scroll through and just get an understanding for all the different people who are interested in trying to be part of this event. There was an issue, by the way, before we get to that, Lorenzo. Jonathan, you've just spotted something for the WTF1 car.
Yeah, I believe they've just got down on the power, got off in the chicane, and just...
Ooh.
Yep. That's gonna bend the steering for sure for the number 50 machine.
Might have a look at that and see how their car's going.
So, finally took me a while. I was trying to find the onboard. This is still not the onboard, we should point out. Some minor technical issues at this point in time. There we go. This time around, we've got it. We can take a look at the onboard. Just getting on the power a little bit too much, and... Oh, they've already used a number of their 5 fast repairs, so I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen here. For those who were wondering, teams get 5 fast repairs to come down and, come down and get a free repair. But I'm trying to think of the number of times I've seen the WTF1 car coming down for that free service. At least 3 occasions I can think of.
It looks like the steering's okay in that car. Maybe a little bit off to the left, but it actually looks okay.
So maybe they managed to get away with that one. That was still a fairly hard hit into the wall. You'll also notice the Tag Heuer sponsorship on that car. They're using the Porsche Sprint Challenge decal layer, the support series that ran in front of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Last year's champion of the Sprint Challenge, Moreno Surica for Williams Esports, has now actually qualified up into the World Championship ranks. So the support series doing exactly what we hoped, giving new drivers a taste of World Championship competition and getting them ready for the rigors of the main racing action. The first race of the season, rather, starts on 9th of January. So we're just about 6 weeks away from the first race of that season, and...
You're joking. We're not... What?
We are. We are just 6 weeks away because part of a schedule shift for the Super Cup. That now moves to a winter-based schedule, so it's about January through April. So about April.
We're 6 weeks away from January?
We are.
Yes.
We're less than 6 weeks away from January. We're 4 weeks. We're a month away now. Time has flown. It really has.
Jeez.
It has been a very weird year. Time has had a different sense of scale, I think, for most of us.
Yeah. The year has felt so long, but every month has gone by like nothing.
Right.
Lorenzo, apparently you've said that somebody's donated for Radio Gaga?
I can verify this as well. Justice has
Yeah,
donated.
Pascal donated.
Yep, Lorenzo wants to sing Radio Gaga. Go for it, mate. So, there you go. Lorenzo, challenge has been thrown down, and now we get to hear you belt it out.
Let me just open up Spotify so I can actually sync up with this. Well, I can... Well, hold up. Well, I'm actually still loading into the server, but I'm gonna sing this. I keep my promises, chat. Give me 1 second.
Never mind a commentary stream. This is turning into a karaoke stream.
Oh, it's all going wrong, dude. This has gone... This would have become a karaoke stream when me and David actually took over. Anyway, alright.
It was always going to happen. I threatened it at the very start of the broadcast. It took us until the last 90 minutes or so, but here we go. Karaoke broadcast, and Lorenzo Bonder is ready to go.
Don't think this gets you out of doing the Formula 1 theme.
No, you guys still doing the Formula 1.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be Brian Tyler. You guys are gonna do the Formula 1. I'm just gonna, just do the Maestro thing. Anyway, you gonna follow me, Daniel?
Yeah, sure. I will join you.
All right, let me just pull up over here. Queen. OPK, Q. All right, there you go. Queen. Radio Gaga. I wish I could actually display this on Rockets, but I can't.
On Maracas.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. I sit alone and watch your light, my only friend through teenage nights, and everything I had to know, I heard it on my radio. You gave them all those old time stars through worlds of worlds invaded by Mars. You made them laugh, you made them cry, you made us feel like we could fly. So don't become some background noise.
A backup for
The girls and boys who just don't know, or just don't care, and just complain when you're not there. You had your time, you had your power, you had to have your finest hour. Radio. All we hear is Radio Gaga, Radio Goo Goo, Radio Gaga. All we hear is Radio Gaga, Radio blah blah, Radio what's new, Radio someone still loves you. Dun, dun.
So there we go. Before we lose all our viewers. Sorry, that was mean. That was not bad, actually. I can't say I know the song very well. That's the problem.
It's hard. Freddie Mercury is Freddie Mercury. Nobody can hit those bloody notes.
Well, you tried. I didn't
Yeah,
even...
you tried. I didn't want to go for it. I barely woke up like 40 minutes ago.
I didn't make any puns about scaramouching, except a few.
Oh my god. Really?
No,
It's
he
because
did.
not
He
here.
did. He did.
Arjuna,
He
will
made
you
several
do-
puns.
And I just made one more.
But will you do the fandango?
Oh, will you do the fandango? Okay,
I'm
we
not
are
watching
going
live
to,
TV.
before we actually lose all of our viewers, we are going to get back onto the important stuff. They're going almost 3 wide into that first chicane, the braking zone there. Lorenzo, glad you could join us for karaoke session with RaceSpot TV. You'll be back in the commentary booth in about an hour and 20 minutes, won't you, for the next 6 hours of the race? I mean, he would be, except I have a feeling he's managed to mute his mic.
Who, me?
Yes.
I am?
Oh,
I think.
So,
It will be the I can assure it will be the best part of the broadcast because it's me, David. It can't
That's
go
true.
more downhill than that.
well, not because of you, more because of David, right?
Absolutely, because me is just downhill from here.
So, yes, as we're saying, an hour and 20 minutes to go in the second portion of coverage before we hand it over to David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. Our wonderful producer, Hugo Luis, will also be waking up from a well-deserved quick break. Nice little nap. And he-
We've also got the number 12. I don't know if we said it before, but they are required to sing "I Want It That Way" by the Backstreet Boys, or pay off the RC. I don't know what RC is with the direction.
So,
And they still haven't let them know yet.
so we're about to find out. Oscar Hardwick is on the radio. You see the 13th place car in class.
Number 24 and number 32, I think, as well.
So we got a few different naughty people here. We got the Valhalla SimSport PLM Royale.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any replays queued up, Arjuna.
Oh, dude, should I have some replays?
I feel like there might be some because it feels like there's 3 cars that are naughty that I'm not sure what they did.
Okay, let's take a look at some. And let's see if we can ascertain what's happened. So Riley Hayes, ooh. Okay, I don't think Riley does anything wrong in that
32 is singing.
Oh no, we're gonna miss it, no!
think. I don't know.
Was that a donation from the 24? Just to double check.
Yes,
Yes, those are them.
the one.
24 is donating.
Ian, shut up. You're not seeing it. The 32's
32 is singing.
We're waiting for the 32 to actually start singing, though, is the problem. Another driver.
Ian is singing I Want It That Way.
This is very confusing for me because I see all of these chat messages coming up, but I don't know who's actually talking. So,
Yeah, I have no idea.
Oscar Hardwick is
32's about to do it. 32's
okay.
about to
Here
do
we
it.
go.
Okay.
We're watching then as penalties about to get paid out here. We wait for the 32, Dwayne Hoffman, and wait for the radio communication to begin. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting here.
We are what? I think they might be in the wrong chat.
They might. That is something that we saw happen with Alexander Voss.
Wait. No.
We got hope for a brief second.
couldn't quite hear you there.
Here we go. Here we go. Oscar.
Mic check, copy.
Copy, copy.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Now I'm going to do the second verse of I Want It That Way, and I'm going to do it from memory.
Oh, bold words
Oh.
here from Dwayne
That's
Hoffman.
all. Am I your fire, your one desire? Yes, I know
Oh shit!
it's too late. I want it that way. Tell me why. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way.
Oh, I mean, that was absolutely gorgeous.
You heard it from Race Control. Absolutely gorgeous. And Dwayne away to pay off a penalty. And Dwayne Hoffman, who apparently was a slightly naughty boy, has managed to get himself out of the bad graces of Race Control.
That was really good.
That was pretty good, especially those high notes. Like, that requires a proper singing voice there.
He's on my team.
Nice. So you can pass on our compliments then to Dwayne Hoffman, that was the name, who has just provided us with some more entertainment. But the action on track starting to close in just a little bit, half a tenth of a second between the back marker Racing Orange and the HCon Racing Team. The HCon Racing Team with a very intricate pattern on their Audi RS3 LMS car. Always enjoy seeing the HCon liveries. Doesn't seem like there's too many battles out on track right now. This is the main one in terms of cars in close proximity. The one other battle that we have been just keeping an eye out on is the overall TCR battle between the 124 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car and the number 41 Sunshine Autos. Matthew Warner at the wheel for Sunshine Autos has been falling off the pace very slightly. About 2 seconds was the gap between those two cars the last time around.
Number 32 is about to sing the national anthem. I think he said the national anthem of something. I don't actually know what it is, but he said the country that gave him his life back after he was diagnosed with PTSD, he said.
So let's just clarify here though. The 32 just served a penalty, right? Why are they serving another penalty?
They just like singing, I guess.
Just let him.
Okay, well, we will find out then as soon as that happens. Actually, we're not going to, because that 32 car has just managed to lose it and almost found himself behind the barriers in a very awkward situation. He's now pointing in the wrong direction and has to spin that car around, get it back onto the track. Take a look at a RaceBot TV replay there. That was a bizarre one, Jonathan. Not really.
That's a weird angle for him to be off at. What did he...
He's singing.
In native land, through patriot love, and all of us a man with glowing heart. We see thee rise, the true north, strong and free, from far and wide. Oh, Canada. Yes, I know Keenan. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Standing
He is so
ovation
good!
there. Standing ovation. This is awesome stuff. I mean, if you're going to ask me, I think all leagues need to adopt this rule now, Daniel. I mean, all leagues must have this rule.
Yeah.
That no more serving penalties the normal way. I mean, you got to sing.
You have to sing it. Yeah. You have to sing. You don't get penalties. You have to sing.
We're still due
Yeah.
to your F1.
We've still got
Thing, by the way.
Sorry.
still got a full hour
Sorry,
before
somebody
that.
just
Don't
said
worry.
now you have to do it in French now because you're from Canada, right?
Oh, man. This is fantastic stuff. Dwayne Hoffman with a wonderful rendition first of I Want It That Way, and then the Canadian National Anthem, providing all the entertainment for us up here in the virtual commentary booth. I agree, get him on Canada's Got Talent, but his talent has to be driving while singing, and it can't just be driving regularly. He's going to have to become a Ken Block kind of guy. We'll see how that one goes, but that might be a talent. TCR car down onto pit lane. Let's the 718 Cayman have the corner without any issue. Cars down onto the pit lane as well. There you'll see the TCR race leader, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the 124, being guided down the safety of pit lane by Dan Suzuki. He will pull off into his box, and I have to assume hand it over to the next driver ready to get into the car. Suzuki up on the jacks then. Car disappears, which tells you the driver change is happening, and Mark Noske gets back into the car. He was the driver that Suzuki took over from, so a little bit of a strategy call here to have two drivers do the majority of the night hours. And he will stay stationary on the pit lane, getting a full tank of fuel and a fresh set of rubber. He loses the race lead to Sunshine Autos and Matthew Warner, who retakes the race lead now. But he owes us a pit stop in a few laps' time. So there is some strategy being played out at the front of this queue. Further back, laps are the difference between some of the teams. Let's check back in on this battle that we were seeing with the TCR cars. Backmarker Racing Orange applying some pressure to Christian Brown in the 201, but not really able to get up on the rear wing just yet. Might require some traffic to come into the mix and affect things a bit more. Someone in our YouTube chat saying, imagine Leclerc or Hamilton singing while pit stomping. Well, wasn't it...
Well, we've heard Lando do it, and
It's
we've
not
heard
just-
Carlos Sainz.
Who was singing Who Let the Dogs Out this weekend? Wasn't it Vettel?
Vettel.
Yeah, it was Vettel.
I mean, clearly, you don't have to think too hard to imagine some of this stuff, so, I mean, I'm trying to imagine Kimi singing. Yes, I know how to sing, now stop asking me.
I think that would be too pure for our ears.
All that I know is this is some of the most fun that I'm having. Quick word from our partners at VCO Esports as well. The main man, Florian, is about to go off and take rest for the rest of the night. They've done a great job to bring this event to a larger scale than before. Great to have uninterrupted coverage here live on RaceBot TV, and VCO continuing to push the boundaries. It's been a busy weekend for the VCO crew. Earlier this morning, the digital NLS series broadcast live on the Nürburgring channels as well as the race YouTube channel. Now they've got this 24-hour, 23-hour charity race in partnership with their main man, Jimmy B. And then tomorrow, the 24-hour Esports series powered by VCO. The Neo Endurance series back for, I think it's 8th or 9th season of competition. It's first under the umbrella of Creventic Competitions. For the first time, it's a fully owned entity by Creventic, so great to have more of the real-world ties to the simulator coming in. Creventic doing a great job with that series, as is Niels Heikens, the series organizer and race control director. And of course, you can't forget VCO Pro Sim series earlier this week. On Wednesday, round number 2, Ayan Guven and Joshua Rogers taking home the win from... Where were we on Tuesday? We were at... I've already forgotten now.
No, you're talking about the Pro Series?
Yes, I'm talking about the Pro Sim
That was
series.
Mount Panorama.
Yes, you were right. It was Bathurst.
Mount Panorama.
A very interesting race, that is for sure. The fun race right before was... not the Lotus 79, it was a super late model at Road Atlantis. So that was a very interesting proposition. Threw the real life drivers into a car that none of them really knew anything about, didn't have a setup for, had never really tried, and told them to go out there and have some fun. Fun was had. It's all I can say about that fun race. That fun race was some of the more entertaining action that we've seen across RaceBot TV this year. The championship race, a little bit less entertaining, but that's only if you like seeing a full grid of cars going around the track for the entire length of the race. Ayan Guven and Joshua Rogers taking home the win as mentioned. Round number 1 was taken by the one and only Max duo, Max Verstappen and Maximilian Benecke. So Rogers has one, Benecke has one.
I've actually just realized the series that you're talking about. I've seen, I follow Team Redline on Instagram, and I've seen a lot of stuff about that series. I didn't realize that was one of our series.
Yep, no, we provide the world feed. Our own Samuel Aurora is part of the commentary team. Ben Constranduris leads the broadcast, part of Radio Show Limited. We're working closely with the VCO and all of their partners. It's incredible how much support VCO has managed to find for this event. And not just this event, events in general. You've got the Grand Slam iRacing special events that they partnered with this year. We got to work with the Radio Show Limited crew for a number of those broadcasts. Digital NLS, also a big focus. A little bit smaller this second season as compared to the first year, as far as I can tell. So a lot of those same representatives of the real drivers. You got a minimum requirement for 40 drivers from a international accredited racing team. Rather, racing driver. So they got to do a minimum of 40 minutes. Been watching this battle, by the way, up on your screen between the HCon Racing Team and Backmarker Racing Orange. Once again, got fairly close, but Andrew Archer unable to make the move stick. We are 7 minutes away from the top of the hour. Crazy to think that the last 5 hours have just blown on by, and there's still 12 hours to go at this point in time. Lorenzo Bonder has laid down the gauntlet. If we can raise £43,500 with 10 hours remaining, he will sing the full Pokemon opening theme song. So that means...
And you guys, and I'll throw something extra. In Portuguese or English, you guys can choose.
Oh, it's got to be English. I don't know the Pokemon theme song in Portuguese, and I can't sing along then with that. But Lorenzo, you've put yourself in a difficult situation here. You know that?
I'm fine.
Which Pokemon theme song? Are you going to do the Poke Rap, or are you going to do the Pokemon theme?
Oh, no, you got me. I'll let Chad decide.
Huh?
Well,
let chat decide.
You've put yourself in a difficult position because we are...
No, I did.
2 hours away, Lorenzo. Only £2,000 away. I mean, all I've got to do is go message Tony Kanan and say, Tony, we will get you those YouTube subscribers. Just please donate 1,000, please. Already halfway there, Lorenzo.
Well, he's still within the challenge of, you know, getting those 5K followers on his Switch channel. If I actually send this to my Brazilian people that actually has connection with other racers, I'm definitely gonna sing this in English. So I am in a bit of an iffy spot.
I will tag TK right now and tell him that if he donates, you'll sing this right now in Portuguese.
Go ahead, go into his Twitch channel and do it.
Oh, I'm not gonna do it in Twitch. I'm
you.
gonna do it in our team channel, dude. I'm not.
Whatever. Oh, car off.
Oh, car off. You're right. Phil Baldwin for the Doug Henson Racing team. Good spot there, Lorenzo. Baldwin gets it back onto the tarmac in the TCR machine. Let's take a look at the RaceBot TV replay. Oh,
Has Phil got any relation to James?
I don't think so, but you'll see there.
Oh,
That's the
there's a 62.
Yes, the 62 is pointed the wrong
avoided
direction
that by
there.
the skin of his teeth.
Let's grab an on-board look, I tell you what, with Phil Baldwin, because I think he's just on a heroic job to stay away from that. So, coming through turn number 2 then, or turn number 3 actually, working our way towards the chicane. Jonathan, talk us through this one.
There's just a group of cars, this gaggle of cars right ahead that are fighting. Oh, there he goes, into the grass, goes to 62, and, well, there's only one way to go, and then it's off the track.
On there, you can see the cars finally getting that opportunity to turn around, get back on the right track, as it were.
We're also being
wait!
informed.
No. That was a... what? Who is that behind them? That was a big off. That's all I know. Let's try and grab the replay of that. This is okay. Well, we've just had a few different incidents because this one is down in the last corner. You'll see the Grid Talk Racing team. We'll grab a replay of this and we'll have to go figure out what that second incident was with Phil Baldwin. We saw that in the background of the shot. This is not the car that we were trying to take a look at.
The 21 is going to have to do a long verbal apology or donation, so...
Okay, so we will await that in the next few moments. Let's watch what happens here. Jetta
Does he
on the
barely
inside.
hit the Jetta?
Oh no, the Jetta just
Oh.
doesn't want to... interesting there. And
Oh,
then-
he doesn't even hold the brakes.
And then someone else comes in.
Yeah, further contact there. So that was the first incident, and now I'm trying to still figure out...
It's the 086 and the 21. Oh, was that the team lead? Was that the Jetta leader
here we
that collaborated
go.
to him?
So that's 086, that's what you were saying, right?
Yes, 086 and the 21. But I don't think that's the 21 that spun off.
No,
that's
that's not. So, okay, an interesting set of events then. Christian Wagner in the VRE Motorsports 086 has just been slightly tapped.
That's just a slight contact, too. Like, there wasn't much there, and then
Well,
bang.
slight contact leads to heavy damage. That's what's happened for VRE, unfortunately. So that TCR machine back up to speed. But that is an interesting set of events within a few moments' time. We got a few different things. So the 21 is who we're saying might have been involved in that contact. So that would have been
And
the
the
Doug.
very outside.
That would have been the Doug Henson racing car. So I'm very confused. That is for sure.
And he is a lap behind that machine.
No. So the
There
21 is in
Oh.
front. The 21 is in front. So we're gonna have to do a bit of a poke around here, I guess, until we find the right car.
Well, we're waiting. I don't think 21's given them a response yet as to whether they're going to give a verbal
Well, I
apology.
think 21 is confused because they're like, I didn't hit anything.
Yeah, 21. I don't think 21 hit anyone. 21 is on a different section of track at the set.
Oh, another car off on the... In the chicane just got off. That was Dennis Meisner on the Rate Energy Sovereign Sport. Good name, by the way.
Well, there's a separate issue for the Team Oblivion Racing. Let's check in the incident that Lorenzo was just talking about. The 710 car. Oh, a bit too much inside curb. Fortunate not to get spit off into the tire barriers like we've seen on a number of occasions. So I'm trying to just quickly figure out who are the cars that we're now expecting some type of punishment from.
Well, apparently there was an issue with Team Rick and the 97. Team Rick is not giving the 97 team, which is Triple S Racing, a Christmas card this year. So, you know, apparently if you mess with Team Rick now, you just get booted off the Christmas list, is what I've seen.
I like the sound of that. No reason to bully a very nice team like Team Rick. They're not trying to hurt anyone out there on track, at least not with that high visibility jacket on the rear portion of their car. 20 seconds away then from the top of another hour here in Jimmy Broadbent's race for mental health. The 23 hours of Zolder.
We got another hour left, do we?
Got one more hour left to go, and I think that means it is time for a RaceBot TV fan immersion. The HCon racing team has just come down into the pit lane, so we're not going to be focusing in on them. I tell you what, we haven't really had much need to talk about BS competition today. They have been so dominant for so long. Alexander Voss at the wheel. We got to hear him apologize for being such a terrible driver and leading this race by 3 laps. I mean, such an awful thing to do. But nevertheless, let's jump on board for a few moments then of RaceBot TV fan immersion and a few laps on board with the number 52 and Alexander Voss. So that was a few laps on board with the overall race leader, Alexander Voss, who now makes his way down pit road in his BMW M4. Still leads by 3 laps, and it has not been too much of a challenge for the former World Championship driver. Up on the jets for Vob, and he's going to be handing that car over to brand new BS competition recruit, Ryan Barneveld, who's made the transition over from Maniti Racing, making his debut in the BS competition colors. 52 minutes to go then until the end of the second stage of our uninterrupted coverage of the Jimmy Broadbent Race for Mental Health 23 Hours of Zolder, all in support of Mind for Mental Health. We have so far exceeded our 10,000 pound goal by 415% and currently sit at 41,540 pounds. Jimmy has had to don a helmet and a suit for his next stint, and I wonder what else we can do as we continue to ratchet up the amount of donations reached. Word in the YouTube chat is that if we reach 50,000, Jimmy has to race till the end. So we have about 12 hours then to raise 9,000 pounds. We started this race off with 10,000 on the board, so we have raised about $30,000 in about 11 hours or so. I have a feeling that Jimmy is going to be having a long stretch in his rig. Let's walk you through then very quickly the standings in each of these classes, and since this is going to be the final time that we do it before we hand it over to the next commentary team, let's start in reverse order this time. And Jonathan Burke, why don't you take the wonderful Jettas?
The Jettas have been probably the craziest class out on track. Team Encore with the lead, but Team Lonely, Mr. Lonely, not too far behind, about 15 seconds. And with not having to do driver changes too, that saves time on the pit stops, so it's going to be close at the end. Radio Batch GCR, very quietly running in third. Team Rick has moved all the way up to fourth thanks to that caution earlier. FRE Motorsport 099, not too far behind Team Rick. Fuga Simsport, the number 10, which Jimmy B is driving, not at this time, but it wasn't driving, the Doug Henson Racing Red. Not a few back from them, and the Monster Motorsports just 2 laps behind, so it's going to be a close fight, 4th on 7th. They're all on the same lap.
Yeah, there is some tight battles there. Moncasteer Motorsport, one of my favorite team names of recent memory. TCR then our middle class, and Daniel Harris, why don't you walk us through the totally chaotic racing?
Well, this racing has definitely been totally chaotic. We got Sunshine Autos leading the race. They have built a substantial lead from Alpine Stars. They had a bit of a battle earlier, but it seems like Sunshine looks like they're going to take it away. There is still a lot of race though, so don't quote me on that. Keyboard Motorsport is currently in the 3rd. Backmarker Racing Orange has overtaken HCon and BMW Plower for 4th. BMW Plower in 5th. HCon dropping down to 6th place. Huxenfeld Works in 7th, and Red Dragon Racing in 8th.
So that is the TCR, the middle class of competition. Let's run you through then GT4, and well, we just saw the BS competition car down on the pit lane, and as a result, that lead is now only 2 whole laps. The BS competition team has not really had much in the way of challengers, but there has been some interesting fights further on back. RLR Abruzzi Esports for Charity, number 38, 2 laps down. They do owe us a pit stop, as does Akiva Motorsport in the number 84. They are 4 laps down. You want to know the domination that BS competition has enjoyed on the rest of the field? WTF1 in 4th place, 5 laps down, and well, the rest of your field 6 laps or worse. MRI Motorsports in 5th, the boys in 6th. Reaper Online Racing, the 404 could not be found team, they're in 7th, with Wraith Energy Sovereign Sport, the 710, in 8th. I am also getting word, by the way, that Jimmy has backed out a little bit. It's no longer 50k and he'll drive to the end, it's now 55k, so 14,000. I think we have a chance of making that by the end of the race. It is going to take a lot of support from all of our viewers, and I know the viewership has dropped off on the broadcast, but let's give the necessary plugs anyway. Last year, Jimmy Broadbent put on the original Race for Mental Health, with the goal being to raise £1,000. That goal was reached before the race even started, and in the end, almost £35,000 were donated to Mind. 2020 has been a truly awful year for so many people. Some of us have lost family members, others have been separated from friends and family, but we've all had to adjust to a new normal. Seeking help with mental health has always been difficult, and the current world situation has made it almost impossible for those in need. With that in mind, Jimmy has decided once again to support Mind, the same organization as last year, who are working to help those who are the most vulnerable in this time. For over 60 years, Mind has been working to improve the lives of all people dealing with mental health problems. Through public campaigns, government lobbying, and a lot of services provided through local Minds organizations, millions of lives have been affected across the UK and Ireland. So we are right now at £41,555.92, working our way towards the magic 43.5k number that's going to get Lorenzo Bonder to sing the Pokemon theme song in either English or Portuguese, yet to be determined. We're also waiting for another Brazilian, Tony Kanan. He is 700 subs away from getting 5,000 subscribers, and he has committed to donating another £1,000 once he hits that magic 5k number. So go follow the former Indy 500 winner, twitch.tv/Tony Kanan. And let's get another $1,000 towards Mind and mental health. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. I've been doing double duty on camera work and commentary. Been joined for the last 5.5 hours, give or take, by the wonderful Jonathan Burke and the equally wonderful Daniel Harris. We have 45 minutes to go before we hand over our microphones to the very capable voices of David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder as the race leader. BS competition gets a bit sideways going through turn number 1. They are not leaving anything on the line despite their total domination of the entire field.
Let me just make a quick addendum over here, people. It's going to be on the capable hands of David Haynes and the cautionable hands and feet of Lorenzo Bonder. Just let me just put this clearly into the broadcast.
And your feet. Wow, all 4 limbs. That's impressive. You know, that's a man who's showing commitment.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question here, Lorenzo. I mean, you talk about questionable hands. The only reason I didn't put that in there is I know that if you stray, Hugo is not going to be happy with you.
I'm glad that's on the air.
Yeah.
We don't have to say anything. Hugo's the one who's going to tell you off. I'm sure you'll be totally fine. It's not like you were muted for parts of a broadcast earlier today. You, I must say, by the way, are having a bit of a busy day. Just a bit.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to do 10 hours of broadcast in total. And I kind of have to thank you for that, Arjuna, indirectly.
Well, you are on
the... it's a funny thing. I'm getting ready for part 1 of the broadcast during the week. All right, I'm going to get part 1. So, all right, for 6 hours. I'm going to commentate with Connery and Justin. Arjuna already kind of, just kind of poked it at it during the week. Oh, you're doing the Winter Green Hell. All right, okay, fine. I'll do it if you want me to do it.
Hey,
then I get questioned by Hugo.
That's not how that happened. While, yes, I was very delighted that you were on the broadcast this morning.
Yes.
The way that this went is we needed people for the third portion of the broadcast. I'm not... We just needed people.
I know this.
And you got moved so that you could use your very capable voice on 2 broadcasts instead of just 1. That's how we're going to sell that one.
Which I call the prime time time. The prime time 6 hours.
Yes. Oh, yes. The totally not in the middle of the night in most of the world primetime hours.
Best audience.
Well, actually, I will agree with you there. I have been a staple of the quote-unquote graveyard shift You know, being on the west coast of the US, it tends to mean that I get that slot for special events, but it can be fun. I mean, we've had a lot of fun here for other reasons including the fact that we're about to break 42,000 pounds, so that is a wonderful sight as I take a look over at the donation tracker on the bottom portion of the screen. But
sorry, number 710 has been told to come in and sing I Want It That Way, or a $5 donation.
Only
So,
5.
Yeah.
Well, there's the 710 in its glory. I do like that paint scheme a lot, I must say. There have been some interesting ones. We talked about at the start of our segment, the Sunshine Autos one, for example, being a very unique combination of like a hand-drawn cartoon with animation type of effects. So good to see some more unique paint schemes out there on the track. And we wait to see if the 710 car then is going to... You said, I want it that way?
Yeah. It's already
You're
been
gonna
done.
have to sing the third portion
there. We haven't even gotten to the third portion, and we're running through our list of penalties, Lorenzo. I mean, you might be seeing some truly crazy penalties.
Yeah, I even got a friend of mine just asking for a penalty on the Hoisty Fell Works car. I actually had to look it up and see how much he had to donate, and I'll check it later. So he actually made that donation because knowing the individual, he would totally make that donation to screw his friend.
I want somebody to donate to force BS competition to sing. Like, they can't pay it out. They have to sing.
Agreed.
Or Matt Gallagher.
We must also
I only advertise doing that if Reiner either sings the Estonian national anthem or Ryan Barneveld does actually a full rendition of Everybody from Backstreet Boys.
I tell you what, if any of the BS competition team members are in the chat, and let's be honest, we know you are, relay that offer to both Rainer and Ryan, and we'll see if they take that up. Let's just talk about quickly some of the prizes that are on offer today. This is for everyone who donates $10 and larger. This is not just for those competing. I didn't even realize this. The last 5 hours, I should have been plugging all of this as well. Well, there is some great stuff on offer if you take part in this raffle type of a deal. A Hoisingveld sprint set of pedals, a Hoisingveld shifter, a Fnatic Podium DD1 wheelbase, a Fnatic CSL Elite set, 2 HKS merch bundles, Jimmy's actual Buckmore 24 2020 race suit, a Brutesy merch, 2 pairs of Jimmy gloves, signed posters, signed t-shirts. I mean, there's some great stuff there. So go donate 10 quid. You can get in on the action, and if you want to be really generous, you can be like Tom Baldwin.
Donated, then.
You were very generous. You are in the drawing. I'm trying to donate right now while I'm also waiting for the 710 to come down and sing there. But let's give a shout out. All donations are very welcome, trust me. Large or small, they all go towards Mind. Tom Baldwin has been putting in a bit more effort in terms of the size of his wallet that he's able to contribute, fortunately, in a difficult time for so many people. 500 quid added to our sum. That's why we're now so close to the 42,000 number. There have been some nice large donations from a few people, and always great to get the continuing number of donations coming in, because Jonathan, well, lots of donations, and it's just gotten one of these teams out of the penalty.
Yeah, the 710 has donated, otherwise known as Race Control. Race Control has been bribed to keep the 710 out on track, but you know, the penalty system's, you know, very good. We have had a lot of donations. You know, the race chat was mentioning, it seems like everyone's singing. It's like, no, we've had about like 150 penalties, and almost 140 of them have been donations. So, yeah, it's for a good cause, and you get entered in that drawing if you so inclined, or if you just want to be a nice person, you can just donate.
Well, how do they get in contact afterwards? Is my question.
You mean for the raffle?
Yeah.
So as long as
I
didn't
didn't see anything.
Did you submit it with your proper name?
No, but I put in like a name that I'm known by. I just put Dano.
It does say to enter for a prize, the donator must sign up for Just Giving, agree to share their contact details while donating. So there you go.
I don't know.
And I can.
It was a while ago that he did this.
That is true. He did it very, very early on. 42,000. There we go. Chalk up one more number. 42,039 pounds and 97 pence.
What did we start at? What did we start at when we switched?
I tell you what, I'm going to go back and look at this because that's a very good question. But my gut...
It's been at least 10 grand.
At least, if not closer to 15. I mean, I don't know what you think, but I mean, it's been pretty incredible.
I thought I joined and there was 28,000 when we started, but I'm not. Don't quote me on this. I'm not a reputable source, even though again it's been in front of me with my own two eyeballs the whole time.
How are you a reputable source?
Well,
Sorry.
we're the commentators. We
to,
should be trusted.
I had to say that. I wouldn't trust myself if I heard myself on a broadcast. Let's be real. But I'm trying to go back and look at this right now. But the problem is,
imagine me.
True. I'm trying to go back and figure this out, and I can't actually go back to the last portion of the broadcast. So we'll try and get that number down before the next 37 minutes are up because. Well, it's been a really, really fun 6 hours. Some great songs, not just from our competitors up here in the booth as well. Daniel.
By the way, talking about broadcasters, I have something. We can kind of scheme of sorts. I don't know if you guys gonna go with me on this.
Oh boy.
Because apparently there will be some schemes when me and Arjuna, sorry, not Arjuna, when sorry Arjuna, you understand, I still have more 6 hours. When me and Mr. David Haynes actually take over, I nearly forgot David's name. I'm sorry, David. And Hugo takes over. We should actually do something for whenever Tobias and Jan Seifert actually take over.
I want them to sing something in German for me.
I'm thinking the same thing. I'm trying to. Didn't Heidi Klum was actually a singer?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Let me find some Heidi Klum songs.
Oh,
they will have to sing it.
That's going to be wonderful. I can't wait for that. By the way, someone in our YouTube chat, pineapple pizza? No.
In about 45 minutes, we're going to be talking about pineapple pizza with me and David Haynes. Stay tuned.
You can talk about it.
Yeah, that's what happened last time. That's what happened last time at the 12 hours at
No.
at Ivra.
There is only one acceptable answer to this in Arjuna's control room. Pineapple, never on pizza.
Get out.
Thank you.
Get out.
No, he's right.
Let me just drag Lorenzo out of here, and then we don't need to hear him anymore. Is live timing down for anyone else? Well, if it is, I mean, hashtag blame Hugo.
You might need to refresh your page if you have an internet issue. You will have to refresh your page. I know that's what's. That is what's been happening to me.
I can confirm. Oh, Lorenzo, that last comment made me think about this. No, we should get them to sing "Kiss from a Rose."
Yes, yes.
Come on.
Yes, thank you. And Tobias has to be the lead singer.
Ooh. Yes. I've never heard Jan sing. I'm sure he's wonderful. I'm sure Tobias is too.
We'll never know. I really want, yeah.
So,
but go ahead.
Well, that prospect is a bit scary. Jonathan, so you've just gone and done the math. You think we joined right before it hit 30,000 pounds, so rough math.
We did join right before 20,000. I did the exact math. I actually have the first stream up. I don't know why it's not showing for you, but we did join at 29,800, and we have gained about 12,000 in
Fantastic.
just about 5 hours. We're averaging almost 2,000 an hour, which is great.
It's fantastic stuff.
We're gonna hit that number you keep talking about.
You know what? The way this momentum is going, this is a typical. It's only 23 hours. Yes, I know, but this is 24. Let's talk about this as a regular iRacing special event. First 6 hours, pretty good viewership. Second 6 hours, Third 6 hours starts to increase back up, And then the fourth 6 hours, it picks up once again. So, we got, what, about 20,000 in those first 6 hours. We've got 12,000 roughly so far in the second 6 hours. If we can keep this momentum up, maybe even just push 10,000 per each of the next, portions of the broadcast we've got, we're looking at, what's that? Plus 20,000, 62,000 Race for Charity. So that would be just no other way to say it. Absolutely incredible. Big shout out to Jimmy Broadbent, VCO Esports, everyone who has come together to support this event. If you have donated, whether it be large or small, every bit matters, and every bit is going to mine. So 32 minutes left as we watch the 710. I'm just disappointed that the 710 didn't come down and serve its penalty. I mean, it's only fair.
It's also tough too. It's also tough too to see which cars have had some of these penalties and been through the wars because of all the fast repairs. In other competitions we don't have fast repairs, so you can kind of see like who's had rough days, and the 710 has had a little bit of a rough day at some points. It's been around, as we see the BMW painted Audi, the most confusing paint on the racetrack.
Yeah, we've got 30 minutes now, so we can dive into some of the more interesting stuff that we've seen out on track. And like you said, it's a BMW Audi. I mean, it's a frightening proposition, to be totally honest. I mean, I apologize for this, but I'm thinking of this image of the new 4 Series crossed over with an RS3, and it's not nice. It's not.
That would be that would be a great touring car series, though. if you merge those two cars together, get about like 25 people on like this kind of track. Oh, it'd be chaos. It'd be fun.
I think we just designed DTM.
The future of DTM.
Well, the future of DTM.
Fantastic. I'll invest.
The future of DTM, GT3 cars. Speaking of GT3 cars, we haven't really talked about iRacing news in this broadcast, but a little bit of iRacing news. We can discuss the little teaser image that was posted by the art team. Questions now swirling. Is it a Lambo or is it something else? A Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car? Or what else could it be? I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen the picture, Lorenzo, but it looks pretty obvious to me.
Wait, which picture is it? I'm trying to scroll through.
You need to go to the iRacing Twitter account then, and
I am looking for it on their Twitter right now.
There is a lovely preview image of a much more complete Long Beach, so a lot more of the 3D artwork being filled in and populated, and then you've got a shot off the back of the Huracan facing forward, those distinctive grills in the arches of the car. I forget what you call them, the lines.
How long ago was it?
This is like a few days ago. This is recent stuff. This is like, it's not breaking news hot off the presses, but it's like this week news. If we did a weekly wrap-up show, it would be the #1 item probably.
By the way, chat, really quickly, you guys have 1 hour and a half to get to 43.5k, so I can sing the Pokemon opening or the Poke Rap.
Lorenzo, you're $700 away, 700 pounds away. If it happens in the next 30 minutes, you have to sing it before we get off air.
Hold on, I just looked down at my phone.
43.5.
No, but you're like $700 away.
I don't see anything about it.
It's at 42,212.
Check
28.
Check again. It is
no, it just went up.
It is at 42,832. Because let's be honest here, Lorenzo. I've got the broadcast going. I'm seeing that number.
Whoa. That's a good one.
Oh no! Oh no!
A late night safety car.
That's what's just happened. Tom Baldwin has jumped in with a £600 donation. Add in the 150 of gift aid as well. We might be looking at another safety car with 30 minutes to go in this second portion of the broadcast. That would be our third caution of the day. Tony Kanan paying £2,000, brought out the first one. Then Andreas with a very generous €1,000 donation in recognition of PhD students, brought out the second caution that gave the famous Team Rick team a lap back. let them fight for at least the top 5 in that class. They're now back on, not the lead lap, but on a lap where they're at least contending with other cars. Tom Baldwin. Is that a name from WTF1, guys? Or am I just getting my names all mixed up here?
I've heard of
There's
it.
Bill Baldwin, Tom Baldwin, James Baldwin, a lot of Baldwins. I'm confused as well.
Well, there's also a Baldwin in the race. There's also a Tom Holland in the race that is not Spider-Man, unfortunately.
Oh, wait, are you sure? He wouldn't tell us if he was Spider-Man, would he?
Sounds like we're about to have another safety car.
Oh, are we?
But I cannot find this picture of the GT3.
We will get that for you in about 20 minutes or so, because we are 30 minutes away from hitting the 11-hour mark to go. 12 hours in this race will be done. I'm seeing a lot of communication right now over the race control channels. Oscar Hardwick in control looks to be ready to throw out another caution. So we've had 3 of these cautions, or 2 so far, approaching a 3rd potentially. All of them brought out as a result of generous donations to our total. Tony Kanan with £2,000 the first time around. Andreas the second time around with 1,000. That number is going down. So by the end of this race, you might only need to spend about 100 to get the caution. And there it is.
Car.
So caution is out. We slow things down once again. And Ryan Barneveld will look to pick up the Porsche 911 pace car.
And the number 13 doing his best Larry McReynolds impression over race chat right now, and it's fantastic. It's music to my ears.
Is that being demanded by race control?
No, he just went out and did it on his own. You know, sometimes you just have that feeling. You just need to do it.
He's just getting in the mood. That's what's happening here.
Hey, we said it before. Sometimes you just gotta send it.
Sometimes you just got to lick the stamp and send it. More donations coming in as well, so Lorenzo is getting closer and closer to the 43.5 magic number. I'm just trying to do the math in my head right now and see if I can donate enough to get us up there right now, or if I'm gonna go broke.
Do you have 400? Oh, sorry, it's $481.
I mean, I might, but then I might be broke.
Pounds.
So that's why I'm trying to do the math in my head, because
Yeah, I could do it, but then I'd definitely be broke.
exactly, like I can do it, but do I want to do it? I think the answer is yes, I want to do it. But never mind. Pace car rather has picked up the overall race leader once again, and the iRacing safety car procedure can begin. Yes, Ryan Barneveld, we know you can do that. It doesn't mean that we appreciate you doing what he's doing right now, which is being inside of the pace car. Let's jump on back.
He's becoming one with the safety car.
He is becoming one indeed. Question in our YouTube chat. Can you tell me why it's 23 and not 24 hours? Yes, we can. It's fairly simple. Jimmy made a mistake last year. That's what happened. So when Jimmy Ray's put this event on last year, the intention was always to make this a 24-hour race. He slightly messed up when setting up the session, and as a result, 23 hours of Zolder was born, and we're back here for a second year to continue this event on. I've just been noticing at least one car has been waved around here. So one car is going to get a couple of laps back. John Bowes, the driver. So who is that out on track? That's which team
Somebody
is that?
spun, apparently.
Oh, I'm seeing a lot of chaos on my timing screen. Yeah, that lots of chaos on my timing screen. Let's grab a RaceBot TV replay under caution. Not as dramatic as what we've seen in Ivor competitions in the past. Sometimes Ivor competitions, cars get buried under tire barriers somehow, but this is going to be on the run down the hill. Oh, and there you go. Oh, word!
Wow.
That Jetta almost went end over end, and it's not over. They're still making contact. Let's see if we can get an aerial look at this. Is this the crash that you were thinking about, Jonathan?
No, I think that they're saying there's another one in the second chicane right where Team Rick was.
All right, so we caught the tail end of it once again. Let's try and get that wonderful drone angle from behind. So this is the Team Oblivion racing car.
Well, this one's been through the wars. The 6 car has been in several collisions.
So this is the danger with safety cars. Just checking up. The 17 involved, the 12 involved, the 34 and the 13 touch after the fact. Lots of cars getting involved. Great drone shot brought to us by our partners at ATVO. So back to live pictures. Brian Barneveld has extracted himself from the confines of a safety car. $11 hours, 22 minutes to go. We've crossed another threshold. 43,094 pounds now raised. So about
405 more, Arjuna.
Exactly.
Just go for it.
405 and 48 pence. I'm doing the math and I'm watching that, Lorenzo.
Well, that's what you're making in this broadcast, so you can kind of donate towards charity already.
It's about 645 in US dollars, Arjuna, if you needed math on that one.
Okay, well now I've got to actually go and do the math, I guess. People in chat, I know you've been enjoying some of the most fantastic songs that we've been providing quality content for. We had Daniel's great rendition of Toxic, the duet for Sweet Caroline. We had that delightful interpretation of Africa. That was done by one of the team members.
Mm-hmm.
And we now get ready then for not a safety car restart this time around. Lights are still on the pace truck, or pace car in this case, getting too used to calling other races where the pace truck makes an appearance. In 20 minutes as well, just a reminder, we will be handing over to the next set of broadcast crew. David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder, who has been so kind as to join us for part of this stint. I guess he just woke up and had nothing better to do. That's what he was really doing up here in the booth with us.
That's pretty much accurate.
So Lorenzo is going to be accompanying David. David's very safe hands. Lorenzo's, as he was saying, not so safe hands. Hopefully you'll get that Pokemon rendition because we've got 400 pounds to go to
395.
That was just waiting because it had updated, and now I got to do the math in my head again. So that number continues to come down. We are going to have a single file restart this time around. And we've got another request, or rather another penalty request, it should be said, for Backstreet Boys. And this time, I think it's the Monkasteer Motorsports team.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion right now in the race chat. There's been, we had that big collision. There was a second collision in the second chicane. A lot of issues about the safety car, and the Team Rick, the fan favorite and maybe commentator favorite, has been very loud over the speakers saying that, hey, we need to be a bit more cautious, a bit more consistent going around the track.
Sounds familiar to Jonathan and myself from Ivor Competition. This is, of course, the Francisco Scaramuza car as well, so an iRacing staff member is part of this team as well.
We even have Gary Weaver in there. I just kind of saw him sneaking in.
Yep.
So we kind of have not just one iRacing, but we have one race spot individual there.
We mentioned that as well. If it is indeed the same Gary Weaver, I felt a bit insecure about that. So, lights on the pace car. What's our situation? Lights are off, so back to racing this time around.
I didn't know that was a thing.
What do you mean?
I didn't know the pace car turned off its pace lights, turned off the lights if you're going green.
Well, someone has not been doing enough oval racing.
No, that's literally in everything, even in F1. I'm pretty sure.
I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure they have that in supercars as well. I'm just saying. But never
Wait,
mind.
do supercars even have pace car?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is a glorious pace car as well, we must say.
I'm impressed.
V8 Supercars in general is a wonderful series to watch. We must also give a shout out to the V8 Supercars E-Series, which I believe is in its concluding stages right now. Joshua Rogers.
That's actually a very cool series to watch that they brought up over lockdown.
No, I'm not talking about the Lockdown series with the pros. I'm talking about the Sim Racer series that is in its second season this month.
Yep.
We go back to green flag racing, though. Cars can pass before they get to the start-finish line. And Ryan Barneveld leads BS competition back to the green flag. Lots of clean air for the young driver making his debut for the team to work with. And he's now going to set sail on the rest of his competitors. Can already see he's built up a nice healthy margin on the rest of the field. There you can see cars coming through. Still the last chicane. How old is Ryan Lorenzo? He seems like a young guy.
Beats me. I know. I think he's. I'm gonna say around the early mid-20s, if I recall correctly. Someone might know the information better than I do, but I was joking earlier during the first portion of this broadcast. Me and David, we were seeing that he was on BS competition. We know him from Manidi Racing. We kind of saw the post on Twitter. I immediately said that is a top 10 anime betrayal, because I kind of know him more from the Manidi side. It's kind of surprising move to see him joining the German side.
Well, let's talk about that move, man. I mean, slight contact being made there. That's the WTF1 car getting shoved through the corner. But, I mean, it's a big move, right? I mean, it's the same type of a move that we've just seen from Charlie Collins, who's gone from simrc.de over to VRS Coanda. You go from an organization that is very impressive. Like, I think both SimRC and Maniti are both very impressive teams that don't often get the recognition that they warrant and deserve. However, both of those drivers, in Collins and Barneveld's cases, have now left those, you know, size of organizations and have signed up with, in effectively, the biggest teams that they can. BS Competition, not necessarily the powerhouse that a Coanda is yet, but a lot of effort is behind this, a lot of money, as they're going 4 wide down the main straightaway. That is crazy on this restart, but I think it's a big move, and for someone like Ryan, an opportunity, Lorenzo, to step up and start staking a claim for World Championship competitions.
I think so. If we are looking on the possibility of, you know, coming back the World GT Championship, where we had, well, many teams driving for endurance events, 2, 3, 4 hour events. Is that 5 wide on the? I just saw it on our YouTube feed. 5 wide into the main straight.
Yes,
but it's a very good move for Ryan Barneveld. I know it's a big loss for Maniti. I really want to see how that will unfold for SEO.
Sorry, that's a crash, Lorenzo. That's the 11th place in GT4. Oh, and it's getting worse now. They're still wrecking. Oh, wow.
Someone's over.
Oh, wow.
I'm not going to say this team name live on air. I refuse, but what just happened there? I don't even understand. Take a look at this drone view. The number 8 car is going to look on the inside. Okay, now we're going to slow it down because things are going to kick off. He weaves a little bit. You see the TCR machine dive to the outside. Then he's going to switch back to the inside. Oh, no. The 39 collects. That's the Food Critics car. Collects the number 8. And that's going to set off a chain reaction, I'm pretty sure. Here you'll see the car slamming into the middle of the road. And that is Team Lonely that just got in contact there, isn't it? That's Team Lonely.
That was the 9. I'm unsure if that was another top-running Jetta that ran into him as well at the end there. But, oh boy, for the number 11 team in Ben Ireland, that was probably not the ride they needed nor wanted. Yeah,
look at them going 3 wide onto the entry in the chicane. And now you'll see the subsequent contact that makes that situation worse. The 8 actually does a full 360-degree roll. Somehow it ends up back on its wheels and able to continue. I have a feeling that Ben Ireland is going to make his way onto pit road, and indeed that's what he is doing. Spencer Vick follows him down. So, action on our restart then. Cars down onto the pit lane.
By the way, that was definitely not a PogChamp moment.
That was definitely not a PogChamp moment, but that is for sure. Back to this battle that we saw slightly earlier. We'll put it up on your screen. Lorenzo, I want to dive back into what we were just talking about, though, because this is something that really intrigues me. This topic of sim racing teams, how the driver wants to approach their, future as a driver, and how organizations are making their pitches to these teams. So, like we were just mentioning, both Ryan and Charlie leaving slightly smaller teams to join the bigger fold, but it opened the door for World Championship competition. It more regularly is going to put them in competitions where the level of competition is generally higher. And for someone like Ryan, young driver, lots of upside, it's now the opportunity for Ryan to take the bull by the horns and really drive his career forward and get up into those World Championship ranks.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of funny for Charlie's side. For Ryan, I think makes a whole lot of sense if they are really looking on that perspective of maybe the World GT Championship comes again, and there's always has been that question mark ever since 2018. So because that GT Championship kind of became the Porsche Esports Super Cup of sorts, because it is the GT of Championship of sorts. But now with this possibility of having to go ahead,
that is the Backmarker Racing orange car who is now turned around and facing the wrong direction, and he's now going to have to work this one out, or he's going to have to tow back to the pit lane. He waits for an opportunity to rejoin. Cars are still coming. He's going to have to back himself up. Michael Cochran not having a fun experience at this time. You'll finally manage to get it back in between a couple of the Jettas. Take a look at the RaceSpot TV replay. It's coming through turn number 4, and he loses it all by himself. Let's see if we can get an aerial look at this. But, I mean, Daniel, just talk to us about the mistake that we just saw.
Oh, should I have a look again? I've been watching my view. Oh yeah, it just took a bit of grass there, and as we've said earlier and countless times, that grass is just complete ice. There's not much you can do once you get on the grass other than keep that wheel straight and get off the throttle. Otherwise, it's gonna spin like that.
So, that battle has now been broken up, and taking a look through my timing screen, the closest gaps are actually now back in our, let's call it the LMP1 class to have some fun. The the Jetta class, not the GT class.
Almost LMP1.
Almost LMP1 in the immortal words of Fuga Simsport. But, Team Rick, VRE Motorsport, Doug Henson Racing. 3 cars, scrapping it out for 5th. Hugo Valentin in the middle, pokes his nose to the inside. Contact made with the Jimmy Broadbent car. Broadbent's car now stranded in the gravel trap. And, well, Hugo Valentin on the way without too much of an issue. Adam Hodgkinson not going to be very thrilled with that one. I mean, Jonathan, it was an optimistic move, but, again, always got to make the space, you know?
Yeah, and again, we talked about these chicanes are just not that big, and being optimistic, especially here on the restarts, like you gotta make your move and pick your battles. And unfortunately, this 10 car, it was running well. Now it's gonna be a little further down than they've wanted, because I think it was all the way up in 3rd at one point in this event. Now it looks like a bit of a draft. I don't know how well the drafts are in the Jettas, but you see the driver get a bit of a draft here, goes inside hard on the brakes, and just a light tap. And the 10 goes around.
Well, Hodgkinson was just saying something over the radio, so I don't know if he's too impressed. But at the same time, watching that angle, he did kind of cut down quite aggressively to the apex of the corner. See what race control says there. There has been a slight update, by the way, in race control. No longer is $5 sufficient to clear your penalty. Now, you got to donate $10. So, we've doubled that. That'll be a little bit more money into the pocket of Mind.
There's a bit of arguing going on between Matt Gallagher and Amir, which is Cyanide Plays Games, talking about who can pay for the donations. Matt saying that Cyanide, of course, can bribe, and then saying that he can afford £100 per penalty, and then Cyanide saying, Matt's the big F1 presenter now, not me. I'm just a streamer. Just a streamer, says the guy who was with Soviet Womble.
That's Gary Weaver getting in on the action as well in terms of the in-race chat. Some fun times being had by all. There is an air of competition around this event, but there's also a lot about just being out there, having fun.
I think I can get a saying upon this after you're done, Arjuna.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying this is a fun time.
I think they're just arguing to see who's the best YouTube racing channel.
Oh, that is a fun one. We are being told now that the 9 and Team Lonely has to apologize to Team Doug Henson. Wait, that can't be right there. If we
That was for an incident during
Team
the
Lonely.
caution.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so Team Lonely has to apologize to the Doug Henson Racing Jimmy Broadbent car, or donate double. I'm hoping that we get the apology from Taylor Adams, who's challenging this entire race by himself, doing a good job so far, almost 12 hours in. Still 11 hours to keep that car on the black stuff, so plenty of opportunities for things to go wrong. How did Team Wrong Car get their name? I do wonder that. The current leader in the Jetta class.
I couldn't get it right. I'm here all day, thank you.
They probably meant to go with a TCR and then selected that one, and then...
Well, I have to just assume that the team name is a pun on the fact that no one in their right mind actually wants to race the Jetta.
Yeah.
You just do it for a little bit of fun.
By the way, Chad, only 334 pounds left.
334 pounds and 11 pence to go. And Lorenzo has to sing the Pokemon theme song in Portuguese. I tell you what, let's do this in Portuguese. So 6 minutes until the end of another hour, and let's run you through the top 8 standings in your class once again. Let's start at the top of the standings with BS Competition. Ryan Barneveld leads by 2 laps right now from the RLR Abruzzi Esports for Charity team. That gap almost up to 4 seconds at one point in... 4 laps at one point in time. Alexander Voss for the 52 car coming down onto the pit lane to serenade us with a wonderful apology at one point in time. Akiva Motorsports in 3rd place. They're 5 laps down and being chased by WTF1 and the number 50. The boys are in 5th place in the number 44 machine. I have to imagine Lewis Hamilton actually probably says that pretty similarly. MRI Motorsports in 6th with Reaper Online Racing in the 404 cannot be found car in 7th place. Wraith Energy Sovereign Sport then 8 laps down, and they are also in 8th place. Let's move on over to the TCR machines, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing have secured the lead in this class for now, but Sunshine's Auto are putting a lot of pressure onto the 124. The rest of your field in another postcode. Keyboard Motorsports TCR 5 laps down, the HCon Racing team 6 laps down. The BMW M-Plower Audi is 6 laps down as well, as is Back Marker Racing Orange. We just saw them making that mistake about 10 minutes ago. The Team Hoising Welt Works car, they're 8 laps down. Very generous donation from them as well as part of this broadcast. And then Red Dragon Racing, the number 53, 10 laps down. I believe there is some singing going on, but we're going to continue on with our rundown very quickly. One more battle happening out front in the Jetta class. That's the Team Wrong Car versus Team Lonely and the solo effort from Taylor Adams. 3 laps back to the Radio Bacho GSR cars. 4 laps back to Fuga Simsport in the almost LMP1 Jetta. VRE Motorsport, Team Rick, and Doug Henson Racing all on that same 4 laps down. Team MSB by N Ring Info, 7 laps down from the Jetta race leader. And that's the trend of most of these battles. Big gaps up and down through the field. So just a few moments away then from handing over to the second, or rather the third of our commentary teams. We had the wonderful Connery Maddock and Justin Prince to open us off and kick off this broadcast. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. I've been joined by Jonathan Burke and Daniel Harris for the last 6 hours, and we're about to hand it over to David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. Lorenzo has been joining us as you see a GT4 car parked on the side of the road. Lorenzo has been joining us over the past few hours because he had nothing better to do other than come and hang out with us.
Yes.
So before we go, oh no, that's a, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, before we go, we have to take a look at this replay because I cannot get off the broadcast without slow-moing this in about 50 different angles. I know I actually have to be somewhere at the end of this, but we're gonna keep going and we're gonna watch this. That's the...
Well, there's a car around already.
Yes, that's the car that's already around. And now the cars that are about to go airborne. This is the 22 that's off the track. He's not the car that goes airborne, apparently. So I've managed to miss that. I'm not sure who
Was
that
another
was.
space mission?
Yeah, there was another space mission. Well, I tell you what, we're only 2 minutes away from the top of the hour and handing it over to the next set of broadcast colleagues, so we're not going to focus too much on that, and instead we're going to focus on saying goodbye. Daniel, let's start with you. Few words as we wrap up. It's been a fun 6 hours and a great way for us to give back to the community.
Yeah, it's been great fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed this past 6 hours. It's flown by, which means at least we're having fun. There is some singing going on.
Oh,
currently.
wait. Gentlemen, French national anthem being sang right now.
And we'll get the live radio coverage of that right now.
Entendez-vous dans nos campagnes mugir ces féroces soldats qui viennent jusque dans nos bras, égorger nos fils et nos compagnes. Aux armes, citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, qu'un sang impur abreuve nos sillons.
Absolutely outstanding.
So the wonderful dulcet tones there of Hugo Valentin to round off our second portion of the broadcast coverage here. Then, Jonathan, quick words from you before we wrap up. It's been fun and all for charity, and hopefully we get to do this again next year.
Yeah, donate and just have a good time. That's all this race is. Just having a good time, and you know, more money we give, the better cause and better help we get to other people.
So just a reminder for those of you who have just tuned in, this is the second annual race for mental health put on by Jimmy Broadbent and his entire community. 2020 has been such an awful year for so many people. People have lost family members, we've been separated from friends and family, and we've all had to adjust to a very different normal. Seeking help with mental health has always been difficult, and the current world climate has made it almost impossible for those in need. With that in mind, Jimmy has partnered up with the Mind organization once again, who work to help those who are the most vulnerable in this time. For more than 60 years, Mind has worked to improve the lives of all people with experience of mental health problems, and through public campaigns, government lobbying, and through regional services, millions of lives in the UK and Ireland have been helped. We are at £43,339. It has been an incredible 6 hours of donations. We have exceeded upwards of £13,000. So we're hoping to hit £60,000 before the end of the 23 hours. And with that said, we will hand you over to our broadcast colleagues. My name was Arjuna Kankipati, joined for this one by Jonathan Burke and Daniel Harris. TV cameras provided to us by Istvan Ballo and TrackCams 22. Additional car cameras provided by Tyler Maxson. Thank you for tuning in, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with continued coverage of Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health.
Well, thanks for sticking with us. Continued coverage here of Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health from Zolder. It's David Haynes here. Joining you now, Lorenzo Bonda, still sticking around with us. Lorenzo, you've been awake a little longer than me, watching this race a little longer than me. When I went to sleep, we had about £25,000 raised. It seems like while I was getting some rest, A lot of people very hard at work, continuing to enjoy themselves, have a little bit of banter, and raise some very, very important money, and they've done a great job of it too.
They've done a great job at it. And right now we are 43,360 pounds donated for the cause, and like I promised, there's still about 140 until it's to the Pokemon, and there's still a discussion of what will happen at the 50K if they reach 50K for Jimmy Broadbent. But it's been a very fantastic event on the last. The banter over here on the track has been quite funny to watch, but I'll say this much: it's probably one of the most enjoyable events I've ever taken part in sim racing, and of course this year as well.
Gives you the warm fuzzies too, knowing that if we are being a bit silly, it is for great reasons, great causes, and to help people in need, maybe hopefully make the world a little bit of a better place too. And if I'm honest with you, I was kind of hoping they'd reach that goal and you'd be singing before I had to join. But the things we do for great causes, for good reasons. Looking at the time of day as well, Lorenzo, it is very dark on track at Zolder. Has been for quite a while, and I think we are still many, many hours away from sunrise too. So,
yeah.
Wow, what about the time of day on this one?
At time of day, I think it's only going to get a little bit brighter, I think right around the 5-hour mark. So we still have roughly 3 more hours of darkness here on the Belgian track. Then it's probably going to get a little bit brighter. But it's been a very interesting night section, to be very honest. Normally we say the darker it gets, the duller it gets in terms of racing. I think it hasn't got dull one bit. The nature of this track kind of favors the RG bargies, the contacts, and a few cars being around. Like we're just seeing one car spun around at the second chicane, just coming back on track, nearly taking out the Alpine Geodesic Racing Black number 2 car on the overall standings. Actually, TCR standings, apologies.
Yeah, so a car that was leading at one point here. Sunshine Orders are going to grab that lead in TCR, but we're going to take a lookie exactly what happened at the far end of the circuit in the dark. This is through the Kleiner chicane there, and then you come over the crest, turning left and head into the next chicane, and that is where we're waiting to see precisely what happened for Mark Noski in the dark. Grizzle, whatever his name is. I think he just came in a little bit hot there, and then those curbs are a bit aggressive. You bounce across them, and that has spun him the wrong way around, did they? Okay, no, it was already 0-2 on the number panel there. That had already lost the lead. That's not how it happened, but that's not helped them in their little bit back and forth battle with Sunshine Auto. They might need to dig deeper into their wallets and find a good reason for a penalty for Sunshine Autos if they're going to get back towards the lead.
Yeah, just penalty for just existing. That would be an excuse for giving them a penalty. Of course, it's all for the fun in here, as we still have we're just gone after the 10-hour mark, so we're less than 11 hours to go. 10:54, 50 seconds left. So we're still having another issue in motorsport. You say that name, David.
Autosport Racing. The unknown house, is that what it is? So that BMW is looped around. Please keep 2 meters apart is not what happened. But I don't see if they did that themselves or they got helped around. Certainly if you wear out the rear tires on the BMW and you're bouncing across the curbs, you could lose the rear quite easily. Almost every single car we've got in this race, maybe this is a deliberate decision, is one with questionable suspension damping across these curbs. The Jetta, Pogo Bouncy. Some of the GT4 cars not so tunable in the suspension damping or spring rates, for example. And the TCR car also likes to wag the tail out a little bit, so I don't want to assign blame there.
Yeah, I really don't want to assign blame. I think that one of the race requirements you probably had during this race is at least spin once during this 23-hour event, so you have to spin at least once in any place off the track. That's the requirement for you to actually get the proper checker flag in this race.
Right, it's only sporting that you give it a try at some point in the 23 hours. Another bit of a wiggle, putting the power down towards the pit straight, so is track temperature relatively cool, 18.9 degrees Celsius. That's not going to be giving them any problems at night, but taps on the brakes. They're just trying to keep their car rolling around in class. And where are they in class? That is... I'll drop back a little bit from where I thought they were. What else is going on right now, Lorenzo, in terms of penalties, in terms of donations, in terms of general banter? Because we hear quite a lot of radio communications get queued between the drivers, between race control. And it can maybe go silent for a minute, and then we hope it to pick back up again.
Yeah, I've been looking. I think the last thing I saw was probably a talk between the race control and the number 9 Team Lonely car, but that was quite a ways back. They had to do either a sincere apology to the number 10, which is Jimmer's car, or donate $10, which is the double amount, for them to actually bribe the stewards and get away with it. By the way, I'm seeing, is that the Alpine Geodex that just cut the corner? No, that is the number 32, I think, cutting the corner on the last chicane. But it's so far no penalties, but from the nature of this race, we'll never know what's going to happen.
And knowing what we've seen for the many hours of this race so far, if I would be saving a little something in my back pocket for the final hour of the race, and that's where I'd make sure I got my money's worth out of trying to secure favourable outcomes. I think you could do something now, or you could wait a little later in the race.
Yeah.
See if that'll help you then.
Yeah, but actually, we got a battle over here, Mr. David Haynes, between WTF1 and Quiver Motorsports, as Jody Mills is doing his best to catch up to Lottie Coppola in the final chicane, as in the X chicane. There's another name for that chicane specifically, but I'm not going to say it's too complicated for me. But it's interesting, you know, we're just about 34 pounds of the 43.5 mark that I've been stipulating. But it's interesting, you know, I've been liking this race so far, and this battle, a really good one. Same kind of off cycle though, in terms of fuel.
It's closing up a bit at the moment though, isn't it? That's gone from about 1.5 seconds to about half a second. 2 Caymans in our GT4 class. WTF1 look like they are catching a little bit for a podium position. We know Matt Gallagher's been around, been rather vocal, not afraid to interfere in these as well. That was very aggressive on the way into Kleiner chicane as well. That closed them yet more time, but now they're going to catch them Jettas. So Lottie Coppola goes around the outside of one. Not quite going to get the next. Jody Mills wants to dive in there as well, scaring a bit of the traffic there.
For a little bit for a dive, scaring I think one of the Jettas. Now they got another Jetta right ahead of him. Really good livery, by the way, on that one they just overtook on the hairpin, by the way.
Put all their fantastic work in all these great liveries, and then the race, half of it, almost more than half of it, is in the dark. It's the speed difference between a Cayman and a Jetta on the way to Jackie Xbox, the final chicane. Lorenzo, what have you got to do?
So
Lorenzo might be just warming up his vocal cords.
Yeah.
Is that what it is at the moment?
I'm warming up my vocals. By the way, I was actually asking the boys before we began over here. We could do something to engage Mr. Jan Seyfar and Tobias Brockman whenever they take over in the next 6 hours. What do you think, David, before I actually decide which one I'm going to sing?
I've no idea.
Because here's the thing. We've been kind of scheming, let Tobias Brockman sing Kiss from a Rose.
Good song.
Good song, by the way. It was accepted by the chat.
Now you said it, it's going to be stuck in my head for the next couple hours.
See, I kind of planted the seed already. But I'll leave to chat. You guys have about 5 minutes to decide which Pokemon song I'll sing. And I'll put this on the chat as well.
there we go. So on the VCO Esports channel, I've got my eyes on our YouTube chat there. And we'll keep in mind what's going on there. Whoa, contact on our screen. Aquiver Motorsports gets rear-ended by WTF1. Talking about someone maybe opening up their wallet for a penalty. That might go and cause one. Let's look at it again. Have they just lost their braking marker in the dark, or did the car in front maybe brake check a little bit? Oh. Let's look. Well, that's a Punterino and a half there. Big contact,
That's a Punterino.
moving them right out of the way.
Somewhere Matt Gallagher would not be satisfied with this. Oh, we have a blown up engine in the meanwhile. I just looked at it right after the replay. Someone with the Jetta actually blew up its engine.
Well, it's all for reviewers to decide what they thought that contact was. Is this the Jetta that lost the motor? Moncastia Motorsports? Or is it something else?
Yeah, that's the car.
Yeah, Benjamin Morton driving at the moment. It's a car that's been very exciting all the race long. Have they fixed it, or are they still laying down a trail of smoke as they leave pit lane? It's a diesel. Maybe it's always laying down a trail of smoke. You just got to look how thick it is.
Yeah, you really don't want to be caught in the middle of a burning car.
Oh, there's some action in front. Right, here we go.
Ooh.
Good work. That's right on the racing line. Spread eagle.
Oh.
Right across.
Good reactions, though. You know, the first thing you really want to do whenever this kind of incident, we're looking again at the replay. Is that BS competition that took them out?
That's the race leading car that helps them around. That's big. That's big.
Oh, that's big.
Race leader BS competition, Ryan Barneveld, trying to get around the Jetta, gave them a bit of a tap. A little bit of a shopping centre car park fender bender there. So is that going to be a penalty heading for BS competition? Race Control and Matty Gallagher are having a bit of back and forth as well. I wonder how that one's going to end, knowing that the WTF1 car was also involved in a bit of contact not long ago.
I think Matt Gallagher is trying to use his influence to try to... He just laying down the law on Matt Gallagher. He's trying to use his influence to get away with the penalty.
You hate when the corruption is laid so bare of people with platforms trying to use their influence to get things to go their way, but it is all in good fun for a good cause here today. So interesting to see some interestingly well-known sim racing and other motorsport personalities having a little bit of an interesting conversation there. And here's the Garage 69 car. We saw them get spun around. Gotten back going again, and Team MSB by N-Ring Info close to them as the race goes on as well. So, to my mind, it looks like you can damage the motor in the Jetta, but almost everything else is pretty bulletproof. I think you can get hit on the rear bumper a couple times, and it won't ruin your day.
No, it won't ruin your day. It won't be as bad as you think it is. But one of the things I saw in the Jetta, it's got a little bit of a tank. We barely see this, but it drives like a TCR of sorts. It can take some bruises and punches. So I never driven the Jetta. I never had the, can I say this, the pleasure of driving the Jetta? I don't know if it is a pleasure. Have you ever driven the Jetta?
I had to buy it for a different endurance race that I then didn't end up actually racing in. So I have it. I've done about 10 laps in it, and the fuel tank goes forever. The thing pogos through every single corner. You can't adjust anything in the setup, and the front tires become molten lava. Have I nailed everything?
That is a good analogy. I never driven the Jetta, but molten lava, I think that is a really good tire analogy. I like it.
But I'm serious, you can get the front tires to like 250 degrees Celsius and like 300 PSI or something. It's insane. Speaking of Jettas, that's a bit side by side there. Radio back at GSR and Team Rick. This is into the little chicane there. Team Rick's the one with the hazard chevrons on the back, I think. So I think they might have just gained a position there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they got a position up in Team Rick, and now Keenan Kusen just trying to drive himself away, and even Keenan actually gave it a little bit of a sing. We're going to look on the replay on the Klein chicane as they go right by side into the turn. And there will be a nice incline from Keenan, but the car just gets a little bit wobbly on the entrance. Luckily, he had kind of avoided cutting the track.
Oh, is it going back and forth? Oh, yeah, no, just a little bit more traffic for Team Rick and Canadian Keenan Kusen. Into third for him and his Volkswagen. Have they decided on your fate, Lorenzo?
People want me to do the opening. People want me to do the medley. They have until 10:30, and 10 hours and 30 minutes left until the race for them to decide them. Then I'll kind of close the bets and decide what's going to be doing over here on the broadcast in terms of singing the Pokemon opening of the Poke Rap.
Fantastic. Good to know. So watching Team Rick, Keenan Kusen, and we've mentioned some other drivers in that one. Someone else is off though. Team Oblivion Racing. You can see the pogo body roll yaw in that car, and it is going nowhere. Is the engine done in that thing? There they are, pulling to the side of the road, parking it up. We're gonna have to spool up the replay machine for Team Oblivion Racing, I'm sure, because they've put that thing on the tow hook. Significant damage. Hard to tell in the dark, but I think they've hit the wall and the engine is gone for that thing. So we have found the replay. They're racing Commentator, but there goes a TCR car. That's not involved. What is the problem? Oh,
it looks like a hardware failure.
Yeah, that's not normal. Okay.
That's unusual.
So maybe engine failure on the downshifts, too aggressive on the downshifts maybe? And it's an interesting gearbox. It's an interesting gearbox. In this car. There they are. Coming down towards the corner.
By the way, Hugo said that it blew up on the corner.
We very well heard it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to look on the dash there to see what, gears were in, what the downshifts were doing, but at some point, going into the corner there, the TDI has gone Auf Wiedersehen, I think. It's a German engine. That's probably what it says.
Yeah.
So is there a penalty coming through here? I'm trying to keep my eyes across chat. In race. We had that contact from WTF1, and that was one that we thought was going to maybe lead towards a penalty. See some other little bits of contact. Plenty back and forth between race control and some of the drivers as well. So a thankless task, race control, but doing such a great job of extracting money out of our teams and drivers.
Yeah, now they're talking about getting punted for charity. Well, if this actually happens, there will be a little bit of a trend starting in this race, and I really don't know how race control actually will make with this specifically. But let me just say one thing. Jimmy just came on race control and let all drivers know we've raised over 101,000 pounds in these two charity events. So thank you everybody for donating. If you guys want to keep donating for a great cause, just the link is in the description. You guys can keep donating. Also on the YouTube chat there is a donate market. Actually, you guys can type it on chat and the donation link will appear. Also, there's a few incentives for this event for if you guys keep donating. Really good to see. But anyway, thanks everybody for donating so far.
As you can plainly see, and Hugo's pointed out, we've got the QR code on screen as well. I think I've scanned more QR codes this year than I ever had before in my life. I've got that on speed dial on my phone for scanning QR codes. That might be just an Australian dining thing this year, but
Actually,
nonetheless.
I'll correct you. I got that on Outback this week.
What?
Yeah, Outback now, their menu is on a QR code. You scan the QR code now, their menu is full. You scan the QR code, it's online now.
Outback Steakhouse in Brazil?
There is Outback Steakhouse in Brazil, yes. Yes.
Wow.
We're that advanced.
Well, with how many Brazilians I've met in Australia, it's not surprising that some of them go home, and it's not surprising that some of them still... But Brazilian people know much better steak than that. That confuses me. I'm learning things.
I know. That confuses me as well.
You do that.
It's because here's the thing. I love... It's been a trend recently because we're working from home. I've been ordering more than usual, at least twice a month. Outback, and I've been getting their lunch, which is a cheaper price, and I've been getting the trumba pasta, which is kind of like a fettuccine pasta with a little bit of shrimp and their sauce, which is kind of really good, you know, and a few mushrooms. Really tasty food. I haven't eaten their steak.
That's not the line through the chicane there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Chicane was that? Oh, everyone's taking the Rally Cross line. Everyone's taking the Rally Cross line through Villeneuve chicane. That's popular. Okay, so Outback Steakhouse in Brazil is a lot like Outback Steakhouse in the US, where everything has just weird names and weird sauces. And do they in maybe at least in times go by, did they serve drinks on boomerangs?
No, they do not serve drinks on boomerangs. They actually have a appetizer option, which is kind of like 5 entrees in a boomerang. No.
Oh dear. That's something. That's something.
That's Outback for you. How has been your day, David? Because normally you broadcast on Saturdays, and today kind of been your off day. I know you have the 24-hour Esports event later today for you, actually. So, how has been your day so far?
I woke up, I boiled some eggs, I made a coffee, I turned on my computer, and here. So that's been
very good.
There are worse days, you know. When I'm doing the good stuff today. So and yeah, I think Neo/24-hour series is almost always, I think, been on Sunday. The Sports Car Open, I think, has moved from Sundays to Saturdays. Maybe with the current championship, I don't know. But it feels like I do a lot on Sunday. Normally.
We can agree on that. It's because, here's the thing, it's a little bit of a funky time zone. I'm just 12 hours behind you.
I was thinking about that. I was doing the calculation, Brazil to Australia, and I think there are times of the year, or whatever, where it's exactly 12 hours. It's exactly 12 hours apart between us.
The majority, like for the majority of the year, we don't have daylight savings. Our president took away the daylight savings. Now, in the majority of the country, I think it's only a few parts in the east, in the west coast, not the west coast, but the west side of Brazil, it will be 12 hours. Directly 12 hours. And I can't tell you this much. It is accurate. I actually made the calculations, time zone calculations.
So we saw this BS competition car. You're leading GT4. Give a little love tap to Jetta not long ago. Haven't seen anything transpire that. Maybe Garage 69 don't have the funds to send a penalty back their way. I'm not sure what's going on there for Ryan Barneveld, as he goes and scares another Jetta. So now this BMW's been quite the menace to our poor innocent Volkswagen Jetta TDIs out there.
Yeah, it's because it's not the easiest car to drive, and also not the most aerodynamic in comparison to the TCR and the GT4. So
It's a little bit of a boat. You have to carry it with a little bit of fluidness and niceness so you don't oversee the car. Because that car, even though it is a front-wheel drive of sorts, it can play for tricks.
So on your screen, the money raised so far keeps ticking up. As I'm talking, it ticks up once again. A beautiful little graphic down the bottom now, £44,136. You can see how much that absolutely blows out of the water. The initial goal of £10,000. I don't think that number is done yet. It keeps chugging along throughout the race here. We had big bursts of activity and some great donations from some other people like Choni Kanan and some others who've escaped my memory, and Lorenzo might recall.
Baldwin.
Yep. I feel like we're going to have... I feel like, it's chugging along now, but the last couple hours of the race, I think things are going to go off the rails once again. So that's one to look forward to, I think. So I cross my fingers, the great work done so far, that's not where it ends, that there is more to come, and everyone involved can be so proud. They've done money and awareness for a great cause. What about in this little Volkswagen battle here? Fuga SimSport, almost LMP1. It's a diesel. It's a Volkswagen. It's a Volkswagen Group product, so that's almost an LMP1. And a Radio Baco GSR. Is that by some of the... That is by some of the German sim racing guys. Okay, Joe Pruletsky.
Yeah.
Remember?
It's basically the John Bacio's team. Jim's friend, also Twitch streamer from Radio Bacio, and you can see a very... I'm trying to find the right word in here, David. What can we make of this livery?
I've not had a good look at it, so maybe we'll have to find it in a good light, and we can all be art critics for it now.
It's basically a mixture of the Hatsune Miku and with Radio Bacio engraved instead of Hatsune Miku, and a few images of Jimmer on the back bumper.
That's not so bad. Everyone loves a good Smile Racing livery, and if you don't, you're cold and heartless inside. Oh, I thought they were going for pit lane for a second. They just... No, maybe just a little deep into the corner, maybe a little deep into Jackie Itzbach, the final chicane of the lap. They were, I swear it looked like they were closing fourth in class, but that's probably not helped them. Not helped them a great deal just there. You got about 40 seconds, Lorenzo. Hope you're warming up your vocal cords, if you've got the lyrics handy, or if you know them off the top of your head. Probably do.
I'll get them ready. It's going to be the opening from what it looks like.
The original theme, like the I will travel across the land searching far and wide one. That's classic. That is a tune. That is a ripper. That is a banger of a theme tune, opening series. Do I count you in?
Yeah, we kind of decided we're probably going to have somewhere in 2021 the Race Spot 2021 annual karaoke contest. Apparently Daniel Harris wants to do it. Jonathan Burke as well. We're just going the 10-hour and halfway mark, and it has been decided it will be the original Pokemon opening as Radio Bacio once again. I'm just looking at it. Decides to take the rally cross route in the Villeneuve chicane. And now there's nice. There is a penalty now applied to the 151 car. They have to come down into pit lane and tell 3 things you like about Zolder or a $10 donation.
I'll tell you 3 things I like about Zolder for free. All the corners are fun to pronounce. I love saying Bocht. The little chicane has fantastic curbs that everyone just yeets and bounces across. And number 3, it's near a great river canal thing.
I'll admit, there's Zolder is not my favorite track. I really don't know how to drive around Zolder. We're getting something out of the 151. Oh, that is weak. Did
we get that radio on the broadcast?
I hope so, but that was you can do better than your handover.
The three things that the drivers of the 151 like about Zolder are, in order, turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3. Are race control really going to let them get away with something that lazy? I've gone and looked it up. The name of the canal is Albert Canal. So, yeah, outside of about turns 3 and 4, part of the racetrack runs alongside beautiful Albert Canal. Trying to what it connects, maybe Maastricht and Genk to towards Antwerp, and big port in Antwerp. I know that they transship stuff from big ships onto smaller canal things and such. So yep, that's some fun facts about Albert Canal alongside.
Did you pull that from Wikipedia?
No, I pulled up the race circuit guide, and that has got that's got a map on it.
Oh, fair. You mean the iRacing one?
No, I went to racingcircuits.info.
Oh. Okay.
Pulled up Zolder. Anyway, stop delaying, Lorenzo. Pokemon theme song. You know, you're going to be a Pokemon master.
I am. I'm already better than Ash Ketchum, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing his newest hit single, please welcome to the show, all the way from the beautiful, exotic lands of Brazil, Lorenzo Bonda.
Thank you. So here we go. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. It's Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. So you're all my best friend. Out in the world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. You teach me and I'll teach you, Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all, gotta catch 'em, Pokemon. And the rest just goes on.
I really wanted to join you with the second bits, you know, the heart's so true, our courage will pull us through, but I'm critically aware, Lorenzo, that there's like 450 milliseconds of latency between me and you. I think cumulatively we're like half a second out of phase, so I couldn't do it, but thank you. Well done, Lorenzo.
Yeah, thank
that
you.
That one's going to go to the top of the charts.
Yeah, I wouldn't select myself for the voice team, though. And I certainly know Hugo wouldn't select me either. Then I kind of feel bad for Hugo, I think, right now.
The man suffers through a lot, and that includes suffering fools like us. Online.
In the meanwhile, we're
looking at MRI Motorsports on the wall, pretty big.
Where is that? I can hear more crashes in the middle of the field as well.
So we've got Jimmy J. Myers.
By the way, TK
that's around the far side of.
car.
Okay, cool. We'll check in with that one in a bit. Is it a little bit wide? Outside tires on the grass, into the wall. And does anyone else get tangled in that? You said you heard more Armco crunching sounds. Maybe that was them trying to spin it around. They had more problems on the MRI Motorsports car. Yeah, so it's slippery dirt out there. Oh, here comes some more cars. So you can see that the Cayman gave a little bit more room than the Jetta and the TCR there. Hoistingfeld Works. That's one of the TCRs, memory serves. And is this the outlap for Tony Kanaan? Or we just cut to live? I think we just cut to live with your countryman, TK.
Yeah, TK, finally a Brazilian in this race. And also he has a little bit of a challenge for those who are not aware. He's trying to get into 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. I think he's right about 600 or something away from it. He was at 700 last time I checked.
If he gets to 5K, he will donate $1,000. He already donated 2,000 pounds into this race. I said on the first part of the broadcast, he deserves a special award, but I can go even deeper than that. And he's even driving with my friend Enzo Fazzi, which was just on the car, handing the car over to Tony Kanaan. I'll be very honest. Tony, in the last few months, have done so much for Brazilian sim racing that I am very honest. I'm appreciative of what he's been doing for the iRacing crew now that he's an iRacing employee of sorts.
And of course, I remember several times earlier in this broadcast, and I'm sure he continues talking about it, Jimmy Broadbent was saying, you know, not everyone is in a fantastic position to give a lot of money to this cause. In fact, he's aware, we're all aware, a lot of people aren't. A lot of people are doing it tough, and he says, you know, you can support us as TK takes the rallycross line once again, but front wheel drive, he'll power on out of that one, no dramas. You know, the people who can give are doing a fantastic job of giving. If you can't, there's still things you can do. Share the broadcast, as the Jetta makes a bit more of a meal of front wheel drive power slide. You can share this broadcast. You can, you know, do other things, tweet about it. But I think the big thing you can do, costs you nothing right now, is go subscribe to Tony Kanaan on YouTube, and then he'll put his money where his mouth is, with great support for this event and for this cause. So lots of things you can do if you haven't got fat stacks sitting in your wallet, or you're not in a position to give much or a lot or anything. You can still be a part. You can still make a great impact.
Yeah, you can still make a whole lot of impact. And again, this is all for charity, all for a good cause. And there's a lot of incentives in this race. In this race specifically, you can click on the donation link. It will take you to a Just Giving donation page, and there will be a whole lot of things. You can actually take a look at it. But of course, donate because you really want to help out people with mental problems, and of course during this 2020, I think it has been hard on a whole lot of people with this COVID situation, lockdown, and certainly affected a whole lot of people, including myself at some points.
So started with pretty cold tires on the TCR. I think might take a couple laps in the dark to warm them up. Was that Tony Kanaan's problem? Through turn one here a lap ago, he gives a lot more space, a lot more respect to all of the curbs this time around, as he just continues to try to warm that car up. Has TK actually done many TCR races? Of course, he's very famous for his time in IndyCar and other open wheelers. But no, not a TCR guy. What about what are the Brazilian Touring Car Championships? Has he done any of that?
No, he hasn't. I think he only done what they call the $1 million race here in Brazil, which is the million Brazilian real race. He only done that once, and that was in 2017 or 2000. I don't remember fully. I think Hugo might know better than I do, but from what I know, traction control, the TCR cars, steering car races, front wheel drive, I never seen him do one lap.
Well, if he does decide that's something he wants to do in future, when he's not racing ovals in Jimmy Johnson's car. That was exciting news recently, I guess. He'll have some practice on the sim if he decides that's what he wants to do. Is he what with a house in Florida these days?
Yes,
as well.
Yeah, I know right now he's in Florida. He has a house in Brazil as well, I think somewhere in São Paulo. But right now, because of IMSA and specifically India as well, he's in the United States.
Yeah, right now, a great time to have a US base if that's where you're doing a lot of your racing. Maybe we'll give another 20 minutes before we do a top 8 rundown, but keep an eye on everything that's happening. Any I don't think we've had any penalty news since we saw the 151 come in and serve their penalty and have to tell Race Control 3 things they like about Zolder. We haven't seen much other penalty news or heard any singing across all the radio channels that I'm tuned into. But here is your Team Roncar Jetta leader. British. Britain Gordy much. Keenan Kusin, what has he gone and done?
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look over here. Nearly
very Canadian. He comes across the radio to say sorry. That is full Canadian spec.
That was on Jackie Xbox from what it looks like. But Keenan Kusin, another streamer, YouTube, Twitch streamer, kind of known for his antics on ovals instead of
Mr. Aero HD.
Yeah, Aero HD. More known for his ovals antics than road antics, but a cool guy nevertheless to drive with him. I drove with him against him once in one of these Week 13 events. I think it was the one he won. I'm trying to remember the event specifically. It's the one hosted by Jack Styles and Riz Gardner that I always forget the name.
Do you mean Mr. Sperry?
Max Pence. Max Perry, yeah. The Max Pence event. I drove in, I think, the Virginia event.
Okay, see, since I won the first one, I haven't showed up to any others, so I've just got my spot on the trophy as the inaugural Son of Banter, and then I haven't been bothered to join any of the other events because I just know that I won't be able to hit those same highs ever again.
Yeah,
I've gone out on top.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Once you win, I think, is there any need for you to be a Son of Banter again?
No, I got the WinRAR trophy. I put that on my shelf. I don't need another one. I don't need it to keep company. One is enough. So we had a look at our Jetta leader. We've got to look at our TCR leader now, Sunshine Autos. And remember, it's been a bit close at the top of TCR, going back and forth between Sunshine Autos and it's just called the geodesic car, isn't it? A lot of the cars have funny names. I think the competing car is just Alpine Styles Geodesic Racing. Carlos Villa, I think, has taken that car in the last couple of laps as well. It was Quirk in it not long ago, wasn't it?
It was right before Villa actually took over the car. It was Mark Noske, and we
that's
kind of
right. I did say it.
Yeah, and we saw Noske taking a few off-road lines as he just done the Villeneuve chicane going into the back straight and back part of the track. Now we're taking a quick look here at the Sunshine Autos, the TCR leader in Riley Downey, famous also for his Twitch antics and other streamer. Rydog.
This is Riley Downey is Rydog, right?
Yeah, Rydog, yeah. I nearly say Rydog, but it's Rydwalk or something like that. I know it's Rydwalk. But let me just tell you, another good livery on that car. Nice livery, even though I barely see it on the dart, but I can say there is a little bit of a pink and purple livery with the Sunshine Auto logo.
Oh, it's
in the middle of it.
They run this one in a bunch of fun events, meme events, whatever. It's a tribute, and I think partially inspired by some of the Grand Theft Auto liveries and stuff. So a little bit tongue-in-cheek to bring to a sim racing event.
We even have talking about GTA. We even have a GTA-based team in here in Pro Labs. It took me a while to figure that was actually a brand from GTA San Andreas.
Okay, we also had a pit stop as we're looking for GT4 cars. It's BMW M. No, that's a TCR car. BMW M Flower. That's the joke, is that it's the BMW livery on the TCR car. The BS competition car did make a pit stop, and it was Barneveld, I think, and now it's Robert Hager driving the leading car. 36 seconds. What kind of service do you get done in 36 seconds on a GT4? Is that, do you change tyres in that time? Do they change that quickly? I thought they were the 5-stud.
You can do it at the same time.
GT4
you can do it at the same time you're fueling. So
They
they're
fueled that quickly, I guess.
yeah, the fuel. I think that was a quick fueling in my opinion because the tires you can do at the same time. You don't lose a whole lot of time with the service alone. Oh, I heard a car maybe going off. I just heard like a crash sound right in the back end.
And that looks like one, doesn't it? Coyote Racing, Joel Schmidt, the BMW off track with a couple witness marks on the car, and that's the final corner. Maybe was it another tangle near pit end? You can see there's a bunch of traffic in front of them. GT4 BMW uses the turbocharged straight six to put some power down, get up to speed, but then what happens? What do they do? What happens in front of them? Bit of a check-up, huge check-up with the Cayman GT4 that they then really knock out of sorts.
That's
a bit of a
motor.
check-up behind one of the Jettas, and Coyote Racing just weren't expecting it.
Yeah, that's something called a motor. And I think Sab Kunze is a little bit scared as well.
Trying to get their lap back from the 7th place car. They loop them around, get in front. Coyote Racing. It's a concertina effect, isn't it? You know, one car brakes, the next car has to brake harder, the car behind that has to brake even harder to avoid the collision, and they didn't avoid the collision in that case.
No, it's
Enzo Fuzzy joins our chat, having been in that Hoisingfeld Works car. So hello, Enzo. But he's probably saying hello to you if you're best buddies.
Yeah, he's saying to everybody, I think. But the one thing that Enzo needs to take a look is the possibility of his buddy giving his car a penalty somewhere during the race. Just letting you know.
The number 81. Whomst is that? That
Number
is
80.
Coyote Racing, right? Of course. Yep, of course. I've been looking in too many places at the same time. They have a penalty, and they're going to have to come into pit lane right now. Tell race control why the Peugeot 504 is the greatest car of all time. Well, that's an 80s, 90s economical-ish French executive saloon
stop.
car.
Wait, what's it?
Let me look if it is a car, which I think it is.
Peugeot 504. Porsches are rubbish. Peugeots are great. British. So the Peugeot 504, it has got 4 wheels, which is insane. A spare wheel, and at least 2 wheels. What else do you know about the Peugeot 504? That it's a Peugeot, and it has an engine, which is quite impressive. Hey Joel, how many cup holders does it have? At least 2. Well, my feelings are personally damaged by how little you know about what is factually the greatest car ever built. But I suppose that'll do. You're welcome to leave the pit lane. Please stop crashing into people. I will do that.
Oh, I feel bad for that 81 car. And now,
So I've gone and looked it up here though. The Peugeot 504 is a mid-size front-engine rear-wheel drive automobile manufactured and marketed by Peugeot from 1968 to 1983 across a single generation. So a lot of model years for that Peugeot 504. Poor Joel Schmidt didn't know that. I didn't until I googled it. But if I'm honest with you, Peugeots didn't sell that well in Australia.
I never saw the car before ever in my whole... I lie, I've saw once in Brazil, a 504. They're kind of rare, they're not popular in here. And talking about the Coyote Racing, that number 81 car, now we can actually have our attention for a second and I'm gonna hope that Gary Weaver bins that car, something happens to him. So we can say something about our race spot commentators driving cars.
Heap some on our friends, but it's good to get the radio communications there at that penalty. Hear the back and forth between our driver and the Coyote car here, and race control. And another penalty comes through. It's for the 32. They're going to have to tell race control their least favourite thing about Zolder. We'll make a £10 donation, and you can see the total continues to update. tick along with great gusto and zest along the bottom. It's Mountain Trout Racing Concerns. And that is Porsche Cayman GT4 already down 16th in class. Someone else is around on the live pictures as well at one of the chicanes. Pick up some of the action, but that was a penalty in the future. Oh, Rough and Ready Racing, that's who it was, having some adventures.
On the last chicane, we're going to take a look over here on the replay as Anthony Lex is on that car. As he goes just overshooting himself in the brake, nearly gets, I think, one of the TCRs in the entry of the Jackie Xbox, and spins around a full 180 in the entry.
If you hear a sound of a party popper in the background, it's me celebrating. We've just crossed £45,000. Definitely going to call that one out at every thousand as it continues to increment and tick along during this 23-hour race from Zolder. Is there braking markers at the final corner? Because everyone seems to be messing it up. So many cars just coming in a little bit too hot. What's going on at the final corner?
Here's the thing. There is brake markers, but you know where those braking markers are?
Far side of the fence in the dark. I don't know.
Yeah, you can barely see it. You kind of, I only know where the braking marker is in that turn specifically, because the 100 braking mark, it's right before the chicane, last chicane. So whenever you reach the bridge, you know right before it, the big board, you know the 100 braking marker is there, so you have to brake it. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it fully.
See if we can stay on board here as Mountain Trout Racing Concerns going to lose one position there to a car in class. Here they are heading towards the final corner. There's a 100 braking marker. Is that good enough? They're going to lose out to a dive bomb of the year from the TCR. My goodness.
That's what I think it. I think someone got a let the BMW driver. Oh, there is a car on the wall on the Clyde chicane. I just looked at it. Just want to take a look. Which car is it? Is it Jetta? That's the Valhalla Sim Sport PLM Royal and Spencer Vick.
Nose first into the tyre barrier. I don't know if they lost their engine there, but they seem to be going on track at the moment. And they got... Oh, no, whoa. They were trying to get offline for the TCR car. The TCR was trying to go offline to pass them, and they've just been whooped. Turned around straight into the barrier. See if we get a different angle of that one. But I think the Jetta tries to get out of the way of the TCR car by going in. Oh, they both make the same move at the same time.
Yeah, big confusion in traffic. And that's Riley Downey, by the way. Oh my god.
Glad we're watching that replay, not playing the radio communications through, because that was some unbroadcastable language just then from our race hosts, as we heard the least favorite thing about Zolder from the number 32 car.
It's like I know we are at that hour of the race. I know the kids already gone to sleep, David, and we can kind of raise up the rating, viewer rating of instead of 12-year-old to 13-year-old rating. But that was a bit extreme.
So it was. We continue looking at your leading TCR, Sunshine Autos. You remember it was Riley Downey, Rydog. R to the D, no one fresh like he. But now it's Matthew Warner driving the Sunshine Autos car. Is that going to let Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing get a little bit closer? Maybe, but I might be seeing, is there a lap between them, or is it just because the overall leader is between them? What's the gap between first and second in TCR?
Looking, oh sorry, I've been talking with the microphone muted. But from what it looks like, there is a I was about to say 40, nearly 45 seconds in between Maxime Warner and Carlos Villa.
That it is. So my timing screen is being deceiving, saying they're on a different lap, only because in that 45 seconds is where the leading GT4 BS competition car is right now. So yeah, still all to play for there amongst those TCR guys, and of course you look a little bit further back to Keyboard Motorsport TCR, BMW M Plower. I love their livery. It's never not funny putting those BMW colours on different cars. I've seen them on the Pro Trucks. I've seen them on Audis. Good livery. Of course, your other class leaders on the graphic up top. Team Ron Car leading Jetta. BS competition, of course, leading GT4, as we mentioned. Here's M Plower. Every now and again you get a great look. Otherwise, it just looks like a set of Audi headlights. But trust us, there's a BMW livery on that Audi for the shenanigans.
Now, which isn't... We've seen so many different liveries on so many of these, sometimes meme races. I'll say that isn't the most criminal livery I've seen in a car. Oh, there's this car spun around at the Villeneuve chicane. From what it looks like, was looking at Keenan Goose, and I think that is a TCR spun around on the chicane. Yes, it is one of the TCRs, number 62 from what it looks like.
Grid Talk Racing Team. Lorenzo Best. Cayman GT4. Keep looking. What has happened on this one, Lorenzo? You had your eyes on it. TCR goes around in front of them. They follow in sympathy. Everyone trying to break on the grass there. We've seen that doesn't work. Plenty of people have done it all race long. Maybe they just got tricked because the TCR in front was doing it. TCR can pull themselves out of the slide with front wheel drive Cayman. No such luck. Have to, well, in my parlance, in my language, the song of my people, he has to chuck a Yui.
Yeah, Paul actually stole my line earlier in this race, versus lava people. So you really don't want to be braking with your at least one tire in the lava. I think we have another issue in the chicane with the right energy sovereign Sim Sport getting caught with a Jetta.
Jetta gives them a tap. Jetta also hits the wall, so they tried to go around the outside of the Jetta, got run out of space a little bit there from the BMW. And that is on the way towards the Villeneuve chicane, I think. From up high, chopper in the sky. This is what it looked like. BMW around the outside, just little tap, but at a very critical point as you're trying to brake and then turn into the corner. BMW actually got away with it better than the Jetta, which hit the wall. So tough bit of contact there. No new penalties come through in the last minute or so, but when we do get one and radio communication comes through, we'll see if we can pull up that feature again. 10 hours to go in Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health. The second, 23 hours of Zolder. £45,251 raised right now for Mind Charity for Mental Health at the moment. Let's take the opportunity right now at the top of the hour to take a look at the top 8 in all classes. 4 classes, of course, being GT4 cars, TCR cars, and beautiful, beautiful Volkswagen Jettas. So leading GT4 by a margin that keeps extending every time we look. Let's see if that doesn't change later on. BS Competition are leading 3 laps ahead of RLR Abruzzi. Esports for Charity finishing the podium as they stand at the moment with a long way to go. Aquiva Motorsports. WTF1, they had a bit of a penalty coming their way, I think. Bit of contact between them and Aquiva, but Aquiva are well ahead at the moment. In 5th, it is the boys. 7 laps down there. And then MRI Motorsports, Reaper Online Racing in the 404 car. Red and black Cayman. That one you can actually spot in the dark pretty well. And Wraith Energy Sovereign Sport, we had our eyes on them. They are in 8th at the moment. TCR is with Lorenzo Bonda.
So TCR class, we have the Sunshine Autos in P1, but still possibly the possibility of a penalty looming large for Riley Downey. Alpine Geodesic Racing Black is in P2, 40 seconds behind. Then we got like 5 seconds up to the leading Keyboard Motorsport, TCR, the BMW M Plower in P4. Backmarker Racing Honor is in 5th. Is that team H-Con Racing Team in P6. Hoistingfeld Works in P7. And then running out of the top 8 is Red Dragon Racing for the TCR class.
Volkswagen Jetta little cup cars. Oh, the side-by-side there. Not for quite the lead, though. It's Team Wrong Car, your leaders. I'll try and put someone else a lap down. Team Lonely are still on the lead lap, but a minute 39 behind the lead there in the number 9. Team Rick in 3rd, far ahead of VRE Motorsport 099. Confusingly is the 27 car for some reason, but there's a couple more like that. So you see some 4 wide in the background. Radio Baco GSR in 5th. Doug Henson Racing Red in 6th. That is your host car, Mr. Jimmy B, has been driving that one in the number 10. And Fugas Simsport almost LMP1 in 7th. Garage 69 in 8th. Don't have the number 69 because that belongs to Team Wrong Car, your leader. There's only one, and you can't share that number around.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, I'm looking at this probably short-lived battle between the BMW M Power, as we're looking right now on screen with Jack Kulikowski trying to go for moves on the Keyboard Motorsport TCR driven by Tyler Clark. There's only that Porsche that is standing right behind. There's a little bit of a send on a Jetta that is to a car, I think, but they're still close to one another in the back stretch of the track.
Yeah, that they are. A lot of traffic around in this little battle, but it is closing. The M-Plower forcing onwards. Bit of traffic. Big concertina into the braking zone. Absolutely erases the lead. M-Plower take the racing line. But now what are they going to do about this GT4 coming? 2 wide, soon to be 3 wide. Now they're catching a Jetta at the same time. This doesn't end well. The BMW GT4 has to lift out of it. So do M-Plower. As Keyboard try to dive down the inside of the Jetta, but are not successful. And now it looks good for M-Plower that they set up the exit. Good speed. Battle for 3rd place in TCR at the moment. A lot of traffic around though, as I mentioned, and they are the middle child, the TCR cars. They are catching Jettas while they're being caught by GT4 side by side into turn 1. Inside then becomes the outside for the long right-hander, and M-Plower actually just going to let the GT4 car mix in there. Now the Jetta though, a lot of traffic for these guys as we look here. This is where the congestion is at Zolder. Just 4 kilometers of lap around here. Not a big lap, and that might have been one of the reasons it was chosen for this this race.
Yeah, we're still looking. There's the P4 in the GT4 class right behind them. In a Quiver Motorsport and Andrea Martins inside that car, but now they're getting close to one another again in the Villeneuve chicane. Let's see if Kulikowski go for that move. He looks for it. No room whatsoever. He's going to have to tuck behind for the remainder of the lap, all the way down to the hairpin.
Let's see, more Jettas for them to pass. Another GT4 lining up behind them. It's been like that all lap. In fact, almost for like a lap and a half now in this TCR battle. Big wiggle from the Jetta in the back of the picture. Waiting through the Jackie Xbox. Of course, 2 variants that you can use of that final chicane. We're using the Titan or Grand Prix one. You can use the alternate. That's called the alternate layout, isn't it? Where you get to straight line it a little bit.
Yeah, and that I driven, I think, was F3 on that layout. I'll tell you this much: going on the right hand corner of that chicane, I don't call that a chicane. Basically, it's a wide open chicane. But still, that right-hand side, the car can bottom out so easily if you just go a little bit more to the right in between the grass and the track itself. I think there's a little bit of a bump, and makes the car bounce so hard that if you get on the reaccelerator right after that, the car just spins. It's automatically. It's kind of like sending yourself to hyperspace without even engaging the hyperspace driver.
Huge accident. Who is in that one? That's Grid Talk Racing Team. And they hit someone. Let's take a look quickly at the replay here. Big contact with the TCR car. Here is Grid Talk. Around the outside they go. Oh, maybe squeezed them down a little bit. There's contact, both of them into the wall, both of them pirouetting simultaneously. And Yuri Stoop, I don't know, is he going to be happy with that one? I think the GT4 car maybe just pinched a little bit on the exit, and that caused contact between TCR and the GT4. While I'm talking about that, we've just another party popper crossed £46,000. So someone's come in with either a bunch of donations or a large donation recently, because that one zipped up a couple £100 while I was looking at other things.
Yeah, just taking a look over the last donation. John McDonald hitting with the 1,000 Canadian dollar. Is that CAS, Canadian dollars?
Just Canadian dollars is CAD, so
CA dollar is it doesn't tell me. But from what it looks like, it is Canadian dollar.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyway,
normally known as CAD, but that is a Old McDonald had a farm, but he also had a fantastic donation to this event. Thank you. Canadian dollars worth a little bit less than British pounds, but still 1,000 of them. It's done very, very well to raise that total past the next £1,000 marker. Also seen a recent pit stop for the 4th place GT4, Aquiva Motorsports, and then the traffic they were stuck in means it looks like WTF1 have jumped them. For 3rd place in GT4, and then 3rd place in TCR, still going off, but I think BMW and Plower were catching for this battle. Looks like they may have made the pass in this battle. Someone goes for pit lane.
Yeah, Skulikowski.
Oh, and someone's around.
Who spun around?
Not seeing things. Nope, someone's back there in a TCR.
Oops. Zornhau Racing, Peter. All right. Let's take a look on the replay over here on the number 62 car. On Peter Kerdukes as he goes into the right-hand side. He clips the sand, and I know grass is lava and grass is ice whenever you take in the curves and basically takes the grip out of the car, but that's him.
A bit of a lazy little loop, wasn't it? But just waited for the other cars to come through, picked it back up again, dusted themselves off. Probably did need to dust themselves off after going through the gravel, and kept on going.
And just a quick update, Tony Kanon's page just needs about 130 more subscribers to get that 5K and the $1,000 donation.
I'm ready, I've got the voice. Okay, here we go. Attention all epic gamers. Tony Kanon needs your subscribers so he can donate £1,000 to Mind Charity. But hurry. I don't know, how does the meme normally go?
That was a good one. I could do that in Portuguese, but people are already doing that on Tony Kanon's Twitch stream for me. So my work has been cut out in Portuguese.
Fair enough, fair enough. If you're watching all out there and you're not subscribed to Tony Kanon yet, I'm sure he's got great content. Seems like a great guy, but it's for a fantastic cause today. Let's get on that. Let's
he has a
keep the
really
train
good
going.
podcast, by the way.
He does? Yeah, is it in Portuguese or English?
It's
Or both?
it's kind of a little bit of both. It depends on the interviewee he's actually getting. The last one in his channel was Danica Patrick. I know he's on Twitch. He just had a conversation with Helio Castro Neves, and that was full on Portuguese. So he's a very good guy, and in terms of interviewing, asking great questions. Also, the knowledge he has on racing is just extensive.
I might have to look up that one with Danica Patrick, because both of them were, of course, very active in IndyCar around about the same times, from mid 2000s, early 2010s, and then the last 5 years or so. So I'm sure they had a lot of shared stories about those times in IndyCar, about the state of the competition then. So I'm sure that'd be an interesting one.
If I recall correctly, the year that Danica, her only win on IndyCar was the same year. I might be wrong about that. No, I think when Tony's win was in 2014. He won IndyCar, I think, in 2001. I'm just going to fact check that. But have you seen, by the way, talking about Tony, have you seen the community is just amazing. His Twitch, his Wikipedia page had a little bit of information earlier today. I really want to see if it is still in there. I put over here on the chat, on our broadcast chat. Let me just take a quick look at it. We'll bring that information in a little bit.
I hope this is some fantastic insights that got added to his Wikipedia article, not some senseless vandalism. But we're going to learn. We're going to learn shortly.
It's
great to have him involved.
Very fun one.
Okay. This is the GT4 leader on screen at the moment. BS competition. Robert Hager driving at the moment, and they have a very handy lead. They've been penalised a couple times, just from people trying to make sure they don't get too far ahead. They're doing a great job.
Now, unfortunately, it has been taken out. The post done by the community. He won in 2004, by the way, in IndyCar. He won Indy 500, if I recall correctly, on 2014. I just have to take a quick look upon that and confirm, by the way. 2013, I was really close, I knew this much. But what was added to his Wikipedia page was, a lesser known fact about Tony Kanaan is that in 2007, he was disqualified for every single motorsport championship after the first round, was still able to win all the titles. No, he didn't win any titles. It was a good addition nevertheless. Oh, yeah, there are some other additions they've done in the community, in the chat. Also in the Jimmy Broadbent stream, those Chuck Norris facts about Tony Kanaan. Really fun ones.
I liked my Hugo Lewis facts earlier, right at the start of the broadcast. They were, race spot director Hugo Lewis could create world peace, but chooses not to. Hugo Lewis bought all of the Brazilian stock of PS5s because he doesn't want kids to enjoy Christmas.
That is a good one. I can definitely say first one would be more of a realistic option than number two. Sorry, Hugo, he's gonna come down from Rio de Janeiro to beat me in the head upon that, but he would do it just for the sake of broadcasting. Content, by the way.
One thing that's been interesting to watch throughout this race is how far up the order your TCR leader continues to climb. Now 6th overall for the TCR leader. On your screen right here, Sunshine Autos, not far behind the BS competition car. Actually, as it happened that they were. A lot of GT4 cars that have now fallen behind this TCR. And as I look, best lap time from GT4 is that I can see recently, a 1 minute 36 and a 1 minute 39 from Sunshine Autos. So you're really only looking at about 3 seconds a lap difference between GT4 and TCR. And with some of the fantastic, entertaining driving standards we've seen, wouldn't be hard to be, well, there'd be some great TCR drivers very much able to match the lap times of some of the GT4 grid. Riley Rydog, I got it right. Join
There
us.
you go.
Says their goal
Nice.
is 5th overall, so you only got to get one more spot there, pal, and they are 2 laps behind the boys, number 44 GT4 car.
By the way,
So,
Riley, you know
achievable.
what you can do, right?
He knows what must be done.
He knows what must be done. You know, that $100 donation for you to get that drive-through or black flag to the boys in Benjamin Fetter, and you probably get one more spot. So you can play the dirty tricks over here, and I think we are about 60 subs away, 50 now from reaching 5,000 on Tony Kanon and getting that juicy $1,000.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to that one. Now you mention it, I'm just gonna open up another tab across here, shoot across a look at Tony Kanon. But only after we have a look what's going on for mountain trout racing concerns. They've got a lot of concerns. Not many mountain trout in Albert Canal alongside this track, I wouldn't think. But what have they gone and done in the dark? The rear just steps out in the middle of the corner. They loop it around. That's a mid-engine car, you can tell.
That's a full-on mid-engine car. That Porsche 911 just staying right at the middle of the track. Luckily for him, it didn't blow up. And now we have him again on the freight, but it's one of those tricky corners you really don't want to get yourself into that turn number. I would say turn number 4 for me, because it is turn number 4, which is Lucien Bianchi box. That runoff area you have, that curve you have on the exit of the descent, is so tight that even if you actually touch the curb, you're still not safe. You might have to do a little bit of lifting in between so you can get the proper exit. So, especially with a worn out tire, so I'm not fully surprised in that first spot around.
All that time, and I've still not been able to find Tony Kanan's YouTube channel to drop a subscribe. You might have to send me a link.
No.
Yeah, I need you to
I'll
send me a
you the
link.
I'll send you the link. There you go.
All I was able to find is Danica Patrick interviewing Tony Kanaan, not the other way around. But here you go, fired up the thing. He's on 4.96k subscribers. Let me make that one more. We're so close.
Come on, do it, chat.
It's just youtube.com/Tony Kanaan. He's gone and managed to grab exactly the right URL, so that's really the first place I should have looked.
See? And I love this banter on our race chat over here between Posse and Right Dog. That Riley is complaining about the setup not being made for the nightstand. He's blaming that the setup is not making them faster.
Is there anything you can do for setup on the Jetta except for tire pressures and fuel?
But they're not in the Jettas, they're in the TCRs.
Oh, right, they are in TCR, that's right. Yeah, sorry. I've just been really thinking about the Jetta. Yeah, TCR, okay, yeah.
You love the
TCR is a
Jetta.
lot more setup. There's a lot more setup.
You can admit, you low-key love the Jetta. Still 9 hours and 40 minutes left into this race. We've just gone 2 hours and 20 here in the broadcast. I've been here a little bit longer, David, but it has gone very fast. I barely noticed we have just gone 2 hours in our broadcast, unfortunately.
We've only done an hour 20, haven't we? Am I missing something?
It has to be at least 1 hour and 20 or an hour and 40.
Yeah, okay, we're going to talk about
crazy.
Talk about the top of the talking about the top of the hour, and we'll see when the next one rolls around. If we're talking about battles, you know, in overall position between GT4s and TCRs, then Coyote Racing have maybe managed to catch Struggles Racing. really, we shouldn't be comparing GT4 to TCR, but you know, some of the TCRs that are having a clean race are definitely ahead of GT4s having scruffy ones. So they're not that far apart in performance, especially with the chaos and entertainment that has been this particular event, and of course, not to mention all of the traffic as well.
Yeah, all the traffic making a little bit of a confusion as Gary Weaver just making our commentators over here, me and David, happy that he didn't bin the car while making the overtake. Really good livery, by the way, as well, in that number 81 car. They're pulling out the subs with the liveries, by the way. And now opening up a gap, but still 2 laps behind Phil Baldwin's car in the Doug Henson white number 21 TCR.
No way, they built a Peugeot 504 Ute. Wow.
Is that, wait, through the link?
Sorry?
I want to see it. I want to see that. Can I see
I've been reading a
aberration?
Wikipedia article for the Peugeot 504, and all of the different weird versions. People made campers, people made hearses, people made no, one of them was a Pope-mobile. They made a Pope-mobile, as well as utes, sedans, wagons. Oh, a convertible. Wow. Maybe whoever was on about the Peugeot 504 before was actually on something.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm ever called down for a penalty and have to talk about good things about the Peugeot 504, you know I'm going straight to talk about the 4-wheel drive Ute.
I'm out of words, to be very honest. You can say the car is versatile?
Yep, you could say that. You could say ready for all tasks.
Oh, by the way, 5K. We reached 5K at Tony Cannon's channel. So, Tony, trying to bring out
Cough
the
up, matey.
Cough up the money, mate.
Jimmy Broadbent is on his case, letting him know, saying, hey, I've just checked the stats. Put your money where your mouth is. Mr. Tony Kanaan, IndyCar legend, Tony Kanaan, promised us a £1,000 donation if he reached 5,000 YouTube subscribers. And that has just happened. I was one of them. Thank you to everyone else who has piled on the pressure there as well. He's in the car. He's in the Hoisingfeld Works car right now. Maybe that'll delay it, unless someone else has got his credit card.
Yeah, I'm watching his Twitch chat right now, going a little bit crazy, and he's trying to explain that he's trying to say things, but I think he's on the wrong broadcast. He's trying to transmit the teams. He's saying something to do with teams specifically, and Hugo's asking, can he do it from the phone while driving? Hugo, here's the thing, you can do it, I think so, but the problem is, while you're driving a Simucube wheel and a Bodnar, I think he has a Bodnar nowadays, do you really want to risk yourself driving with one hand and making the donation with the other one?
Well, you said, okay. You're IndyCar champion, you're Indy 500 winner. You're trying to tell me he can't make a £1,000 donation from his phone while he's doing a sim race? You're trying to tell me he can't do that? He's not good enough?
No, I'm not saying he's not good enough.
And if I'm Sunshine Autos, if I'm, Riley Rydog and his teammates, I was saying, go on, text and drive, so long as you're in second and not catching us.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm not saying he's not capable. I'm not saying he's not capable. I'm looking at chat real quick over here. Let me just mute it real quickly. But the problem is that it's a direct drive, and imagine if you click, you just go pay attention to one way, and you actually just hit the wall with the direct drive. It's not the best feeling.
We're looking at replay here. TD Boys Racing, Ben Ireland in a BMW M4 GT4, catching some Jettas, including Fuga, and they just understeer wide into the Jetta, who left them a lane, and that is hard into the wall there. I don't think you can blame anyone but our 17th placed GT4, and then they've buried themselves in... No, they did manage to find reverse gear. For a moment, I thought they were buried in the tyre barrier. Sometimes that can happen. You're not able to find enough traction in reverse gear to get yourself out. See if that one's a penalty. Really should be. They passed one Jetta, got to the second one, and then I think just locked up the front tyres, just started understeering wide into an innocent little Volkswagen.
Yeah, and again, another
question
between multi-class. Go ahead.
If a £1,000 donation from Tony Kanaan means we get another safety car. I thought he donated of his own will earlier to cause a safety car, and that wasn't necessarily a condition of this upcoming donation. It was just, hey, I'll donate if, we reach those 5,000 YouTube subscribers. But, maybe Race Control will get their wires crossed, see £1,000 and bring out the safety car. Wouldn't be a bad thing at the moment, because everyone losing their minds, including our third place TCR. Let's look at what happened to Keyboard Warriors and Tyler Clark. I swear his name's actually Tyler Clark, not Tyler Clare, but I could be making things up for the number 1 car. Club New England driver. What have they done? Everyone's favourite chicane. They've gone a bit trampolining there. They didn't wear the right socks and have not stuck the landing. Not a lot of damage done though, thankfully, it does seem. Maybe my resident Brazilian co-commentator Lorenzo Bonder is keeping an eye on what on earth Tony Kanaan is doing, because that's the excitement right now. He's past the 5,000 YouTube subscribers, where he said he would make another sizable donation to this great cause, to this race. Let's see what Tony Kanaan is up to. Lorenzo, do you have any news about the man of the moment?
The man of the moment is still within his car. I told Enzo on one of the Discord channels, Discord broadcast, Discord servers. I'm actually with them. Tell him to press the F10 button, and and get him to do that. In the meanwhile, we got a penalty going over here to the number 8 car. That is the Tidy Boys Racing in Ben Ireland, to stop in the pits and sing Oscar Rockabye Baby on voice chat, or a $10 donation. But that donation is coming soon, by the way. And and another thing over here, to be very honest.
YouTube Brazilians are up a little bit late. If someone starts singing a lullaby on voice chat, are you gonna be able to keep your head off the pillow?
It's all right. It's 12:36 a.m. here in Brazil right now, so there's a slight chance. So
Hugo sent me a picture of what energy drink he's sipping. You mentioned earlier what you had in your fridge, had at your desk. So I trust you guys to stick with us for the next couple hours of the broadcast segment.
I'm not going anywhere. Oh, bribery has been done to avoid the rockabye. Wow.
So, $10 donation goes through, clears the race control penalty for Ben Island. You know what? That's not such a bad result though, is it? You can see an increase there in the donation total. 10 of that belonging to, well, a bit of a penalty.
Yeah, and we're getting closer to that 50,000 mark. Now we still don't know what Jimmy will do for 50,000. People said dye his hair blue.
Oh, they said mint green, I believe.
Anyway, just dyeing the hair. People said dye blue, dye mint green. A good portion said, all right, here we go. Tony's saying so.
Tony Kanaan and Jimmy Broadbent on voice chat together at the moment.
I'll be donating my 1,000K as soon as I stop sucking here. But thank you, man. Great cause. Really glad to be part of it. Thanks for everything.
It's our pleasure, man. Thanks for coming along and being part of the event. Long way to go yet, though. You might not be saying thank you in 9 hours.
Yeah,
And we had
so
radio
we-
communications between Tony Kanaan and event organizer Jimmy Broadbent. Tony Kanaan thanking everyone, subscribing to his YouTube channel, saying that when he's done with this stint, he's going to make that donation. And of course, Jimmy Broadbent, very thankful, as we all are, to have Tony Kanaan racing with us, and also beyond thankful, blown away with the amount that he has just personally, out of his own pocket, thrown to raising money for this great cause. So that was a heartwarming little message, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is. It shows just how... Sorry, I was just hearing Jimmy saying about corruption in the race control. Oh.
Wait, what kind of corruption were they just discussing there? Tony Kanaan says, you name the price, Jimmy, and I'll think about it.
I'm
Are
gonna
they
reverse this.
Oh, how hard are they get? Oh, what is Tony Kanaan planning? What is Jimmy Broadbent going to allow if it means a great donation to the charity of his choosing for this great event? That's one to look forward to. That could get spicy at the end of this race if Tony Kanaan still feels very generous in opening up his wallet, and of course doing a great job inspiring other people who are able to donate to the fantastic cause. And of course, there's ways you can find that link. The QR code has been on your screen non-stop all broadcast long. If that's burned into your computer monitor or your TV, we make no apologies.
Yeah, by the way, David, I'm gonna have to let you carry this broadcast for about 45 seconds so I can actually listen what Tony was saying because there is something about penalties.
Well, we take that opportunity to rewind, unpack exactly what has happened. I think it's time to take a RaceSpot TV fan immersion right on board for a lap or two, and why not the man of the moment, Tony Kanaan. So here we are on board with the Hoisink Weltworks TCR do Brasil. Tony Kanaan driving at the moment. Great job that he has done. IndyCar legend Tony Kanaan. A couple laps on board with him as he continues to pilot the Hoising Developed Works car in this event. We'll see how long that stint goes for him before he has to get out and maybe open another page on the checkbook. Fantastic to have him part of this event. I'm sure it lifts everyone else's spirits as well. Here from Racespot, we're broadcasting on VCO Esports YouTube. It's David Haynes here, Lorenzo Bondo with me, the infatigable Hugo Lewis producing our coverage as well. Appreciate them. Appreciate having you with us as well. Let us know who you're cheering for, your favourite drivers, your favourite teams, your thoughts. We're keeping our eyes on the YouTube chat here on VCO Esports. There is 9 hours, 20 minutes still to go in this wacky but fantastic 23-hour race from Zolder, raising money for fantastic cause, mental health and mind charity in the UK. Lorenzo, any news in the couple minutes there where we were taking a little commentary break, riding on board with Tony Kanaan?
My friend is Enzo just saying a message over me right here, and he read that on Twitch stream for Tony. But here's the thing: we haven't got a whole lot of things from the race control side, just a few cars here and there. I heard a car touching another, something like a crash in between, right before we got back to the broadcast. But actually, I got some information from Ryan Barnabell about the movement. He sent me,
of course, driver of our leading GT4.
Yeah, leading driver of the GT4 class, right now taking a little bit of a break. He said that the reason is that the opportunities at BS were too big for him to ignore. Of course, he still has a lot of friends in Maniti. It's still our friends. There's no blood between them, and they have been open about their intentions. So he tried to delay, but the opportunity was just for him too big for him to ignore, and especially with a team that has German backing, you know, the Beauty Suit Bank. So a big backing, especially for him to be able to, you know, be in events like the Sim Racing Expo next year. Really good for him to see. And
their bank, I thought it was like a PR agency.
I said it's PR agency bank or something like that. It's okay. Germany. Well, you know,
it's a German business of some kind.
It's a German business, and he's saying, unfortunately, the competition isn't too great for them, but they're in for the fun. They're enjoying it quite a lot, and he shows the nature of the race. You know, you can be as OP as you can possibly be, but what matters at the end of the day is just having fun and raise, again, money for a very charitable cause in the mind charity.
Warwick Rodeo was cancelled this year, but that doesn't matter for Robert Hager as he goes across the Clinus chicane. Full bucking Bronco spec. You have to try to keep a hold of that one. That's what everyone's been doing lap after lap through there. That's why I've seen some issues. But Robert Hager, no problems. The lead for this car now 7 minutes. It just keeps extending. They are eating time away from their competitors of RLR, Abruzzi Esports and WTF1, who are the podium at the moment in GT4 class, with a long, long way to go. Long way to go still. Anything can happen. Yeah. Anything will happen.
Now I'm curious about something, you know. I've just read something on Jimmy's broadcast that is quite interesting as a penalty for the future. If WTF1 wins, I've been jokingly saying this with Arjuna, Daniel Harris, and Jonathan Burke. There is a little bit of a battle between YouTube channels and Twitch channels, more specifically these YouTube ones with Tynad, like you play games, and WTF1 and Jimmer. Is there anything in between these three channels? They're like making an inside bet. Who wins or who's the big loser will get a punishment. They have to do it on broadcast or anything like that. I'm interested. If anybody from WTF1 or Jimmer's broadcast or even Cyanide is watching us, please just let us know. We'll appreciate it.
Love a bit of friendly competition. So we'll see what goes on there. Definitely there's been a bit of back and forth across the radio between Jimmy Broadbent and Matt Gallagher from WTF1. Most of it friendly, very, very, very sporting, but every now and again, a little bit of ribbing, a little bit of bit of a barb between competitors. Close on track for these TCR competitors, Red Dragon Racing and VRE Motorsports. We're going to see a bit of action on track, a bit of removes made potentially. So 1.5 seconds apart. Let's, in the absence of anything else, keep our eyes on this, see which direction the gap between these two Audis goes. Well, it's come down a bit then. And I'm sad to report that Sunshine Autos in the overall standings have just gone back a position from 6th to 7th overall. So Rydog's goal of 5th overall has just gotten maybe a little further out of reach as MRI Motorsports have picked themselves up and moved up the order a little bit. So there's a couple things going on there, including this between Red Dragon and VRE. But also Sunshine Autos can be a bit disappointed to have lost out an overall position. Riding on board, I have to think with VRE right now, and the car up the road would be Red Dragon.
Yeah, it would be Red Dragon right ahead of him, and I'm just trying to take a quick look. It's the same cycle of pit stops, 19 laps for each one. We know the TCRs basically can run for a full day. Of course, that jokes aside, they can run basically 90 minutes of fuel and still be efficient. The problem is not the fuel, is actually the tires itself, and Zolder is one of these hard braking tracks and traction changes with the high downforce that it kind of wastes a little bit of the rubber. You have to maintain it properly so you don't get away, especially with these bumps. So really good battle between Seb Kunza and Matt Tadworth right here as they're going to go into the Villeneuve Street.
Of course, there are a couple of sections around here. Whoa, that's not how you do it. That's in way too hot. Is that a slowdown penalty if you cut that much? Must be, surely. There's too much advantage from cutting that much in the chicane. But yeah, this is one of those sectors that really wears out the tyres. You know, you've got the first sector and you've got that sector. Lorenzo Bonda with penalty news.
Penalty news, and this is what is exciting. People and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get a YMCA over here on the comms.
Was that for the number 5 car, BMW M-Plow? They're on the lane right now. Let's see if we can cue the radio.
Turn it up, Hugo. Turn it up.
Just park it at the beginning.
No worries. Fire away.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're new in the town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. And I'm out of money.
This is satisfactory. You may leave the pits.
So penalty just there on the number 5, Lars Villa singing the YMCA, and I have to say that wasn't the worst rendition I've ever heard, especially given the voice chat quality across iRacing sometimes. It's definitely not studio production specification, but nonetheless, not a bad rendition. Great to have him.
Great to have him. I've been joking this ever since I've been into the podcast. I'll probably slot Lars Villa into my Dark Horse team on The Voice if I was a judge.
Yes, do that. We'll start, deciding who's going to have who on their team, and then we'll also put them on. I'm a celebrity, get me out of Zolder, and what else? What else are we going to have?
My
spinning
ex
with the stars.
Yes, and my ex. There's my in the island with my ex-girlfriend or my ex-boyfriend. You're basically driving with your ex-favorite track in here.
Okay.
It's a bad one, I know. The creative team.
We had like X on the beach or whatever the show was
Yeah,
It's called. I don't watch a whole lot of reality TV. I'm too busy watching. Sim racing, talking about sim racing, and eating pies.
What was the latest pie you ate, by the way?
Oh man, I'm glad you asked, because I went to like a bulk discount clearance store yesterday, and they had these like catering packs of like 50 sausage rolls on special. So it was like $10 for like 50 sausage rolls, and they also had like some weird like clearance stock. Like they had like Shell service station branded chicken pies for sale.
Really?
Like the kind of stock that they make to sell in the service station, but for whatever reason, it was like close to expiry date, or they made too many of them or something, so they were like for sale in bulk at the store, and I bought some of them, chicken and leek pies, all kinds of other fantastic frozen and tinned clearance items. So that's gonna be my future for the next like week, 2 weeks, is just gonna be eating all these sausage rolls and chicken pies.
So basically, in a nutshell, if for example Australia gets into a lockdown and everything just closes, you're basically set for a whole week of food, and nobody can actually come closer. You're set for the future in a nutshell.
Right, we've got 2 freezers in the house, and both of them are full, because this is important news as well. They also had some ice creams on sale. Again, these like bulk catering commercial pack things. So normally you'd buy the like Magnum ice creams in like a pack of 4, but they had packs of 20 for like also $10. So instead of paying like $8 for a pack of 4, you pay like $10 for a pack of 20.
That's a massive saving. Like we barely get that in these kind of stores in Brazil, unless you go for these retailer shops that kind of sell to retailers for them to sell in their stores and things like that. But for that amount of price, that is a steal.
It's great. I'm so excited. Like, you can hear in my voice how much it means to me, these sausage rolls and pies and ice cream. Like you could hear in Jimmy Broadbent's voice before how much it means to him to have Tony Kanaan here and donating to the cause. But back to the track action, because it's gotten hot between Red Dragon and VRE once again. Back riding on board the Audi TCR battle. This is the final chicane, which has caught a lot of people out. Some nasty curbs. Really send these cars spinning sometimes. Is Sebastian Kuntz going to be able to close up Matt Edwards?
No, it does have the overlap on turn number 1. I think he's just following him suit. I don't know how much fuel saving can you actually do on Zolder. It's not a fast track, but there's good portions where you keep your foot down. But the thing is, you don't have those long straights where you normally have in other tracks. You can only kind of manage that with the traffic alone. So, is it the traffic that is not allowing Seb Kunze to come closer, or he's trying to be more conservative than usual?
I mean, I'm not sure. There's not really many really long straights around here, and then there's a lot of flowing corners. So yeah, that's one of the reasons, like we were talking about earlier, why it's so hard on the tyres. And then also difficult to pass in traffic. So back and forth between this driver we're riding on board with and race control event organizer Jimmy Broadbent. Were they, did you catch any of it?
No, I was trying to catch, but it was kind of hard to hear what they were saying. I think they were talking about.
Was there
I didn't say penalties. It wasn't penalty related. I think it was traffic related, to be more honest. And I saw Seb Kunze's car just getting a little bit loose in the entry of the Villeneuve chicane, just catching the back end of it on the very start, but lost some time in the process. Right now, gap is around 0.7 of a second between the German driver and the British driver, and one of the Jettas nearly standing right behind Seb Kunze on the last chicane. I think that was the prolapse. Oh, never mind. It was one of the BMWs in turn 10 going into the pits.
There's always a bit of conflict there with the pit entry and the pit exit here. It's, they've reprofiled the pit exit, and it's still got a little bit of conflict, and the pit entry, of course. It reminds me a lot of Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, Montreal,
Yeah, I was gonna mention that.
where you carry so much more speed if you're going for pit entry than if you're taking the normal racing line, and sometimes someone, a little confusing.
It's a little bit confusing because you really don't know what's the intention of the driver. But the problem is that in the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, you barely have any room for you to slow down. You kind of have to slow down into the corner entry, right? So in here, what can happen is that you can go a little bit more deeper and start braking whenever the pit entry starts. So you're kind of a little bit safe. In the Canadian track, no, there's a good chance you might brake just at the corner start and possibly endanger yourself in a battle. But it all comes down to the ability of the driver of braking the car and trying to get it safely. That's
Well, of course, traffic I don't think has helped this battle here. It gets a bit closer. It just keeps coming and going. As you said, same pit cycle strategy between them as well. So not a lot to separate them. All right, let's have a look.
That's the Jetta leader and the number.
That's your Jetta leader, the number 69. Have a penalty, and the verbiage is number 69. Please verbally apologise to the number 32, or donate $10. Pretty much from the UK, Jetta GT5 driver. He's got a... Racing drivers don't much like apologising, do they? So, let's see which one they go with.
Yeah, of course, if you have to donate, you have to donate the double to avoid a black flag, which is a $10 donation. Bribe the admins, the race control. And it's pretty much what you said. The one thing drivers don't want to be is apologetic, because we as drivers, we are never in the wrong. It's always the other driver. Oh, he made the mistake. I didn't. I wasn't my line.
More than football, more than other sports, it's a sport with some ego, isn't it?
Yeah,
So-
it's kind of like, you did it. No, you did it. I didn't do it. You did it. You absolutely did it, you dirty old thing.
Bunch of maniacs out there. Everyone's an unsafe driver except for me. That's the attitude. That's the attitude. So, did you hear? Obviously, if they were going to do the apology.
Best one, I think the best one was from PS Competition. Who was it? I think that was Rainer Talvar. Let me just take a quick look who drove the car. It was
Rainer
either
Talvar drove
Talvar.
at one point.
Yeah, it was either Mario Zug or Rainer Talvar. It was Alex Voss. He had an incident with I think one of the TCRs, and the race control told him to come down into pit lane. And they came down to pit lane as we got another penalty in the number 84. That is the Quiver
Motorsports. Yeah, they've got a penalty now in the number 84, and the penalty is they are going to have to pit and sing "Stayin' Alive" by the Bee Gees from Brisbane, Australia. There we go, snuck that one in, real smooth. Or make that donation. So I wonder what Andre Martins is going to do. But if we see him on pit lane, it would be time to cue the radio comms. He's not there yet. I don't know what action they're going to do, but keep an eye on the 84. Remember, they were battling for third place. If I was them, I'd reach into my wallet rather than take that penalty right now.
Yeah, because if you go into the pit lane, there's a good chance you're going to lose right about a minute. And in a short
huge accident.
like this,
Doug Henson racing white. Bouncing around in... wow. Wow. That was a huge accident. Of course, we're going to get a replay. I saw at least two cars involved. So Doug Henson racing white. Number 21 goes down the inside of a Jetta. The Jetta tags them into a spin. They spin across the track. Get yeeted is the only word I can say from that GT4. Phil Baldwin has gone for a nasty ride. Has he left the circuit or just ended on his roof? That is Olympic levels of flips, tucks, and pipes. And Phil Baldwin has ended up on his roof, needed the tow hook. So, wow, I think he just got a little bit of a tag from this Jetta.
Yeah,
sorry, apologies. I'm choked out over here. But the Jetta, I think I wouldn't say this to blame, but it's a little bit of a tricky situation during the night portion. But that TCR just decided to get sent into Mars. I think the United States government just started a little bit earlier their Mars program. You can see another car spinning around. That's the Red Dragon Racing, spun around at the hairpin. I think losing all by himself under the braking zone. We're going to look now on the replay.
Edwards. Arriving on scene. Whoa.
It was.
Didn't know which way the car was flipping and tumbling.
At least it was a good reaction from Matt Edwards to avoid that crash. But that's a murder.
So what did that do in the TCR class then for Dragon? Trying to take a look down. Yeah, I mean, let VRE get quite a long way away. BMW M-Power just taking a position from HCon Racing Team as well, who I think might have just gone into the pits or had a problem.
Oh, Tony Kanan's car had an issue on the Klein chicane.
What has happened for the otherwise very entertaining Tony Kanaan? Bit of a problem then, you say? Let's have a look at the race spot replay. Oh, it was already facing the wrong way at that point. A little bit earlier than that. We'll see.
Yeah, we're now looking at the replay.
Behind Porsche GT4. Whoa, cars were already off, and that was clever just to avoid the GT4. Is that? Oh no, they were just parked there. I thought maybe they got beached on it. So Mountain Trout Racing concerns have been all over the action, but that time I think they just got rear-ended by Jetta. Another came and has hit them. Oh, was that WTF1 or the fourth place car?
It looked like
a Quiver. Could have been a Quiver that also hit them.
But anyway,
yeah, there was quite a lot of action, kerfuffle, dare I say. The little chicane there. Tony Kanaan also just having to take a spin.
All right, here we go. We're going to get now from the number 97 car. They're on the pit lane, staying alive. As they serve, they drive, they stop and go. Just waiting for
I'm going to absolutely butcher this because I can't remember the song. But whether you're a brother or whether you're a mother, you're staying alive, staying alive. Feel the city breaking and everybody shaking, and we're staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive, staying alive.
Satisfactory, you may go.
Thank you.
Jimmy Broadbent not entirely pleased with that rendition, but nonetheless, that was the penalty served for the number 97. Are you going to be drafting them to your team? I honestly, if I'm true to you, some of the other renditions, some of the other songs we've had earlier haven't been pitch perfect, but they've at least had the right rhythm. I think that one did to me. It sounded like they read the lyrics off a sheet and had never actually heard the song "Staying Alive" before.
Butchering. Aramay at least said there would be some butchering, and that wasn't a butcher. That was a straightforward murder of the lyrics. And I'm loving the reaction out of the guys in the racing chat and also in the text chat. 1 out of 10, -1 out of 10, 0.5 out of 10. I really can't think of this. I'm just laughing and I'm actually bursting into tears of laughter watching this. I'm sorry.
I got some great BG's facts for you, by the way, while we're thinking about staying alive. The house that their family lived in when they were born got demolished to make way for Brisbane Airport, and then where they moved after that, when they were all really young, there's a laneway up there in Redcliffe called BG's Lane, And any time of the day you walk down there, they're just blaring Bee Gees music, like Staying Alive, across some speakers in the laneway that has all these murals and art and plaques and stuff about the Bee Gees.
That's cool. That's really cool. Good homage.
It's fun once. I think every time after that, you know, you'd start feeling the same about Staying Alive as everyone who's just listened to it then.
All I can say is, if you're feeling a little bit sleepy, that is basically your wake-up alarm.
Oh yeah, that woke me up. That's gonna stop me sleeping for the next week.
At least 1 week.
Hey, we've crossed the top of the hour, by the way. 8 hours, 56 minutes left to go in this charity race from Zolder. So let's maybe take another top 8 look. There's a move on here. That looks like... Oh wait, no, there was a bit of traffic there that's separating the MRI Motorsports BMW from the Reaper Online Racing 404 Porsche Cayman. I think at the top of the hour it was about time for a top 8 rundown, though, which of course will include 6th and 7th. And here it is, your leading car BS competition, 4 laps clear of RLR Abruzzi Esports for charity number 38, WTF Motorsports, WTF1 in 50, Aquiva Motorsports in 4th, the boys with 5th, MRI Motorsports in 6th, and when we're looking at them by Reaper Online Racing in 7th at the moment. Food Critics have worked their way up back into 8th. That's an interesting looking car, so I'm looking forward to Sunrise so that have a good look at their car. I don't have many burgers. I've only got sausage rolls and pies and that. There's a lot of burgers on the Food Critics Racing livery. I'll also take TCR this time, and that one's being led at the moment by Sunshine Autos. They've got a lap ahead of Alpine Styles Geodesic Racing Black, but I would not count out Geodesic Racing at this point. They might be just saving their coffers for later in the race. They might want to make a run at the win. Motorsport TCR in 3rd, Backmarker Racing Orange in 4th, BMW M Plower. We heard one of their penalties earlier, singing the YMCA. Well, that's put them back into 5th, but they are definitely not out of it at all. Close as well with HCon Racing Team in 6th. Westenfeld Works, a team we've been keeping our eyes very closely on, and we're going to keep our eyes closely on when Tony Kanaan gets out of that car, because he's promised a very, very generous donation. Thank you, Tony Kanaan. In the number 30 Westenfeld Works car, and then 8th in TCR class is VRE Motorsports 086. That solidified their grip on 8th place in the little battle we were watching earlier. Lorenzo, you love the Volkswagen Jetta.
Yeah, so we got Team Lonely in the lead of the race, especially not in the wrong car. I was just listening to Riz Gardner here really quickly. Team Lonely is in 2nd, 1 lap behind. Team Rick is in P3. Hugo Simsports almost LMP1 is in 4th, followed by the VRE Motorsport number 99, which is not 99, it's number 27. In 5th, Doug Henson Racing Red Jimmers car is in 6th. Radio Bacho GSR is in 7th, and running on the top 8 is Moncaster Motorsports in P8. Here, David.
We were talking about Reese Gardner, Mr. Southpaw Racer. I think he's got more than 5,000 YouTube subscribers as well. He was coming over the radio, letting the drivers know that the amount of money raised so far, sure, it's £46,700. He did the currency conversion, and it's helpful for me as well. 84,000 Australian kangaroo dollars.
That's a good
Lars
good number.
Veal wants the currency conversion into Russian rubles.
Kanaan in the box.
So, oh, that's important. Tony Kanaan is going to make a pit stop and reach for his wallet. Okay, here's Westenfeld Works, Tony Kanaan. No penalty, this is a normal pit stop. How many laps have they done on this stint? Quite a few, 54 or so. So you get a lot of laps out of TCR tank. Of course, a driver swap going on. We knew that was going to happen. It's Lorenzo Bonda's best friend,
Enzo Fuzzy, where do you think he's from? If you don't look on his...
Oh, I cheated already. I saw
Damn
it.
it!
The club.
If you hadn't cheated, where do you think he would actually was from?
I was going to say he's from Fuzzyland, because that sounds like Swaziland, but it's like part of his last name.
What? But what country?
I don't know, man.
Well, he's well partial Italian, but he's Dutch. It's kind of funny, you know. A lot of these people. Now Hugo said it looks Italian. He is Italian. He's Dutch Italian of sorts.
Yesterday, my mother was telling me about one of her PhD students who is, I think, half German, half Chinese. So, I won't actually say his name on the broadcast, but he has a very, very German first name and a very, very Chinese family name, and apparently quite a strong German accent. So apparently, that is an interesting combination, and you might not. Well, I guess if you looked at his name, you'd probably guess. But you might not initially guess by looking at him. Well, there's the new driver, Enzo Fuzzy, as you were talking about, with the Hoisingfeld Works car. Looks like they've rejoined the race in 6th. Is that correct? We'll see if that goes and updates in a minute. There's some other pit stops around them as well, I think. We'll see what it looks like. It says 7 on our graphic at the moment, so let's trust that. 7th place for them in class at the moment. And we'll all keep our eyes close to what Tony Kanaan is getting up to, because if you see a large jump in that donation total at the bottom of the screen, you'll know that Tony's credit card is working.
It's working quite a lot, to be very honest. You know, you're already giving away £2,000. You know, just £2,000. I've been jokingly saying here, just casually you drop in 2,000. I'm going to drop about one more £1,000, $1,000. So that credit card is going to be. I kind of feel for Kanaan's wife of sorts. I know she's been very supportive of him in these last time. I know at the very beginning when he did this 6 months ago, when he started the sim racing, she wanted to kill him. Actually grabbing a cockpit now is basically his work nowadays.
Right. If he ever tells her no, I don't think we can go to this restaurant, it's too expensive, I don't think she's ever going to believe that ever again. After maybe some of the sim racing equipment he's bought, maybe after this race. No more excuses with Tony Kanaan
as well.
if his wife wants something. Yeah, HCon Racing Team back out on the track. They're going back and forth in that battle with Hoisingfeld Works. Actually not that far apart, are they? And look at it. Oh, it's actually almost an entire lap between 6th and 7th, I think. But Hoisingfeld Works back on the same lap as HCon Racing Team, who need to keep going. And of course we mentioned, it's not a huge lap around here, just 4 kilometers. A lot can and will happen still.
I'm trying to catch what they're saying on chat.
They're doing every possible currency conversion of the current donation total. We've had Russian rubles, Australian dollars, US dollars. We're going South Korean won. We've probably had euros, though I imagine people are used to converting between pounds and euros quite frequently. 68 million South Korean won, I believe, is our current donation total. Did I hear that correctly?
I really want to see them doing that in English.
68,743,052 South Korean won. Okay, MRI Motorsports. That's pit in for them, isn't it? No. Yes, pit exit. Pit exit's very, very dark in pit exit.
Just saw Enzo getting a little bit squeezed, I think, by one of the TCRs, one of the back market TCRs, as he just goes around turn number 4. A little bit said it, 1,532,825 with 62 cents Argentinian pesos.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
We go, we've got every currency conversion, and every single currency you convert it to, it sounds very impressive. In fact, you convert it to like won or Argentinian pesos or maybe Brazilian reals, and it sounds even more impressive than £46,000.
Yeah, I know how much we're at right now. I'm just going to take a quick look here. Let me just refresh the page. We're at 46,779 pounds. That is roughly 200,000. More than 200,000. 240,000, I think, Brazilian real. I would have to double check that.
Hugo Lewis has to shoot down the party and say it's only 3 bitcoins.
Oh, that's a lot.
How much is it in Dogecoin? I got a bit of Dogecoin.
Oh man, that would. I really want to know that, because you have. All right, a little bit of a talk. Have you seen the reason that Nvidia said about the shortage of their cards, or the 3000 cards?
No, I don't keep up with the new computer hardware news because I know I can't afford any of it.
Same, but they're saying it's because of the crypto miners. They bought everything. But basically, they're blaming crypto miners for not having any cards whatsoever. Like, that is actually never going to have a crypto miner. It's not going to bring anything. But anyway, back to the race, shall we? Just going a little bit off the rails.
Yeah, so MRI Motorsports Limited, BMW, is in there, and they're only just ahead of Reaper Online Racing again after both of them have made some pit stops. So that Porsche might yet catch for 6th place. It's actually put them both behind Sunshine Autos again, who are back up into 6th overall, but will probably definitely be caught by these GT4 cars. Here's MRI. They've got a bit of traffic in front of them.
Yeah.
So, leaders on the lane as well. It's not for a penalty, it's just a normal pit stop for BS Competition, whose lead continues to extend out to 7 minutes 5 seconds.
By the way, I think that is a perfect moment since the race has died down a little bit in terms of battles, so we can open up the Ask Us Anything.
Why'd you have to say that? Someone just went and spun WTF1 from 3rd place.
Oh boy.
But yeah, no, sure, people got questions, they fire them into the chat, and we'll talk about anything. Brady Carr from Australia, embarrassing WTF1. Brady Carr, what have you done? Let's have a look. That's the TCR leader in front of him, a Jetta in front of the two of them, heading down towards Kleinis chicane. Oh, he gets well clear of both. Does he outbrake himself? Does he get rear-ended? Oh, not sure. Was there any contact, or did he just bounce across the curb?
Contact.
Really hard to tell.
There was some slight contact done by the Jetta right behind him, but I think he outbroke himself. By outbreaking himself into the turn, he eventually had to yield the car. You can see the contact done by the Jetta. The Sunshine Autos just right behind, avoiding the issue. But it wasn't a park on the apex, but it kind of compromised the Jetta's line into the curb. And now he comes into the pit lane.
It's the Reaper Racers. Oh, what are they up to? Well, Brady Carr's just coming to the pit lane. Interesting. After that, but 14th in Jetta Plus. Been involved in a bit of. Whoa! There they go. They get helped around. That's the replay.
That's a send of sorts into the wall. Looking at the replay once again, apparently.
Chris Nightingale, what car was that just got a flag live on the Reaper Races? Just trying to look. Is it the 15? Yes, it was the number 15 who's just been handed a penalty for asking too many annoying questions about converting the donation total into different currencies. So let's see if they actually have to. Well, they've just been straight up penalised. They're gonna have to serve that black flag. Might be like a 15-second stop and go. for asking too many annoying questions. It's a good thing that us commentators can't be penalised for, asking or saying too many annoying things.
Especially myself, I would say. But Nightingale, I can already say this. Nightingale's car already been through some issues before. They've had to go, I think, in the pit lane and sing I Want It That Way, if I recall correctly, at the very early portion of this race. So more issues being handed out to the Nightingale's car.
Yeah, it's the I'm out of sport car. It's Reaper, easy to spot in 404. Still trying to catch MRI. They've also got Arla Abruzzi Esports with Charity and the second place car, trying to lap them as well. So maybe they'd do well to just follow their fellow GT4 car as they try to carve their way through traffic of all sorts.
Yeah, Arla just having a clean, I was going to say clean race so far. We would normally see... Oh, there's a car going off. I think there's the number 71. Yeah, number 21 just clipping the curbing. And now we got a penalty being handed out to the number 18. The number 18 being the Garage 69, which is definitely not number 69. It's actually the number 18. For
race control, letting them know what their penalty is, and they're not going to have to sing.
Yeah, they're just going to have to say how good.
Is tell everyone how good they think the Jetta brakes are. Donate $10. So, are they going to serve that penalty this lap? Are they going to bribe their way out of it? Or are they going to wait a little longer to serve it? They're staying to the right-hand side of the track, like they might be going for pit in. If they do, we'll queue up radio comms, and you can hear Elijah Powell's description of the brakes on his race car. Here he comes onto pit lane. So we'll close our mouths. We'll open up radio comms with Elijah Powell.
Come on by.
We're still waiting for it.
Maybe we'll hear it after they take a little bit of pit service here. Diesel car shouldn't take too long to fill up, though. Elijah Powell waiting. And then after that, I think they have to stop and serve the penalty. So it'll be in just a second here.
Yeah, there's
How many people have gotten a penalty from incident points so far?
And if you look, there is about...
Yes.
There's a long list of drivers in that car. Elijah Powell, Mark Pack, David Ward, Thomas Smith, William Strachan, Lucas Wide, Bart de Couter, and Ben Hagen. Okay.
Number 18, am I correct in assuming that you have taken the pit and description of how good the Jetta's brakes are penalty?
Are they trying to get into comms or they are actually in the wrong comms? That happened with Tony.
They should have a couple of drivers around. Surely anyone from the team can describe how good the brakes are. It doesn't have to be the driver.
If you are describing the wonderful brakes of the Volkswagen Jetta, I cannot hear you. Hey, the Kia. That was scary.
Anytime now, no, don't bite, don't bite. No, they're not gonna bite.
They're parked in the pit lane. They can go and reprogram whatever their push to talk button is in sim. They don't have to worry about doing it out on track. Quickly get into that settings menu, Elijah. Find the button and let us know about the brakes on the Jetta. We're dying to hear it. Race control are dying to hear it as well, lest you be penalised yet further.
Yeah, and just on the process, they actually lost 2 laps to the pro laps. So pro laps just put those very effective sneakers on and are running towards it. Getting 2 laps in the process, and Elijah's just... Does he know that he has to press the F10 but actually donate? Oh, okay. This is the development.
You guys
They want
may
to donate.
Right, let's close up radio comms then, because it looks like they're not going to serve the penalty that way. David Ward, as you can see from the car, is actually going to make the donation instead, but it seems like they just didn't think very far ahead on this one. Not the first penalty of the day, definitely won't be the last. So we'll keep our eyes open and our ears to the ground for what might happen going forward.
And Enzo just saying if they could do, instead of the donation being of money, they wanted to donate Reese Gardner instead of money. Implying because of grammar. There's the car going out of the track, the number 18, which is the 69. Probably made that donation out on the track.
Well, like we saw, they've had at least 6 drivers. It's not hard to find someone who can either donate or, you know, come across the mic and serve the penalty, but it seemed like they couldn't do that one. But pay their way out of pit lane. Pay to play in today's race, but all of it for a fantastic cause. And as you can see so far, this year's event, Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health, has raised £46,800 for charity. Fantastic cause, a fantastic number. Well done all involved. And I think the great thing, we're not done yet.
No, we're not done yet. Still 8 hours and 35 minutes to go into this race, so plenty time to actually get more money. Either if you want, you can say scan the QR link you can see on screen to actually get into the Just Giving Donation page, or type it on the YouTube chat, donate, !donate, so you are given the link, or even go to Jimmer's broadcast or so many other people's broadcasts on Twitch or YouTube. They're gonna be giving out the link for you to donate as well. There is that promise of the 50K that Jimmer might do a shoey.
Is that wow? Wow, let's get there. Have we got TK's donation through yet? Because that'll get us very close if that one's still pending.
That is still pending.
He might have to, you know, have a conversation about what his like daily card limit is. The way he's going. Some problems that other people have that I've never encountered.
Yeah, just casually doing. It's like I'm envious, but I'm happy that he's giving out that money towards charity and being able to give out that money, especially in today's condition in terms of economy. You know, being able to hand out something like that for charity is just really cool to see. As we are looking again at the RLR of Bruzy on the Villeneuve chicane, right in between Zolder and Jetta and GT4.
They've lost out to MRI again there. Your 6th place car has unlapped themselves from 2nd. Trying to keep Reaper Online Racing at bay, who are another Porsche Cayman just a little bit further back from these two. So that's 2nd and 6th on screen. And 7th place. Bit behind there, so now 2nd place is trying to put a lap again on the BMW. Are they going to do it? Is the BMW going to yield? Shouldn't be a hard word to say, and in the end they do.
A clean move on the Jackie Esports as Jake Browning just goes on through. Apparently Sepp Kunze is bored or something might have happened. Just gonna take a quick look over here. I actually accidentally went for the Quiver car, but now they're driver swap on the Brock Racing as they're on the pit lane.
Okay. Slash wet spin continue racing, or have spun. Are they going to continue racing? Let's have a look. Here they are. That is Villeneuve blocked chicane. Around the far side of the circuit. And fast sweeping corner here. A little out of shape, a little bit of grass. Kept it off the wall though. I'm going to give that some good style points. Far more style points than we gave the rendition of Staying Alive. I'm going to give that at least a 5 or a 6.
I'll give that a 6 for car control. The 180 spin, I'll give that a... Sorry, car control will give that an 8 because he kept off the wall. He could have done a little bit more, you know. But for the spin, I'll give that a 5. I'll agree on the spin.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, another jump up in the number there on your screen by about 50 pounds, getting ever so close to crossing the next threshold at 47,000.
Just
Not many
refresh the page
retirements
here.
today. I can only see 5 cars that have retired.
There is a few other cars as well, like Lucas Sandell. He's in the pit lane about 20 minutes in. Turn 10 as well. Turn 10 got involved in that massive incident on the Ducken Rink on the Boulderberg Block, which is the right-hand hairpin on the back stretch of the track. They're still in the pit lane. They might come back on the track. For 3 retirements so far, we could see those 2 coming back on track. But good running field so far as one of the Porsches just decides to take the rally car cross line.
Still r/WEC Spin It Continue racing car deciding to really cut that chicane. Did it look like they had to serve a slowdown penalty from that one? Or did they, I think they gave that one up. Another little jump in the total on the donations. I might even let our little woohoo next time we cross the next 1,000 threshold. About Zornhauer Racing, they've been a central to excitement several times. Big Plisno Punterino on the rear bumper hasn't saved them from the occasional Punterino. Came kind of close across the nose of the BMW, tags the Jetta, and both of them go off the circuit. But avoid much more damage.
That could have gone so worse. I think that was a Radio Bacho car that got involved in the incident. Yeah, that was a Radio Bacho and the number 8 car that is involved, the BMW out of the team, the Tidy Boys. And then Bacho just coming back on track, got involved in 7110, nearly got involved.
Oh, I'm not sure that's exactly what the name is.
The Radio Bacho?
You can pronounce it Tidy if you want. I'm not sure that's what they mean. And they come so close to a Jetta once again.
Yeah, and I think that bump was slightly intentional.
I wonder. Well, they carry on. And they continue. Fuga. Jetta is pretty high up the order in their class as well. They've been doing well. A couple of times we've checked in with them. Where are they? Where are they now?
Team Lonely, you mean?
Was it Team Lonely? Is that who it is? Okay.
No. Yeah, that's Team Lonely who just overlapped the pro laps on turn number 1. Still P2 in the class, 50 laps in. In the meanwhile, Colin Carasani in the Team Wrong car, 2nd lap in the car, barely got out in the pit lane, still retaining the lead. 15 seconds lead against Taylor Adams in that number 9 car.
And the name checks out. Just Taylor Adams for the number 9.
Great save, by the way, on the pro laps. Right on the back of the frame. But again, if you guys want to ask us anything, you can come into our YouTube chat here on the broadcast, ask RaceBot anything. And I mean literally anything that is not 18 plus related. especially if you want to ask us about food, specifically burgers.
I knew we were headed that way. GT4
or pizza.
Yep. Every time, every broadcast with Lorenzo.
I just give the job, but we're not going to be talking about this right now.
A WTF1 and a Quiver, still 26 seconds between them. Somehow WTF1, after getting hooked and looped, still have third place, so I don't know what's going on with some of the pit stops there, but maybe it hasn't been such a great run from a Quiver either. And here is Team Rick going up against VRE Motorsports. Great to have a little battle in Jetta. That is a lot of understeer from everyone. All
That's
involved.
Radio Macho coming out of the pits. Just touching them on the exit of the pits. That's why the 905 car got a little bit loose on the exit.
Well, yeah, here it is. That is a hip and a shoulder. Sent them well out wide in the little battle they were trying to have against VRE Motorsports. So just half a second, the Jetta is a tank. As long as you don't go nose first hard into a wall and blow the engine, they can survive plenty of damage, plenty of hits.
Yeah, but now the gap stretching away a little bit because of traffic alone. We're being overtaken by two Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport cars in the chicanes. Now gap is stretched out to 1.4 seconds roughly between each car.
Yeah, gap's come and go with the traffic. It hasn't been so kind to Team Rick, who we're right on board with, and once again they've got to go a little wide. And they might have another hip and shoulder with the same car. Sunshine Autos, your leading TCR. They've got some dramas there in the final chicane as well. And Jackie gets blocked. What has gone on for Matthew Warner?
Yeah, we're going to look over here on the replay. You can look at 285 car out of the TMM Speed by and ring info on the braking zone. It gets a little bit loose on the entry, tags the TCR on the back right, and sends him spinning around on the entry.
So a big checkup on the way in. Matthew Warner trying not to hit one Jetta. Sees him really slow down and get tagged by another, but still they hold first place, but it has set them back just a little bit closer towards second place in class, and also critically the overall positions they're trying to battle for. What about Underground Raceworks? Oh, there's a little bit of a tap, just a little tiny tap from Cayman GT4. Scene of excitement is this final chicane. Big braking zone in the dark, and there's a lot of traffic about as well, as there is all race long. Oh, there's just 4-kilometer circuit.
Yeah, it's a tiny track, and it gets very convoluted in a good portion of this track, and you have to be very safe and cautious where you approach the other slower cars and maybe overlapping. But that last chicane is actually the worst out of the bunch, because we mentioned time and time again, you can lose the braking zone rather quickly. And look at that traffic right now done, seen by one of the BMWs, the 151 car. A gaggle of cars. Let me ask you, David, you were going to say something.
I was just going to say that we're edging closer to the next milestone of £47,000 on the ticker.
Yes. Aside that as well, we actually reached it. We just gone over £47,000.
I don't know what the refresh rate is. I don't know what the refresh rate on our graphic is, but it ticks along every now and again. That little thing pulls the information and the data. There goes your second place TCR car, is getting a bit closer to the leader as they come around. 15th place GT4. It's been a while since we've had a good penalty, if I'm honest with you.
We're still
Our
waiting
airwaves
on
haven't been filled with the beautiful voices of some sleep-deprived racing drivers.
Yeah, we still have to see that $1,000 donation from Tony Canon, still looming large for him actually to do it. That could throw a
there goes the graphic.
car.
I said I was going to give a woohoo, so woohoo!
just updated on the graphic. We are at 47,006 pounds. Still a lot of, still 3K, 2,994 specifically for us until to get to that 550K range. That would bring a new milestone and a new challenge for Jimmy. We saw him drive with the racing suit and helmet. Racing suit at 30K, helmet at 40K. It has been debated the shoey, either the shoey or him dyeing his hair at 50K.
I've done both of those things in my life, and for far less than 50,000 pounds. So I reckon Jimmy could man up and do them both. Although,
I mean,
well, certainly he'll do what he deems appropriate.
No, I'm just thinking, would you do the dyeing of your hair while you're driving and drink the shoey while you're dyeing that hair and still driving?
That'd be difficult. Look, if even the great Tony Kanaan can't donate while he's driving, maybe I'll have to pass on on that particular arrangement of events.
That is true. And still about 8 hours 20 to go. Just reminding, after this will be Tobias Brockman and Jan Seifert taking over from the comms for me and David for some end the suffering of having what was it?
BMW M-Flower. That's pit in.
Yes, that's the first.
No, we've had people crash on pit in before, but has this been one of those miscommunications about how fast you can go, how much speed you can carry to pit in? BMW M-Plower, looking at them. They're going for pit entry, and they clip someone, they get on the grass. That is all on BMW M-Plower, unfortunately. Is that going to be a penalty? I wonder. But they just misjudged the speed and decided that they're not just going to the pit lane themselves, they're sending someone else there.
Yeah, and we just saw that the BMW M-Power actually getting a penalty and having them singing the YMCA. So let's see what the race control will build up for the next few moments, and the BMW having to tuck in into the pit lane. Certainly will get a penalty for unsafe pit entry.
Maybe some more songs by the same group. Maybe there's the impact from on board the BMW. Maybe in the Navy.
Maybe we'll sell the 7 Seas.
Yeah, I don't think it's come through yet, but that was that was a hit, wasn't it?
The submission has gone in the admin chat, so there will be a punishment for the BMW car eventually. I'm just seeing that Matthew Warner just nearly taking out the number, I think that was a number 87 Jetta out of the Reaper Racers for the Hindenburg Bocht, which is the right-hand hairpin. So let's see what the admins will come out in the next few minutes.
Oh, big crash on track right now. Who's in there? Didn't quite catch it, but there's 3, maybe some cars involved. Oh, we're gonna look to find a replay. We find an incident here for VRE Motorsports. All checked up behind 2 Jettas. They go to the left, they get on the grass, they tag one. There's 2 cars around at a minimum. The more get involved, because it's across the top of the hill, a bit of a blind spot. Looked like VRE Motorsports might have misjudged it. And then they don't even go for the rejoin, they just tow. From up above, is it going to tell a different story? No, not really.
Never mind. I was saying right over here, but that tag was a little bit of a risky. Really want to go for a 180 on that portion of the track. And now Gintautas Pusilauskas is taking over from the car, and David Haynes, the number 5, come down into pit lane as we speak because they have to sing Summer of '69.
So let's bring up the radio comms for the number 5 car. We've heard that they've really warmed up their fantastic singing voices. Brian Adams, I think, sings that song, but this time it might be Joshua Easy for BMW M-Plower with Summer of 69. Do they start now, or is it going to be on the way out of the pit lane?
Turn it up.
I got my first real 6-string, bought it at 5 cent dime, played it till my fingers bled. It was the summer of 69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit and Jody got married. I should have known we'd never get far. Oh, when I look back now, stop driving. The summer seems to last forever. And if I...
Gentlemen, please.
Fuck, sorry.
It is okay.
Okay. That was enough radio chat there. But same driver, Lars Villa, doing the singing, saving Josh Easy's vocal cords. I have to say, the YMCA, maybe a little bit closer to their style than that one, but I don't want to knock the effort. So I'm gonna say 8 out of 10 for effort, 5 out of 10 for execution.
I'll give that 5 out of 10 for execution, but 11 out of 10 because actually he snuck in Jimmy and Riz, a line between Riz and Jimmy right at the end of his song. So I'll give them that half extra point for sneaking that in there.
Some of the chat comes through from the drivers, from others, about that rendition. Is that Patrick Pelcher gives it a 10 out of 10. Ben Ireland, who we've seen, a penalty before, he gives that a weird champ out of 10. So I guess that's good. But they've rejoined the race right in the Battle of Hoisingfeld Works. Tony Kanan's team dived down the inside, shoved BMW M-Plower out of the way. I think that was an aggressive but otherwise clean pass. Up into 6th place for Hoisingfeld Works. They benefit from the penalty for BMW M-Plower.
Yeah, benefiting from the issue. And Zafazi, whenever he was on track, he was one of the fastest TCRs around. You can see the move being done. A little bit of an RG door to door as they go into the turn, plowing the BMW a little bit to the outside part of the track, to the wide part, but that was a clean move from Enzo Fazzi, 1 spot up into P6.
Yep, let's see. The fastest car out on the track at the moment looks like it's Tyson Meyer in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing TCR, but then very, very close is Enzo Fazzi, and those two are, well, with the exception of your leader, a league ahead of everyone else, so we might see them come further up. Comment comes through in the YouTube chat here on VCO Esports. Commentators, what is your favourite team so far? And look, Lorenzo, there's a lot of criteria for which we can judge our favourite team. There's a best driver lineup, there's best livery. You got to weight all of these things. Best singing is starting to matter a lot, and then also what we're here for, to raise money for Mind Charity. And I have to say, in that regard, it seems like Hoisingfeld Works are doing very well. Maybe they're going to have to be our favourites. Another little battle going on here. That's your geodesic car trying to lap M-Plower. So with all of those things considered, all of those different weighted considerations, who are you going for?
All right, here's the thing, because the YouTube chat said it is free on criteria-wise. If I have to pick one, I'm going to pick judging by the singing alone. I'll either select the M-Plower by Lars Villa, but I'm trying to remember who sang the rendition. It was the number 32. Let me just see who the team of the 32 is. The Mountain Child Racing Concerns, because of Mr. Dwayne Hoffman and his lovely voice singing, first and foremost, a wrong rendition of the Canada National Anthem. And also
for singing I Want It That Way, the second portion, clean and crisp.
So mountain track racing concerns, best singers on track. There you go. Not something I thought we were going to be judging people on today. But go. Rough and Ready Racing leaving pit lane. Number 25. Got a lot of cars with a lot of faces on them. They've got 2 faces on the doors. You can't see in pit exit because it's dark as anything. Speaking of, 5 a.m. in session now. Still very dark out there. Do you have any facts on when to expect sunrise?
Oh, there's Slow Jetta who just got up to the leaders right on the right-hand hairpin. I was gonna say that is turn number 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. No, there's turn number 10. There's Jetta slow around, just BS just going by.
Okay, didn't pick that one up myself. We're looking at 2 BMW GT4s. Your leader trying to put the lap on MRI Motorsports Limited. Sam Masterman driving at the moment. Oh, it's all BMWs on the pit straight. And Sunshine Autos, your TCR leader, just had a bit of dramas as well. And then,
oh, by the way,
add to that a penalty for the 52. Your leader, BS Competition, they've got to pit and tell race control the best BMW of all time. Best BMW of all time. That's a tough one. Is it E30 DTM? Is it V12 LMR? Is it the... what was that Z one they made where the doors sink down?
What, in your opinion, what's the best car?
Well, I'm not going to share my secrets until we hear from the number 52 team what they think the best BMW of all time is. Is it the M3 GTR that featured on the cover of that other video game and also went to Le Mans and stuff?
Yeah, I really want to see that. I'm just gonna wait for them to come pit lane and serve that and see what's the best car.
Heading towards pit entry, what are they going to do? Keeping their eye on your leader. Penalty looming over their head. Are they going to bribe their way out of it? Or make a pit stop? Well, they're not taking pit in this time. So we'll see what they end up doing. Rally Rydog says that the best BMW is the Z4 Coupe from 1997 that looks like a clown shoe. Yeah, what do you call that? Shooting brake kind of thing. It was like a weird little wagon, convertible, coupe thing. Honestly, I heard it's a pretty cool car. Actually, I don't mind it. They didn't make a lot of them, and it was a slightly odd shape. Big bonnet, little wagon. I don't know if it was much more practical than the convertible at all. Probably slightly more aerodynamic. But we are yet to hear from BS Competition whether they're paying it off or they're going to tell us their opinion. Working their way through a whole bunch of traffic still. If they say BMW M4 GT4, that's such a cop-out. So I hope not. We'll see what they end up going for. Been around the hairpin at Boulderberg-Bocht. Still no pit from the 52, which is a surprise to me because I haven't heard anything from them saying they're going to pay it off. And we've seen almost everyone else get a penalty and serve it very quickly. So that is a surprise. We'll see what they do. Very close to top of the hour as well. We'll give you another update on standings and on the examination total. In the meantime, we're Lorenzo still just waiting on what on earth our race-leading GT4 is going to do about their penalty.
Now, just taking a quick look over here. He has 2 laps to complete this. Otherwise, you're going to get a black flag for not obeying the penalty. Haber still has to come down in the pit lane, I think. Ryan's actually sleeping, so right now I think assistant number 52 is no one. Does he even know he has to come down in the pit lane in 2 laps?
Race control are trying to tell him through every means that they have, but if they can't get through and he's not listening to race control, then they're going to have to throw out the black flags at the flag stations for him, and then they'll learn very quickly about their penalty. And I imagine at this time into the race, it's very late or early for Europeans, depending on your perspective, quite late for North Americans. Quite a few of these teams that might have started off with a lot of hands on deck, they might be getting a bit thin on the ground at this point, including BS Competition. What have you seen?
They're still going for one more lap, so they have this lap, otherwise they're going to get that black flag and get DQ'd. So really interesting moments over here on this race, because that could change a whole lot of things in this perspective, with about 8 hours to go left in the 3-hour event.
Wootzors, whose username is straight out of 2008 or 2009, says, commentators, if you were a driver and would get to punt one car in this field, which one would it be?
I can
honestly
say
I'm going for Jimmy B. You know, if you don't punt a Reno when you have the chance, you know, you're no longer a racing driver.
Precisely. It's either him or Hoistingville works, just because I really want to make Enzo get pissed off. Friendly punt, by the way.
Still no communique from the 52 car. What are they going to do? It's about time that the black flags came out, because the penalty's been looming over them a couple laps. You've got to serve it, or, you know, pay it off. And look, if you can't do it all the time, don't do the crime.
Oh. Does Robert Hager actually have his voice radio comms activated?
Well, it seems unlikely, because they're not serving the penalty. So Reese Gardner, Southpaw Racer, now Southpaw Race Control, is gonna throw black flags at your race leader very, very shortly. Now they are a couple laps ahead, so it's not really going to cost them the race lead at this point. But if it keeps stacking up, it could see some other teams come back at them.
You know, there's a part of me, I kind of know Alex Voss and some of the guys in the competition, but
black flags out for 52 now.
Yeah. You know that song I hate, Say I Told You So? I hate to say I told you so.
Okay, well, we know about it. What is the 52 going to do? There is no excuses at this point for the leading BS competition BMW GT4. And someone's around, exiting the final corner and on the pit straight. Trying to work out which TCR that is. I've not been able to pick it up, so we'll wonder what on earth the 52 does if they pit this time. They do finally, after many laps of us waiting with bated breath. Here's the penalty for BS competition. Finally got through to Robert Hager.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see if that black flag is going to be just for a drive-through or for a full stop and go. Normally stop and go over here are usually between 26 and 40 seconds whenever you come down in pit lane. So Albert Hager's still finding his pit box, about to stop. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Done.
Okay, so this could be a very lengthy pit stop for our race leaders. Did you catch exactly what they did that caught them the penalty? I didn't actually hear a reason. Maybe they turned someone.
I didn't saw what happened to them, to be very specific. I'll ask Riz and Oscar to see what was the issue.
There they are, waiting in their pit box. I think they're combining it with a little bit of service, which means it takes longer, unless it's a 1 minute stop and hold. They've been in the box about 45 seconds now. No word from Robert Hager, so not telling us his best BMW. Not really,
All right, since he's not gonna let what the best BMW is, what is the best BMW for you?
I'll just quickly say that's 58 seconds and Robert Hager is away, so I think that just added, I think they took a pit stop there and just sort of added 25 seconds to it as part of the penalty as well. Oh, best BMW. Well, I tell you what it's not, is the BMW X6 coupe SUV monstrosity that never should have existed.
That is a crime, I agree.
You know, it's like lecturing children, you know. It's like, what you did was bad, but also you led everyone else astray. Now Mercedes are doing it and Porsche are doing it, and everyone's trying to make these, you know, swoopy coupe SUV things that are, you know, horribly impractical or whatever.
I understand. It's kind of opening up the floodgates and seeing what happens at the end of the day, you know. But in my opinion, I have to say my favorite BMW, it has to be either the M1 or the old E40 M3. I think it was the E40 that racing DTM. I could be wrong.
The E46, the E30, E36, E46. They were all pretty legendary generations. Actually, I think the E36 was a little bit tame compared to the E30 and the E46. BMW ever stuck their badge on anything interesting? You know, like there's Unimog tractor off-road vehicles with Mercedes badges on them, and you know, there's Porsche tractors. So,
by the way, I got info what happened to that number 52 incident. Riz just told me here on the spectator chat that it was an issue with the 36 car with the Commentator Motorsports, and also the number 404, which is the Reaper Online Racing GT4 car. So they were offered a regular penalty, but they didn't take it.
Okay. Maybe the best BMW car is a motorcycle. And we're looking here at Moncastir though. Benjamin Morton has said sorry because he's done something. Dive down the inside. Oh, okay. A little bit of contact there. He rejoin all okay? Yeah, there's not so much bad going on there.
It was a little bit sketchy. By the way, penalty for the Rough and Ready Racing number 25. He has to come down into pit lane and give compliments to the drivers out of the number 13 Grid Talk Racing Team car. Otherwise, he has to donate $10. And they're going to immediately say donate.
Wow.
No love.
How rude is that? You know, we'd rather, you know, pay money than say anything nice about you. Well, actually, they're trying to avoid the penalty, but that is interesting from E25.
Now, actually, bears me a question.
Yeah?
Imagine if this was a commentator's race we're probably going to have, and you get that kind of penalty, you have to be complimentary of someone. Would you pay a bribery, or would you be complimentary of someone?
Depends who it's about. Depends if it...
In general.
Matic or Randy Cheneth. Connery's alright. Not sure about those other blokes.
Fair game. And so in majority, you would pay the bribery. Fair game.
I'm not.
Depends how
This is
rich
not
I'm
a
feeling in the
judgment.
day.
I'm just saying for rates alone, you know.
41 is in pit lane a little bit early, aren't they? Sunshine Autos was your leader. Now that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing are through into the lead, but they're going to have to pit soon as well. And then also 9th and 10th battle, so TCR, there's some excitement at the moment. And we have crossed over 8 hours to go, by the way. So once we had a spare second, we're going to do a top 8 rundown. But we have to look at the replay here. I'm Out of Sport Racing. Nick Anderson. What has their BMW done? Just caught too much curb. Far too much curb on the inside. And what does it say on the side of their car? Pepsi something?
Looks like it. Let me just take a quick look. Is the number 15 correct? So let me just see right here. It's a Pepsi like livery, but it isn't Pepsi.
Okay, well, here's a move lining up. Reaper Online Racing have been trying to catch MRI Motorsports for quite a while. And look, the BMW is just a little bit quicker in a straight line in places. That's been a consistent thing between the Porsche and the BMW in GT4 competition. The BMW is great in a straight line, but that traction off the corner looks a bit good, bit gooder for Reaper Online Racing, but then they just can't keep the pull down the straights.
And by the way, sorry, I was just out of sport. I'm out of here, and just themselves, hard into the barrier. Didn't even make and do it.
Well, there's a change of position there, 6th and 7th. Reaper Online Racing did make it work. Through the twistier bits, the Porsche came in mid-engined. Works a little bit better. I think they've got a little bit more confidence through the corners and they're able to use that to get up into 6th now. They're presented with a whole heap of traffic. Be careful you don't get a penalty. Bouncing across the curbs they go. Clean enough for John Bowes. That's confusing. He's got an S on the end, right? Not like the name John Bow, who was a very famous Australian touring car driver. Probably a couple of Bathurst 1000 wins to his name. Lorenzo, I'll give you this one. We're going to do a fan immersion right now. You can pick the car. Last time we were on board with Tony Kanaan in TCR, so then we'll go someone else, maybe another class.
MRI Motorsports Limited, number 34. They're in the battle right now, so we can go with them. Race pop fan immersion.
That we will. On board with the number 34 for a couple of laps here while we take a little commentary break on the VCO Esports channel with coverage of Jimmy Broadbent's 23-hour race for charity. Thanks very much for sticking with us. Be riding on board for a lap here, and then commentary will come back. David Haynes here with Lorenzo Bonda alongside me and Hugo Lewis, producing this coverage for VCO Esports of Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health 2. The 23 hours of Zolder, just riding on board. A couple laps there with one of our GT4 cars, one of the 3 classes of car that we've got in today. Yesterday was 23-hour race on GT4, we've got TCR, and just for the memes, I think, the Volkswagen Jetta. Just 3 classes going on. It's 7 hours, 47 minutes to go, so we are well past halfway, but still a long way from the finish. And some of these drivers who are trying to stay awake the whole race, or drive the whole race, I'm sure are wishing the end was a little closer. And we're getting there. So let's have a look at how everyone is running in the GT4 class. Your leader is BS Competition. Had to serve a penalty not long ago, but they had a significant lead. It's still 3 laps over RLR Abruzzi Esports for Charity in second, and then another little gap again until you look at the 3rd place battle between WTF1 and Aquiva Motorsports. That one's been going back and forth as well. Then in 5th, it's the boys. 6th is Reaper Online Racing, who made the pass on MRI Motorsports, who we were looking at here between 6th and 7th. 8th place is Food Critics, and I hope when the sun rises in a couple of hours we can get a good, tasty look at that car. I'm sure Lorenzo Bonda feels the same, and he's got the TCR class.
Yeah, just to let you know, that Food Critic car is actually driven by Yardier, so one of these famous YouTube streamers, highly skilled also. Yardiers a lot of times driving that car. But anyway, back to the TCRs. Alpine Geodesic Racing Black is leading, but it's actually on the off cycle in comparison to the Sunshine Autos and Matthew Warner in P2. P3 is Keyboard Motorsports TCR, P4 Backmarker Racing Orange, followed by the H-Con Racing Team, and then Hoisingfeld Works is in 6th, BMW M Plower in 7th, and VRE Motorsports 8086 in P8, running out the TCR field.
Yep, and then the Volkswagen Jettas being led by Team Lonely, but only just. Let's see what the pit stops do to that one. Team Lonely, one of those one driver, 23 hours solo teams. It's just Taylor Adams on Team Lonely ahead of Team Wrong Car. Colin Karasani driving that one. And then, as close as it is for the lead, you've got to look a bit further back for Doug Henson Racing Red in 3rd. That's the number 10, and that's the Jimmy Broadbent car. We'll see if he gets back behind the wheel a little bit later on. I'm sure he will, but he's a busy man. A sleep-deprived man as well today. Team Rick in 4th. 5th is VRE Motorsports 099, which is actually the 27 car. There's a couple of confusing names like that. And then we've got Fuga Simsport Almost LMP1. I was trying to find the name for earlier. In 6th place, Radio Bucko GSR in 7th, and Team MSB by N-Ring Info 8th in class. That's your top 8 in all classes as they run right now. Some wacky things going on in this race, as you've seen a car just shortcut across the chicane there, including penalties that involve the drivers singing songs and all sorts, or making a donation to the charity to bribe their way out of having to serve a penalty. They can have it both ways. And about that charity, over more than 60 years, Mind has worked to improve the lives of all people with experience of mental health problems through public campaigns, government lobbying, and more than 1,000 services. Our local Minds have delivered in communities across England and Wales and touched millions of lives. That's the charity that we're racing to support today. Last year, Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mental Health raised nearly £35,000 with an initial goal of just 1,000. They blew it out of the water. So this year, they were 10 times more ambitious with a goal of £10,000, and we blew that one out of the water before the green flag even dropped. Donations continue to come in. You can donate by going to the page. You can get with the QR code on your screen. It's also posted various places around the internet. I think you can get it in the YouTube chat as well. Please do give if you can. And there's some, I think we're still waiting on a $1,000 donation that Tony Kanaan said he was going to give. And maybe when we reach 50,000, I've heard that Jimmy Broadbent is going to do some wacky things.
Yeah, we heard number 1 dyeing the hair, and another one of also getting a shoey. I just saw a punt on the... Oh, we had an issue on the
final
last
chicane there.
Yeah. While the underground raceworks is actually coming in.
Might have been Geodesic. Might have been your second place TCR car who helped someone. Oh no, you're currently leading TCR car who helped someone around. Tyson Meyer, quirkitized, driving the 124. He's in the right place at the right time. It could have been him. He was trying to avoid the car taking pit in, I think. He might have been involved. He was on the radio apologising, but an apology might not be enough to avoid a penalty for the currently leading car. That's what it was. That's what it was.
He tried to go for a gap that never existed. You know, if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing car driver. There's a gap. You know, the gap is kind of hard for you to make it. You try to go for it, try to lap himself, lap another car in the TCR class, but just overly committed. Quirk definitely not going to be happy with that, and his Twitch stream definitely going to clip that for the not top 10 of the month.
For sure. It looks like he actually spun himself more than he spun anyone else, though, so we might actually get away with that. Now that we've had a second look at the incident, he's behind the same car. Big Plisno Pontorino on the bumper didn't work, but they get let by very easily this time. They don't want no trouble, Mr. Quirkitized. So, he might hold on to the lead. It's about... Gosh, what's the gap? It's only about 20-30 seconds that they've got over Sunshine Autos. And Alpine Stars are going to have to pit pretty shortly. 20 seconds it is. They are 46 laps into a stint at the moment from everything I can tell.
Yeah.
That's not far away from the limits of the TCR fuel tank.
No, we've seen I think up to 58 laps roughly on the TCR tank. So he's about 12 or 11 laps out of his pit lane stall, and Quirk still retaining a lead, but of course it's going to be right. He's going to lose effectively 35 seconds in the pit lane whenever he comes down, come out of it. 35 to 40 seconds to Sunshine Autos. But again, it's that off cycle that we still don't know who has the upper edge. I know we just gone the half-hour mark way past it, but still 7 hours to go. Still no clear-cut advantage who's going to have the edge on the final hours.
I think Tyson's going a little faster at the moment than Matthew Warner for Sunshine Autos. And if we pull up the graphic of who's driven in second place car, because I think being this a charity race, I think it's very much a pro-am formula. We've got some very well-known and some popular and some fast drivers, and also, you know, some charity drivers. So there you got Steph Vinhoff, fast. Riley Downey has been pretty fast. Noah Johnson, Henry Pitikainen, and Matthew Warner in the car right now. So I think most of the drivers are pretty quick for Sunshine Autos. But again, you know, there's a big mixture of drivers across all of the teams. Some very, very quick drivers and some more AM-inclined drivers, or maybe some more celebrity drivers. But that is the kind of mix you want for an event like this. It does mean that it's hard to gauge exactly how well any particular team is doing, as you know, some big shuffled driver rosters throughout the race. Great to see.
Yeah, plus I think one thing and one aspect that kind of helps Sunshine Autos in comparison to some of the other drivers of the grid is that there's basically right dogs, specialty car. You know, he loves driving more than everybody else at TCR, so that's why he probably gets an upper edge in comparison to the other cars in the grid, and he's actually faster than usual in comparison to any other car he drives. But still a very good lineup. Mixed lineup that you want to see for a charity event like this.
Best I can tell, Geodesic are going about 1.5 seconds faster than Sunshine Autos at the moment over the last 1 or 2 laps, but of course would have lost some time with the contact they made in the final corner for your leader. So swings and roundabouts, I think it evens out. Going to need to pit in not too long, but the gap is extending at the lead for Geodesic Racing. They were in the lead earlier, they're out of the lead for a while. They're going to try to lock it down, lock it away in the lead if they can. Seeing that r/Weck spin continue racing the 013 has been on pit lane a while, about 2 minutes now. Not seeing any sign of a penalty. I think they might have had an issue in their GT4 Porsche Cayman. So maybe, Lorenzo, I'll send you on the wild goose chase, working out what might have happened there.
I'm gonna take a quick look. Just tell me the car number again, because actually I kind of 013 because I tripped over the. I kind of kicked my energy cord over here, and my monitor shut down. So I was trying to get itself back up.
Better the monitor than than the tower, I guess.
Precisely. Oh, okay. That is interesting. That was on turn number 1. I started the lap, turn number 1, lap 522, and I think something might have happened to the hardware, because he just parks right in the middle of turn number 2 and tows it back to the pits.
It's potentially a hardware failure for r/wake spin continue racing then. We think. Lorenzo, I swear not long ago you told me sunrise might be around 6 a.m. here. It's 5:40 a.m. in session. And I guess that matches GMT as well.
Yes.
Still no hint of any sun in the sky just yet. When are we going to expect sunrise? I know it's winter. Long winters in Europe, long nights in winter in Europe, I guess, but
it's interesting, you know, because last time I done it was, I think, was in the 24-hour Esports done by Commentator, that I kind of said that the sunrise would come up in between 5 a.m. something like that. I was massively wrong. It came down around 6:30, 6:45. So. It's a track in Belgium. It doesn't differ much in terms of regions. One is in one. I think one is more to the south and one more to the northwest of northeast of Belgium. But then geographically could be very wrong. I expect 6:30 a.m. to be very honest. I'll stick at 6:30 a.m. the sunrise.
Yeah, Belgium, what a tiny country, laughs in Brazil and Australia.
Yeah, small boys.
So did you actually... Sorry, I was looking that we saw that the 013 had come back out on track. They picked up sort of whatever problem. Was like a 3-minute tow and pit stop. No, they're back on the lane.
Yeah,
no, that's not sounding good at all for 013.
Oh, they're out of... Are they out of... They're out of fuel.
What? Did they tow the car and then forget to put fuel in?
I can hear like the car just, you know, when you're out of fuel, you have those traditional car sounds like the car is dying by the bed.
Oh, I mean, it looks like it on the dash. Like it comes. They're just driving through, right? Is that just a drive-through? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
It looked like from my sound. I could be so... I was so full right over here that the car just decided to die. And we have a Jetta off on turn number 2, and now Joshua Cronin going off on turn number 2 as well. Everything's going wrong.
Yeah, a really tough break then there. r/wake spin continue racing 013. Joshua Cronin says he's Club Canada on my information, but I'm not familiar with the name.
Taking a quick look over here, Team Oblivion Racing having a little bit of an issue on turn number 2. That was the Jetta I mentioned that was parked right in between the turn number 2. And all by themselves, clipping the grass on the entry at turn number 2. Got a bit spooked by the number 48 Porsche GT4. Then parking on the inside of the barrier.
Okay, tough racing in the dark for everyone. It continues. In fact, even in the dark, you can see the extent to which the rear of that car has been pushed in. I believe the teams had 5 fast repairs, Lorenzo, and I wonder if a few of them are actually starting to run out. Might have used a lot early.
Well, they're 116 laps behind. There is a 99.94% chance they used everything.
Yeah, I think so too, unless they didn't have the fast repair engaged when they towed the car to a pit lane at some point and then couldn't engage the fast repair. That's a, I'm going to say a rookie mistake, but that can cause you some problems. Whatever state your pit request is when you start towing is what they do, and if they start doing repairs, you can't make them stop.
Yeah, I was going to say... Could have gone for the brake.
Lorenzo was going to say as he started cutting in and out.
I'm sorry.
Say it again.
Is that big brain move? They were battling for the lead. Just saved that.
Oh no, I think we've lost it again, unfortunately. We'll get Lorenzo Bonda back. Do not worry, as he cuts in and out a bit. And this time I'm not sure it's because he kicked anything.
It's just my internet. Marvelous world of sim racing.
So I was just pulling up your client connection info on the TeamSpeak. 10% packet loss. What's your ping to Hugo? How come your ping... Oh, wait, no, the server's in the UK. 250 milliseconds. All right. So with 2 Brazilians and an Australian connected to a server in the UK, it's great that anything works at all. The world's a big place.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, it's my internet. The marvelous world of sim racing. I was fearing this, to be very honest. In these late hours, my internet was going to start acting up for some reason. It has been unstable for the last few days. I think they're going to have a little bit of a talk with my ISP.
Mine comes and goes, so I absolutely refuse to jinx it. We're looking at a bunch of Cayman GT4s going back and forth here. Off and Ready Racing. We have not talked about a whole lot. They're running 13th in our fastest class at the moment. But interestingly, with how quick and reliable the TCR cars are, 13th in our fastest class is actually 23rd overall. So some TCR cars having a slightly better day than them, but with a lot of race left to go, you don't doubt they could get a couple more overall positions, unlap themselves potentially against some TCRs. We're going back and forth against a car that's not for position. There. The Food Critics car, 8th in class, I think it was, when I get a good glimpse at it from time to time. Yep, car looks like a big hamburger. What about Sean Galale, who's had, KFC as his sponsor a lot of his career?
I like KFC, So if you had that,
what's KFC like in Brazil?
Okay, I only have one. So their chicken wings are actually traditional chicken wings. But I'm not going to say they're better than the Japanese ones I ate in Tokyo. Like, if I have to rate, Brazilian ones are like 7.5 out of 10. The United States are like 8.5 and 9 out of 10. Japanese are like 9.5. And it's funny because eating KFC, it's first a luxury in Japan, and second, Christmas.
We've been watching the battle here, 3rd and 4th in the Jettas, and they've just had a BMW dive down the inside. The 3rd place cars accidentally turned them. I think that was your third place Jetta.
Yes, it was 905.
Oh, they caught the grass actually. Wow, from the other angle there, it's actually you got to put that on the Jetta catching the grass.
Yeah, I'll be very honest. Yeah, that was Team Rick again getting into issues, and Ryan Burton right now instead of Kenny Kusen and the boys. But the best part is actually Zach Mitchell's scream right when he's the calling Matic. That kind of woke me up.
Oh. close calls as Underground Raceworks were waiting to rejoin the track there as well. Not quite the same size incident, but well, Team Rick carried on. Doug Henson Racing number 10 came into pit lane, and I think we have to cut to the number 10 right now because rejoining the race, it is, give us a drum roll, Jimmy Broadbent in the number 10. So
Ben
Jimmy B
now in the
spent a bit
car.
of time out of the car, probably talking to his chat, making sure everything was going on well with the race, but now it's his turn to get back behind the wheel of the Volkswagen Jetta. I think the great work he's done with this event, 47,400 pounds raised so far, it's only fair that he gets a little bit of coverage now. We'll see how he goes on his outlap in the Jetta.
Yeah, wishing good luck to Jimmy Broadbent, and that he, first and foremost, no Punterino that car. That is always the key thing we have to talk about. Please, no Punterino, Jimmer. And may your 125 laps in the Jetta be very pleasant.
Right, there are prison sentences shorter than the fuel stint of a Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh, he's
I
used
think.
helmet and suit.
So, yeah, word coming through that for this stint, Jimmy Broadbent's put on a racing helmet and fire suit to sit at his rig. He hasn't even reached that 50,000 total yet, has he? So he's just getting preemptively in so he can celebrate when the big bucks continue to roll in.
Yeah.
We can go side by side. There you go. Beautiful work. Of course, the one on the right-hand side, a little bit behind. Our own pictures on the left, but there you can see the man of the moment, Jimmy Broadbent. I think some other people are going to chuck through some nice donations there. As you can see, 50 coming through just to encourage Jimmy in his wheel, fire suit, direct drive wheel, but he's got a slowdown penalty. Oh no, too aggressive. That's a huge slowdown penalty, I think.
Yeah, 1 second slowdown for Jimmy Broadbent. Oh, Underground Racing getting involved into issues again.
Rough and ready as well, yeah. So there's a lot going on. Jimmy Broadbent out on track in his full suit, has picked up a slowdown, and there's been some contact in other places. Rough and ready were off the track, but who else was in that, Lorenzo?
I'm getting some connection issues. My connection board is all the way up. I couldn't catch that on the tail end, but Daddy got involved again with the number 6 on the exit of Villeneuve's chicane. We got the number 25 Rough and Ready Racing getting involved. And by the way, penalty coming for Team Rick, number 905. Please sing the praises of Quebec or donate.
So Ryan Burton in Team Rick, and that was for the incident that we saw, getting on the grass, sliding into the underground BMW. So Ryan Burton and Ian Plash are the two drivers I'm seeing in the server at the moment for the 905. They Canadians? They French Canadians, or is this just some joke by race control?
Well, Keenan is Canadian. The majority, I think, of the 905 is Canadian.
Except maybe the driver at the moment, Ryan Burton, who appears to be Club Indiana.
It's kind of like, I think race control just went for the full punishment, just have Americans talking about good things in Canada. It's kind of like Brazil talking about good things about Argentina. It doesn't work. Number 151, the Underground Racehorse, now getting that penalty and compliment the entire country of Canada.
Let's cue up the radio comms then if we can.
Our donation should be through.
Oh, Keenan
10-4, and you are clear to sing the praises of Canada. I'm listening, pussy fart.
Alright, so Canada has Keenan in it, and that's the only thing I need to say, because that makes it extremely great.
What about me?
I don't know you.
What about the country itself? Not
Is that it? Does that about cover it?
I mean, I'm great. It's got a good landscape. Because Americans fuck off all the time. Right.
Jesus. I think with the language, maybe we can cut away from that at this point. All right, Reese Gardner playing race control at the moment.
I apologize to all the kids that are watching this broadcast. If you're under 18 or 13 and you're watching this, we deeply apologize.
Yeah, stay in school, stay polite, yeah, etc. You get the idea. So that was it. I thought that was okay. We've rated people singing. How are we going to rate Zach Mitchell's praise? Because I think that was short. I'm not sure I believed it was sincere. It was good enough for race control, but I think for effort, I can't give it. I can't give it more than 5?
4.
Wow. Well, underground raceworks get back out on track. They continue on. So 905, that being Team Rick. You know, it's such a great battle. They're involved for third place. They decided they are not going to serve that penalty and talk about Quebec. They're going to pay it off. They don't have to serve that penalty. They want to hold off Jimmy Broadbent.
Yeah. By the way, it's not Team Rick. I kind of misunderstood that. It's actually a pun. It's Team Rick. Team Wreck. Wreck the car. So it took me a while to figure out this one, like Team Rick, Team Rick. Then someone said Team Wreck. I was like, all right, that makes so much more sense. Judging just by the nature of their car itself and their livery.
But it's near enough the initials of all of their drivers. R from Ryan Burton, K from Keenan Kusin,
D for Cisco,
I from Ian Plash, C for Cisco. Yeah. So no, that's what it is. It's the initials of all 4 drivers: Ryan, Ian, Cisco, Kunin. Now, of course, his name shows up as Francisco Scaramusa. That's his government name, and we're so hardcore about that, I guess, on iRacing. But on Facebook, as far as I know, everything else I know. He's Cisco.
Yeah,
like that dude who wrote that thong song. No one's had to sing that. Let's make someone sing that.
We can make Tobias and Jan sing that in a few hours.
I guess if you can play it on the radio, I guess it's broadcastable. I guess it's broadcastable on this platform. It is a little to the risque side, I suppose. What about the lead in Jetta, though? That's nothing. That's come down from 4 seconds between Team Lonely and Team Wrong Car.
Yeah,
it's all going on for the Volkswagen Jetta. All excitement all the time.
Yeah, non-stop action for those small cars. But they're so far off in the off cycle. One has 80, just 87 laps. The other one has only 16.
Yeah, prison sentence for Team Lonely. 87 laps on a stint. When are they going to pit? Well, that's not the pit chicane. It's still a while away, but they didn't bounce across it quite how they would have liked. Here comes Team Wrong Car. Here comes some GT4s and some TCRs as well, side by side for the Volkswagen Jetta race lead. Going to box out some traffic. Around the outside, Team Wrong Car are going to dive down the inside. Really check it up. Is that a cut track penalty for Team Lonely? We saw on board with Jimmy Broadbent how easy that is to do. Here comes the Food Critics Cayman GT4 down the inside. Any slowdown for Team Lonely, or are they going to be able to hold on to the lead with a stroke of good luck?
Looks like they're going to be able to hold for this lap alone. It all depends on the exit of Colin Kadesani. They get out of the hairpin. Now last chicane. No overlap whatsoever. There's still a TCR right in the middle of it. That's the number 1. Just getting nearly into the back end of the Team Lonely car. Separates them a little bit.
Still on. And donations continue to roll in. Total amount $47,500. A few people donating to see Jimmy Broadbent don the helmet and fire suit for his stint. And what a long stint it's going to be in the Jetta. Taking a look here. Team Rick.
Oh, that rear end is toast.
Whoa, what happened to the TCR car? And whoa, my goodness.
Oh, and Ryan Burnout nearly getting into an incident with the TCR on the right-hand hairpin. But that was a big send for the 905 as they're just about going into the line.
As Jetta's happy to bounce all the way across the curbs. It's close between first and second. Hearing there might be some damage for Team Rick. They're now back into fourth place. Figure seems to be almost LMP1 headed at the moment, which is interesting to see. Now no traffic through the Villeneuve chicane this time. Pardon me, is that good for Team Wrong Car? Yes, it is. They're going to get really close. And through this long right-hander that then feeds up across one of the several hills of this track, down towards a big braking zone. Go for the dive. They look for the dive. They're not close enough. Team Rick are on pit lane. Damage for them. Is that going to see a penalty for that TCR car? I would say very likely. Keenan Kusin runs his mouth at the best of times. He got on the radio to tell race control he wasn't happy about it, and you can see with the damage they picked up, getting sent skywards for a flippy flippin' 2, they would be happy with it.
Actually, they're the guilt. They're gonna pay it off.
There you go. Team Rick not happy to pay any penalties, serve any penalties. They want to open up their checkbook. Glad we don't have the driver's radio open at the moment because it's not broadcastable at the moment. But what about the battle back and forth amongst the Jettas? Team Lonely, Team Wrong Car. Who's come out on top in this little scrap? I think Team Wrong Car have managed to wrong foot Team Lonely. Grab the Jetta lead. It was kind of inevitable. They were catching. Team Lonely are very far into a stint. Team Wrong Car are now your leaders. Colin Karasani, Club Benelux, has he used a home ground advantage?
Just playing it safe. Taylor Adams' car going a little bit wide on turn number 4. That's why he took the opportunity and gone for it. Yes. The voice chatter on the race is just way too entertaining. That's why I'm laughing. I apologize. But a good reason for Keenan Kusin for not singing the anthem. He claims he's the only Canadian in the team online.
Well, Cisco's not Canadian. Ryan Burton's not Canadian. Is Ian Flash Canadian? No, apparently not. So it's just Keenan from up north.
Both cars now being overtaken by BMWs. I think one of them is the number 34, which is MRI Motorsports. And I was gonna ask if MRI was actually in the battle, but looking at it, they're off cycle with one another in that BMW 2-car gaggle. Not for position.
Yeah, not sure I even saw MRI Motorsports on the same lap as their main competitors. They've got Track Limit Racing number 9. Near enough. There's another incident out on track, though. Someone's on their lid. It's Team Oblivion Racing in the car number 6. Their Jetta is a turtle. Colin Tebber is going to put that thing on the tow hook, bring it back to pit lane, because there is no way that Jetta has a self-riding mechanism. So what happened to the number 6? Watching the replay. Here comes some TCR cars towards the first chicane. TCR car 1 goes through, TCR car 2 goes through, then here comes another Jetta. Oh, it's Jetta on Jetta, I think, there, that has sent Team Oblivion Racing to oblivion.
And just gonna catch on the replay to see who was that Jetta that sent them into outer space. Just catching the tail end of it, and that's sounds like the Bacho. Is that the Bacho GSR?
Yeah, I think it was
Radio
Bacho GSR.
Yeah, real Bacho, yeah.
And then action down at Villeneuve as well. Weck Spin and Continue Racing, who've had all kinds of problems that we've seen. Drive-through penalties, this, that, whatever. They're facing the wrong way. Villeneuve as well. So it's all going nuts out on track at the moment, including still for the lead in Jetta. Somehow, how many laps is Team Lonely going to do on a tank of fuel? You can go a long way on this Jetta. That was the marketing at the time, and then we learnt some other stuff about some Volkswagen diesels, and now they're not quite as cool.
Yeah, they're not as cool anymore. They're trying to make an effort to try to come back, though, into the diesel is cool frame. But from what I heard, a Jetta can do just 125 laps. Up to 125
it's like 3
laps.
hours.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
It's insane. Of course, in the YouTube chat, you can annoy the VCO Esports bot and get the live timing link, and that'll tell you about all sorts of good stuff, where your favorite driver, your favorite team is on track, how they're doing.
Oh, this is massive.
Is that a blown engine for BS competition we're hearing?
Yes, it is.
It's Big Data, several lap lead, but they have a fast repair still up their sleeve. Robert Hager, the 52. Well, they're on pit lane, that's for sure. I don't know if there's any problems. It's going to be a driver swap. Lauren Heinrich is going to take the 52. And what kind of damage is or isn't on the car?
It doesn't look like it has damage, though. I think only like some slight fuel stuff from what it looks like.
Getting fed bad information by Rydog.
Bad dog.
Damn it, Riley.
Bad dog.
But here's some good information. Is a penalty coming through, unfortunately, for the 013. That's wreck, spin, and continue. And in their penalty, they're going to have to say something nice about the 86 car. I'm going to say something else about the 86 car and the 26 car, so
24.
24. I can't listen, think, and talk at the same time.
It's complicated even for me. If it is hard for you, that actually is a native English speaker. Imagine for me. But that's the Valhalla Sims 4 PLM Royal number 24 and number 86 Brock Racing.
013 are in the pit lane now. They've got quite a penalty to serve. We're still watching the Jetta lead as well. It's all on. Maybe you can watch the Jetta lead and queue up the voice comms.
Please be nice.
Not near that penalty just yet. About these Jettas. You can spot the Jettas very easily in the dark because they've got those road car illuminated marker position lights. And there's whoa, dramas in front of our leaders. That's 2 GT4 cars together. Team Lonely are going to avoid that. So is their main rival in Team Wrong Car. Already racing. No troubles for them. Let's have a look at the replay, Lorenzo.
That's the number 81 car in the Coyote Racing, just hitting
Cayman
hard
gave
the
them
barrier.
no room. 14th place Cayman gave them no room.
That wasn't weird.
That Valhalla Simsport? Or no, I'm looking at the wrong class. Could have been Black Market Racing Orange.
By the way, let's turn the radar comms really quickly because the number 013 actually did say something else. We apologize, viewers.
Just trust us, it was funny. Half a second between Jetta leaders. More traffic. These two that just came together are now putting yet another lap on our Jetta leaders. It's getting a penalty, hopefully a funny one. As the stint continues for Team Lonely. 16 Jettas started the race. Best I can tell, 13 are still running.
Rough and Ready just gone off the wall on the exit of the Villeneuve chicane. It's kind of stuck all the way down, trying to come back. A little bit sketchy, but there you go.
Okay, we're looking at a replay here, rough and ready. They did hit the barrier there, as evidenced by that, as displayed. Okay, Clinus chicane, no problems, I think. And come over the crest towards Villeneuve. Here comes Coyote right behind them. Coyote versus Rough and Ready. Oh, there's a big wiggle on the brakes all by themselves. Touched a bit of grass. Brake bias too far rearwards for Rough and Ready and Anthony Bruce Letts. Into the barrier. Oh, done it all by himself. Team Lonely, continue. One more lap. 94 laps to this stint now.
Yeah, and now Blitz once again just going off on the final chicane. The car is all going wrong in a matter of a few turns now, tucking and into the pits.
Team Lonely have lost the lead, but they're refusing to give up too much on it. Trying to use the traffic cleverly. Slot a TCR car between themselves and their class leader. Hasn't actually helped them much, I don't think.
Also, Team Reckhouse in a battle for position in the Jetta, not far behind them against VRE Motorsports, number 099, but that's the number 27 car. And then the VRE car just had to slam on the brakes to avoid a crash.
You know, you watch this and you wonder, why does the Jetta get so little love on the iRacing service? It's great to watch. I think the problem is it's slightly less great to drive. But my goodness, an interesting addition to this race. Here's the Fuga almost LMP1. Bit of traffic for first and second. First down the inside easily. Second are going to try to follow suit. No problems at all.
It's funny, the Jetta for many people, it looks like that, you know, driving school car. You're starting with racing, and the first thing you're gonna go, all right, son, we're gonna go and teach you how to race. All right, let's go. In which car? Which car is gonna be? Am I gonna drive a GT4 car? Is it going to be a TCR? No, we're gonna go in a Jetta.
Welcome to your first driving lesson. First of all, we're going to talk about the basic controls of an automobile. Yeah, tell you what is actually not so bad about this car is the gearbox. It's like an 8-speed dual clutch or something. I mean, you don't really use 3 or 4 of the gears, so it goes up and down between the gears very, very quickly. And if you need an economy gear, go all the way to the top of the gearbox, and you can trundle along at like 800 RPM.
Yeah, so it's race control just handing down the message of, you know, being nice. Just being nice, when making overtakes. And someone's not pleased about this. Of course, saying jokingly, but not pleased about getting that message from race control.
Go starting to space out a little bit more in this gap. You feel that Colin Karasani has a bit more speed, just hasn't been able to use it a whole lot through the traffic, and it blows out yet further. I've gone and done a little bit more currency conversion of my own. I don't want to bang on about it, but we'll cross 100,000 Australian dollars when we get to when we get to 55,000 British pounds. So that's I might even save up another woohoo for that moment if we cross that margin.
Yeah, I'm still thinking, what is the next incentive I'll do on the broadcast if we get I'm still thinking what amount it should be. I'm gonna say 49,000 right before we end our stint. It's not a long lap. We have about 2 more hours left, roughly, into our stint, David. So there's plenty of time for them to get into the 49K. I'll think of something.
enough, there goes MRI down the inside of Team Lonely. Tell you what, the GT4 cars almost seem a little bit more hesitant across the curbs than the Jettas. I've seen a bunch of times where Jettas have been very happy to jump across some of these curbs. GT4 down the inside of the leader costs a lot of time to Team Wrong Car, so the gap goes from 1.1 seconds to 0.4 of a second.
And it's just the nature of the track, you know, especially in these low turns, so where you can lose a little bit of time, especially with a car that is not great on reacceleration as the Jetta, as the Hoistingveld Works team just gone by. And Tony Kanaan. I was going to say Tony Kanaan, but I think that is still Enzo Fazzi in the car. No, that is now Ronnie Zemmering. And it's a fun thing. Enzo was talking about the drivers in the Hoistingveld team. And he was saying, all right, there's Jay, and Jay is quite fast. He's learning. But Ronnie is Jordi, actually. Jordi Van Dusen. He's learning. He needs more time in the sim. Tony TK is a fast driver. Well, he's a real world driver. And he says Ronnie is the guy out. He's a lost cause.
Right, so if I had to rate them in order, that's approximately how they'd go for it.
It's the friendly environment in the Hoistingveld, the team working. Oh, we got a car spun around in between turn number 3 and 3. That's a BMW M4. We just saw that in the battle between the two Jetta leaders.
Just heard a little bit of the paddock voiceover, which trips me out because it's our friend Connery Maddock. It was bizarre, the first segment of the broadcast, where he was broadcasting, but it was also recordings of his voice in the paddock to Connery Maddox. That's a recipe for trouble. Hey, it's top of the hour, 7 hours to go.
Sorry, go ahead. So
let's do top 8 rundown of all of our classes. And Lorenzo, you're going to start with GT4.
Yeah, so GT4 PS competition is in the lead. RLR Abruzzi Esports for Charity 3 laps behind. And then we have WTF1 7 laps behind from the leader. Quiver Motorsports also 7 laps behind. And the boys in P5, my dog says P6 is Reaper Online Racing with MRI Motorsports Limited in 7th, and then Foot Critics running on the top 8 in the GT4 class.
We go to TCR as we ride on board with Team Lonely finally making a pit stop after 98 laps. Jot that one down, 98 laps. But Sunshine Autos at the moment are leaders of TCR, 52 seconds ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black. That is going to be a good battle all the way to the end, because Geodesic did get back into the lead, but then I think they maybe had to make a slightly early pit stop. Keep an eye on that one. Third place, Keyboard Motorsport ahead of Backmarker Racing Orange, ahead of Hitchcon Racing Team. BMW M Plower back in 6th place. Hoistingveld Works in 7th. One to watch. And VRE Motorsports in 8th. Jettas, Team Wrong Car leading as Team Lonely are on the pit lane right now. New tyres going on that one, and then however much diesel fuel this car takes. Not sure how much that is actually for Team Lonely. And Fuga Simsport almost LMP1. 3rd, Team Rick 4th. VRE Motorsports in 5th. Doug Henson Racing Red. JB Jimothy Broadbent Jimmer behind the wheel in 6th. Radio Back with GSR in 7th. And Team MSB by entering info in 8th. Lorenzo, you got any penalty news? Because they've been chatting back and forth about it. And
Yes, I do. Sorry for the sorry for screaming a little bit, but yes, we had a penalty just done by the number 15 out of sport. I'm still gonna get that name right in the first try. They had to come down in pit lane and describe their favorite food, but we were doing the top 8, so I couldn't listen properly. What was their favorite food? But I think it was a debate, which Keenan Kusin had to Google that and help out the number 15 car.
Yeah, rare Eastern European spread made from fish, but Drama and TCR in our top 5. Hitchcon Racing Team. Well, it said 6th on the door, so it's 5th on the graphic right now. What goes on? They're trying to pass a BMW GT4 at the moment. I'm not sure if that was the problem through the mini chicane. They just caught too much curb. Bump.
A little doink, getting the Kirby's and then hitting face first the barrier on the outside. Luckily for them, it's a tire barrier, not a hard barrier. They could have gone so much worse.
Right, so look at TCR, how they're doing. Right, 5 on the door. Number 1 on the door though for Sunshine Autos. They're leading 51 seconds at the moment. But I'm going to have to pit soon. Well, maybe in the next 10-15 laps. And Matthew Warner, I tell you what, has been able to match a lot of the pace from Tyson Meyer, best I can tell. So that's a good sign.
That's a good sign, not letting him come closer any bit on that car. 140s, 141s have been roughly the laps, of course, affected by the traffic once in a while. In the meanwhile, Tyson Meyer, or Quirk for those who know him from Twitch, has been doing 140s, but whenever he has traffic, that's where the balance actually comes in, and it kind of stays equal to one another. He goes into the 42s instead of the 40s. But in general, whenever he has clear traffic and is making good routing of that car, he's put in the 40s every single lap. By the way, can I take the opportunity and say, if you're driving over here, if you're driving on this 23-hour event, just because we are here doesn't mean you can come down and have a chat with us. If you want to have a chat, our RaceBot booth over here is open for everybody to come and join us, have a little bit of a chat. We can post a link to our RaceBot TeamSpeak in a little bit and allow those who are participating in the event to come in and have a little bit of a chat. We're going to interview you and give you thoughts about this 23-hour race event.
What's the reason for it being 23?
I'll tell you why. It's interesting. I had to look it up. So 1 hour of practice, 1 hour of qualifying, then this 3-hour race totals 25 hours. You can actually get more than 25 hours of scheduled time in the iRacing whenever you host a race. That's the limit.
All right. Hugo says that first event last year messed up, maybe because they ran into that limit unknowingly, and now it's just tradition. So 23-hour tradition it is. Somehow Racing, we're looking on board with them. They are in 14th, and topsy-turvy time that they have had. Are they battling with a Volkswagen for position? Is that what's happening?
Looks like it. I mean, I've seen pretty much everything in this race. Watching a Jetta and a TCR battle doesn't surprise me one bit.
And then the other thing to touch on then is, of course, where the TCR leader is in the overall standings. You remember Sunshine Autos were up into about 6th overall at one point. Some of the other teams, Reaper Online Racing, MRI Motorsports, have pulled their finger out in GT4 and gone and passed Sunshine Autos. We're now back down into 8th overall, leading class. So, see if they can get some of that back. Congestion into the final chicane, as this been all race. That's a trouble point, a pinch point, difficult braking zone. We add in pit entry, and it's a recipe for some cars coming together. No, it's not M-Flower. Wraith. Big grass, but that's not the problem. A lot of traffic in front of him coming to climb his chicane. Wreck Energy Sovereign Sport. Down the inside, and then the Jetta wide, and I think the one behind them helps him around. Remember, we've seen the Jettas carry more speed through the middle of that corner than GT4 cars are able to. And maybe that catches out some of the Jettas, maybe that catches out some of the BMWs dive bombing people into that corner, and maybe they shouldn't. So
it's a tricky one. We've seen also the Jettas can go so much deeper in the braking, try to carry, as you said, much more speed. So they're it's kind of a lift and coast situation of sorts. Lift, small tap on the brakes, and then just go flat out, air quotes around it on the Kirby. Instead of the other cars just trying to take a more of a cautious approach, because the bounciness on the car doesn't allow them to be just as aggressive as the Jetta.
Alrighty, well, they continue. Daniel Merchant doesn't seem like he had too much damage from that, or at least if it was a bit of damage, he decided not to worry about it. There's quite a few cars out there that have taken the "nah, she'll be right" approach to damage repairs on their cars.
And looking at Coyote Racing, just making a driver swap. Gary Weaver out of the car. It would be cool to see if we can get Gary, our fellow race spot commentator over here in the broadcast booth, to give his input in this racing. Now James Howson is in that car for the number 81. So let me see if we can get Gary in here.
Play some background music for Lorenzo Bonda as he goes on the hunt. Surely there's got to be some other drivers out there. Not sure that was any better or any worse than the singing. Okay, here's another Doug Henson Racing highlight. This isn't the Jimmy B car in the Jetta class. This is TCR class. Whoa! Cleaning out a BMW. What happened there?
Nearly in the apex. That is a place you really don't want to be. It looks like he missed his braking point, or misjudged the braking point, David.
I mean, obviously it was a pretty hard hit. Tough to judge from that angle though, if the BMW thought they were getting out of the way, or if there was just a big misjudgment in speed into that chicane. But here they go for pit in regardless, where food critics also are in the GT4 class. Gotta navigate their way around these fuel pumps on their way to the normal pit garages.
And apparently somebody's taking over.
And a driver swap then for Doug Henson Racing White, apparently. And another one of our Jetta teams, Nico Kramer, is driving Team MSB by N-Ring Info. We keep mentioning in 8th place. They're all in some traffic here. It's GT4 around the outside. And then TCR car thinks about doing the same. It's N-Ring Info, Pampers, Plisno Pontorino on the bumper. Oh, Moncastia, Benjamin Morton. What have you done?
In the last
the final
chicane,
of course. Let's look. I honestly feel like he maybe should have known the BMW was there. I don't know. Hard to say.
I really want to see if there was a slight overlap for the BMW to actually circumvent that situation. We're now going to look on the aerial cam, on the chopper cam, for that number. For number 36, let's look at the replay. It's a complicated one. He kind of knew the BMW was there, wasn't going to give him some room on the inside, but the BMW just getting a bit spooked.
It was a real big will they, won't they. I think the BMW had the room to dive down the inside there, then kind of decided against it, then kind of went for it once the Jetta thought it wasn't on. Bizarre.
Very bizarre. Could be a penalty coming for the BMW, by the way. Something, a little bit of a scary moment for Jimmer, apparently.
So we're being told someone might have come a little close to hitting him.
Yeah, it looks like the 710 911. No, it's a Porsche. I always think it's 911, but not actually. And now Jimmer is actually in a battle for position over here.
Is he just? So he is up on the bumper of VRE Motorsports 099. Oh, huge dive down the inside. Is that going to work? Bounce across the curb a little bit. Jimmy Broadbent up in the 5th. Maybe we can pull up the side-by-side again, because if he's still wearing all the kit, that's an impressive move. He believed in himself and he went for it into turn 1. 5th place for Jimmy Broadbent, and his team is racing Doug Henson Racing Red.
It looks like it. By the way,
Lorenzo,
yeah,
you've gone and grabbed yourself a guest.
Yeah, I got myself a guest. Let me bring our commentator, Gary Weaver. Gary driving for the number 81 Coyote Racing. Gary, and before I let you in, we got a penalty for the number 21 and let them do Macho Man. Oh boy, Paul Schulman or Phil Baldwin is going to have to take that penalty. He's going to do both. Should we go with the interview first?
We might hold off a second, but Gary can just hang out, join the boys for a second. We're gonna get radio comms on the number 21.
My bacho, such a thrill, my bacho, wanna touch my bacho, it's too much, my bacho, check out my bacho.
Oh, well, there we go. I think that was a reinterpretation of the now becoming the Bacho Man by the village people. So combining two. Gary, welcome.
Hello.
What's up? How's Coyote Racing been?
Well, we're still racing, which is a good thing. I have been absolutely exhausted. Local time over here, it is 11:30 almost p.m. by the way, so it is. I'm exhausted. So it's been great though. Aside from the first stint that I did when I took back over, it wasn't really the best, to be quite honest, but I still relatively kept it under control. So I'm just glad that we still have a car to keep running.
I'm no good with time zones. Is that Central or Mountain Time?
Mountain Time.
Oh, okay. I was close. I was within a 2-hour window there. I mean, what about the traffic? The BMW M4 looks good in a straight line. I think the Cayman might have you guys in the corners.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a battle there. It's actually quite fun in a sense. At least it probably would be if we had a Porsche to battle with us. But yeah, the straight line speed it's pretty great for our car, as well as the pretty much just these battles overall throughout the GT4. The traffic overall, it's a bit of a pain, to say the most, and I think I should just leave it at that.
What about the fantastic sum of money that's been raised for a very worthy cause? Currently on our graphic, it's at £47,684.
Absolutely incredible. That's up what now? For 407%, 470%, I believe, from the 10 £10,000 donation that was originally set. That's just absolutely amazing to see that everyone's raised that much money, and I love the way that they're actually doing the penalties as well. It's either a creative penalty serving, like you guys have been mentioning, which would be quite interesting to see in real life, or a donation of what was £5, which is now £10 in the second half of this.
All right, so actually, I thought that David was gonna give me a win, but here we go. So Gary, talking about the penalties itself, I think your team got involved in a penalty or two, and I cannot remember if they actually had to sing or sing praises of someone. In case we ever had that in the commentators race, would you sing praises or sing a song, or rather pay out the admins to win a penalty?
Is this a hypothetical question?
Yes.
Okay. Man, that's definitely something. I know we had at least one penalty that we had to tell praises of one of the admin's favorite cars, arguably enough. And as far as I know, that's the only one that we've had with the intervention, at least from Race Control themselves. But to answer the question, though, to either sing praises of a person or a car, in our case at least, or donate. In this case of charity, I'd definitely donate if I had something to spare, that's for sure.
All right, fair game. Of course, not judgment question. We're all here. Just have fun. This is a question, have fun. But actually, finally, talking about about commentary specifically, I'm trying to round people up, me and David, and also the Arjuna, Daniel Harris, and we're trying to round people up to see if we can get a train going, to see if Jan Seyfarth and Tobias Brockman actually sing on the broadcast. And I want to know if you're interested to participate in that commentator stream.
Quite interesting, actually. I'm gonna have to think about that, considering it's still almost 11 p.m. and my brain is kind of fried right now. So, hit me with that question tomorrow. Then I'll definitely give it a bit more of a concrete thought, a concrete answer.
Okay, ask you that question in 33 minutes. Copy that.
Not what I meant.
All right, back to you, David.
Sure. Well, I mean, thanks for joining us, Gary. I guess if we've run out of questions for you or conversation to carry.
Yeah, it's been fun. I'm probably going to go collapse into bed now and probably wake up and hopefully wake up to at least a good result tomorrow. So we'll see. Knowing myself and commentary in general that I've been through, that's going to be a commentator's curse. I can already assume that. So
your fault.
Yeah, I will definitely. I'm not going to say things in terms of strategy, but we do have a couple things up our sleeve. We'll go with that.
Okay, just information.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Lorenzo, I'm reading from the sometimes questionable, not always reliable source of Riley Downey that there is still 2 hours until sunrise.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised right now if he actually has a more accurate information, because your commentator doesn't have accurate information. I said sunrise is 6:30, right? We're at 6:36. No sun. Or it's a black hole sun, and we don't know. Anyway, I admit I am wrong again.
Well, so Riley's been wrong once, feeding us, sending us astray. So between you and him, I'm not sure I can trust anyone anymore. Here's your leading GT BMW. Skirt around one of the Porsche Caymans. One of the cars in your top 8. I think it was the... I can't remember who that was. Oops, doesn't matter.
Probably someone gone off, and I'm interested to see what Adam Hodgkinson was talking about. Someone feeling rich.
Not sure, didn't pick it up. Let's look at. I'm going to say the man of the hour, but it's the man of the 23 hours, isn't it?
Yes.
Jimmy B in 5th place. Remember, we saw his pass on VRE Motorsports down the inside at turn 1. Big lunge, made it work. He's pulled the gap out to 2.5 seconds, but it's a little steady after that, isn't it?
Yeah, really good. By the way, Jimmy, just good so far. Really doing a good stint. Managed to break away from Thomas Kolar in the VRE, but again, it's all about the good charity event and the charity cause of donating towards Mind Charity. And again, good to see that Broadbent advocating for such a good cause and people just coming in, making the donations, having a little bit of fun. It's still a long way to go. There's still the 50K looming large. Somewhere we're at 47,806 pounds, roughly. So there's still about 2.2K for us getting to the 5K more new incentive towards Jimmy, so he can get either a shoey or a possible dyeing of his hair. So far,
Big run across the curbs for R/WEC spin and continue. Again, GT4 cars just don't look like they can carry as much speed hippity-hoppiting across the curbs. And some of the other cars, they just held on to it. But yeah, if they're super aggressive through that section of track, it comes back to bite them. And there's the lap graphics. I think on average, you say that Jimmy Broadbent's pulling away a little bit in 5th there. And penalty news. Is that the number 36?
Oh, Jimmy, no!
What?
Jimmy just took someone out. Just took, I think, the number 55 TCR out on the hairpin. Oh, Lord.
10. Jimmy Broadbent as he approaches Villeneuve chicane. Oh, bit of a wiggle on the grass. Turns in and then just hooks the tail of the TCR car. Left, right, good night.
Oh, Jimmy Broadbent. No. That's a penalty.
Please no Punterino.
Jimmer.
He even hit the corgi. He even hit the corgi on the bumper.
At least he was nice. He didn't go for animal violence. Just car violence.
That disrupted me from what I was trying to tell you, which is there is a penalty for the 36 and the 1 who must either donate or apologise to the number 10, which is Jimmy B's car. But there's something that's going to go the other way now. Jimmy B's been a naughty boy.
Yeah, Benjamin Morton's just asking, can I just take the stop and go? Let's see what race control will say about this, and probably they're gonna make a donation. Or from the looks of it, they're gonna make a donation and just take the stop and go instead. And the number 1 car, which is the Keyboard Motorsports. Really am interested to see what team will go for it in the next few moments.
That's Benjamin Morton decided he wants to take a stop-and-go penalty rather than apologise to Jimmy. That's something. That's dedication to. That's a hill to die on, you know. That is falling on your own sword.
Yes, and there's a good chance you might just piss off the community for not apologizing. You really don't want to be the villain in this scenario. If we're gonna make wrestling analogies in here, you really don't want to be the heel on this scenario. And in the meanwhile, we still have to look what Twan Vandenbeld is gonna do in the number 1 car, because he's also involved in the incident that he has to apologize towards Jimmy's team.
Yeah, 5th place TCR. We wait to hear from Rwanda. I've still had my radio tuned and nothing has yet come through. There are a few drivers, a few cars that seem not as responsive to race controls instructions as some others. That maybe don't have their radio tuned to race control quite as loudly as other teams and as we do up here. Okay, this is the boys that's leaving pit lane, so it is. Beat right into the middle of the corner. Oh no, hit the 905. Team Rick. Oh dear. Who's driving the Team Rick Jetta at the moment? It's Ryan Burton. Here he is. Did he see the GT4?
It's tricky because there's a good chance he might not have. You can only see that car unless there's a little bit of an overlap. You can see it on the blind spot on the column, the side column blind spot, and the tip of it, and then you know there's a car on the outside, because sometimes even the iRacing spotter will tell you it is clear and only tell you it has a car side by side as soon as it's going to make the contact. So I classify that as more of an racing sim. Oh, number 37 has to come down into pit lane now. That is the turn 10 racing. And share his thoughts on the M4 brakes. Otherwise, make a $10 donation, a £10 donation.
Yep, turn 10 racing. Joshua Breen, despite being a Beamer, actually the second last car running overall at the moment. Is that 172 laps down on your leader?
First warning given towards Joshua Breen and Turn 10's vehicle. Is it just me or Turn 10 all doing by himself so far? It is.
It did look like a bit of a solo effort.
It is solo effort. There is also one more guy, which is Kellen Breen, signed up as well. 1 lap only, but here he comes into the pit lane.
Let's see, we ought to be able to tune the radio on this one, I think, in a second, so we can get some driver thoughts on the brakes. Let's go.
Tell you about the brakes on this absolute machine. Sometimes they stop, sometimes they don't. You'd never really know what's going to happen when you put your pedals to your foot to the floor, but, it's always an adventure.
Are those brakes carbon ceramic?
That's going to be a question for the sales department, I'm sorry. That is satisfactory. You may go.
Glowing review, if you'll excuse the pun, of the brakes on the BMW M4. Brakes go in, brakes go out. You can't explain that. So says Joshua Breen, serving his penalty, now back out, leaving pit lane, back into the race.
Very technical explanation, not too much going to the funny side, just being really technical, just giving you the lowdown. And by the way, really
and he
quickly...
knows when something's not his department as well. He knows when to escalate a problem. Someone's throwing up smoke signals in front of him. So this is or whatever the team is. Yeah, I think it is. One of our TCRs has gone quite wide at turn 2.
Yeah, a little bit of a smoke on the exit of turn number 4. I think someone just slipped in the sand out of the turn number 4. And now the turn 10 car just trying one more lap. Now looking at one more incident, the final chicane involving a TCR. Is that one of the GT4s? Yes, it is. Keyboard Motorsports and Ton Vandenbelt. Oh. I don't know what to make of this, but probably they both had room. I think the curbing on the BMW just caught up a little bit on the wrong side of the exit.
Mitchell Twan Vandervelde has actually made himself a lot of friends in the last couple of laps. I wonder what's going on there for Keyboard Motorsports. Bunch of traffic in the shot here. TCR versus TCR for third place. Backmarker versus HCon. It's still side by side. This is going to come down towards the final chicane. They've got a BMW M4 waiting patiently. No, down the inside. Splits them both towards the final chicane. We're going to see a swap. We might on the exit around the outside. Goes fourth place. Backmarker Racing trying to get around HCon. I think HCon have got that. I think they've done very, very well to grab third place.
Yeah, good effort from Max Boer, the driver out of the Netherlands. Made that overtaking turn right before the last chicane. We got another penalty coming in. Driver of the number 8 of Tidy Boys Racing, Christian Dimitrov. He has to come down to the pits and tell Riz his feelings about the second chicane. Or donate
the first chicane. That's the one we're approaching right here. But the one after, where the off-tracks are very aggressive. So this is the second chicane here. See how the teams feel about it later on.
Well, I'm just wondering, are we going to have race control moving forward that the race is actually going to leave? And I know Oscar is due to come in the final 6, maybe 5 hours of this race. But are we going to have a race control, active race control, while this is going?
I don't know, and I'm not even sure it matters. But we'll see. We'll see as Reese Gardner will step away from race control duties and someone else will step in.
And actually, the drivers are questioning that. Oh man, this is quite interesting. Our race control is gonna be Jimmy, but Jimmy's racing. How do you solve this?
You tell them all to behave, and if they're naughty while you're out of the booth, you punish them double. Make sure you lay down the law, but we're going to look at a replay here. That is, Spinala, a BMW and a wannabe BMW.
Yeah, that's the BMW Power and the Race Energy Sovereign Sport having a little bit of an incident on the exit of turn number 1 between 1 and 2. And David, I'm starting, I don't know if you're watching the same thing as I am. I'm starting to see a little bit of light coming into the track. It's starting to rise. It isn't full lightning yet, but it's coming.
I heard give it another 15 minutes. But we'll see. Surely, approaching 7 a.m. in server in Europe, it should be not too far away, hopefully.
Yeah. battle between Backmarker and HCon has dwindled away, as stretched to 2.7 seconds. No other battles on track so far. It's broken down a little bit. Again, if you have any questions, you can ask on the YouTube chat. Ask us anything on RaceSpot. RaceSpot, if you are participating on this event, you want to just have a little bit of a chat with us, our TeamSpeak link is on the chat. If you want to just come in, have a chat, have a little bit of fun, a little bit of the banter. We're all here. We don't bite, I think.
Well, not people, but sausage rolls, maybe.
Yes. I'm getting hungry.
Tell me about it, man.
It's like my mom come and said right before, right about an hour ago, I'm making a soup. Like, it's one of those hot soups you really want to have, and it has a little bit of rice. It looks like a little bit of pasta. Kind of really good soup. I'm itching myself if I should go for another bowl. Bowling for
You've
soup.
already had one?
I only had one.
Why are you complaining then?
It's because my belly is a bit weird.
Welcome to the TCR Off-Roading World Championship. We're going to look at Struggles Racing as they take on Stage 4, the grass and gravel stage. Yeah, not sure that was their finest particular moment, but is that Food Critic helping them? No, I think they do it by themselves and take Food Critic with them in that particular case.
And just sends Food Critic into the sausage curves, trying to make ask the Food Critics how those sausages taste specifically. Making a little bit of referral to what David just said about sausage rolls.
Fed him a bit of a knuckle sandwich, I think, on that one.
Yes. So really am interested to see what is the assessment out of the Food Critics out of those concrete sausages. If they taste good. I don't think they will.
It's a set of 3, they had a good sample size, but I'm not sure what they wanted at this point in the race.
Yes.
Not far away from hitting that next nice round number, £48,000 raised. Amazing that most of the Europeans are asleep, some of the Americans are going to sleep, and there's still dedicated supporters out there. Amazing that all race long just keeps ticking up. Thank you everyone for your support. Thank you Jimmy Broadbent for your support. Hopefully we get that Tony Kanan support through. He wouldn't bamboozle us. He's a man of integrity and honor, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think he will make that donation post-race, because if I recall correctly, let me just grab the score really quickly. Because I have Hoisting Fell Works' entire stint. By the way. So, just give me 1 second. Yeah, apparently Tony will finish the stint. There will be now a break in between Enzo and Tony. There will be Ronnie, then Jordy driving the car. Right now it's Ronnie, apparently. Then Jordy will take over. Then it's a dual effort from Enzo and then Tony with on finishing the car in the final hour, or the final 30 minutes.
I reckon TK's taking a bit of a nap at the moment.
Yes.
Here we go. One of the more professional looking liveries amongst a sea of very interesting ones, including the one in front of them at the moment.
Just, I think Valhalla had a little bit of an issue, apparently.
Someone, mentioned there were something with that going on. So car 24 apparently having exciting moment. Not long ago.
I was trying to go back on the replay and see this issue or moment they just had. The Benter's still going. They're all the way back in the field, in the Jetta field. P14 in the class. About 20 laps back to the Reaper Racers.
Okay, so this car with marker lights at the front and glowing brake discs at the rear. Oh, living up to their name again in the 013. That's quite wide of the first apex. That's a lot of grass at the second apex, and then they've always beached it on the sausage curbs for the second apex. So well wide, in a little bit hot there. Problem for r/wet spin and continue, but a lot of damage.
No, not a whole lot of damage for the car itself. Just going for a wild ride into the last chicane. In the meanwhile, I'm looking at a possible battle for P5 overall because the gap is around 1.8 seconds between Reaper Online Racing and the boys. But the problem is they're off cycle. The boys more than nearly 20 laps of an advantage. It is specifically 17 laps, 17 or 16 laps of advantage. In comparison to 26 in terms of advantage in comparison to Reaper Online Racing, but we saw these cars can go up to 57, 58 laps, so the battle could be going in a little bit.
Let's ride on board with this car then. /WEC machine Porsche Cayman. Joshua Cronin's been a source of some of our entertainment over the last couple of hours. Let's see if there's any more as we ride on board for a couple of laps. Quick commentary Quick commentary break, and we'll be back in not too long. Thank you so much for watching. Yeah, funky music. We're back. It's David Haynes with Lorenzo Bonda, Hugo Lewis producing as he's done for many fantastic hours of this broadcast. Thanks for sticking with us here in Jimmy B's charity race for mental health. 23 hours of Zolder. It's 6 hours, 10 minutes still to go. It's dark around the circuit in Belgium, but Lorenzo, we are hoping for sunrise in not too long.
Yeah, I'm starting to see some flashes of sunrise to come to the track. The track getting slightly brighter. It's still under full darkness, but I'm seeing glimmers of the sunshine coming in. The sun's slowly creeping in, I believe. We said about 15 minutes roughly. We could see sunrise as early as 7:30. But still very good race to see here in this Belgian track.
While we're on a little break there, taking some onboard views in, we crossed £48,000 raised, celebrating every increment of 1,000. So thank you to those people, Jimmy B supporters, racing fan supporters, sim racing supporters, and friends and family and drivers for your amazing support. Last year, Jimmy Broadbent put together the original Race for Mental Health with a goal to raise £1,000. He smashed it out of the park, raising nearly £35,000 for Mind. This year, they wanted to do better, set a goal of £10,000. And now we are well beyond last year's total and still going. Let's take a look at the replay here though, Lorenzo, for MRI Motorsports and their BMW. That is some grass and that's some contact.
Yeah, getting to contact, I think that was the quiver, maybe, or in the turn in the first chicane, from what it looks like. But the gap now coming back into live pictures, the gap between Boyce and Reaper Online again under the second. It's been creepy and looming large in between a second to about 7/10 of a second, just due to traffic alone.
Yep, so our fastest class, GT4, made up of Porsche Caymans and BMW M4 homologated GT4 machinery, and then it's the TCR class with the Audi RS3 LMS, and then the Jetta, which is just in Jetta. So this is a battle in GT4, coming and going, isn't it? Around about a second and a half at the moment. I think Reaper Online Racing been pretty quick for most of the race. Is Alistair Glenn gonna uphold their lofty standards?
It's funny that we're not only looking at Twitter, but I was paying attention to the shadow asking for race control, because apparently there has been some carnage around the track, or chaos and insurgency all around the track, and they're asking where's the order, the bringers of order into this race.
It doesn't seem like there is much in the way of race control. It is the wild, wild west, at least for an hour or so here. Let's see what happens. We're also going to keep our eye on what happens in this little battle here. A bit of Jetta traffic. Reaper Online is through it. The boys look like they've still got a little bit more. Well done. Well aligned. Well deduced through that chicane. Lets them carry a lot more speed.
Jack just going wild at it. I'm just trying to take a quick look to see which car is driven by the Reaper Racing team. It is two Porsches, that battle of two Porsches. That is a 718 Club Sport on the right-hand chicane. Just trying to take a look at this. I think that is WTF1, driven by Rob Schrinemakers. So just overlapping them for one more lap, putting around the lap and a half advantage, because Quiver is actually 8 laps. Then we have Reaper and the boys about 2 laps behind WTF1. As the gap is roughly around 8/10 of a second for one driver. One driver to one under.
on board lets you get a good look at the horizon around the track where it is still dark. Still very, very dark. Ooh, not game enough down the inside there for the boys. Had to back out, lose a little bit of time, but the same thing's happening up the road for Reaper Online Racing, who through a couple corners in a row, it looks like they're being stuck behind another Cayman GT4 that's not quite as fast. Flash of the headlights, and that's an effective strategy during the night. Very much will capture the attention of others on track. Tell you what, a compromised line through that chicane though is not something you want at all. You try to go down the inside there, it's really going to hurt your flow when you run through the corner. The second tap of the brake lights from the Jetta was trying to let them go, but the boys, and specifically Michael Janney, wasn't quite so keen to make the dive there. You've got to be cautious right now when there's no race control. Go wild.
Yeah, I just basically ensure that anarchy is actually put up into this race. I can see the chat, the voice chat, a little bit on an article I just made up in Twitter, asking Jimmy for cookies and penalties and trying to hand out penalties to one another, asking if he is tired, if he's lapped. And now apparently Sunshine Autos just getting into a scary situation for the
Sunshine Auto's no longer our TCR leader, because that's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing at the moment, but it comes and goes depending on the pit stops between those two, doesn't it? So, Sunshine Autos don't want to run into too much trouble because they want to be able to undercut Alpine Stars. If they've got, losing time and they're going off track or having problems, then they're not going to be able to do that.
Whoa. Scary, and talking about scary moments, it was on Villeneuve chicane. There was an issue with one of the GT4s. Just trying to take a look at the number. I cannot get a good proper look, but the other car was the number 17, the P9 in the TCR class, just coming across Riley Downey's car right in front of him at the exit, just causing a little bit of confusion.
Keep watching here, one of the more exciting battles for position on track at the moment in this 23-hour race with 6 hours to go. So if you want to think about it this way, we're definitely on the home stretch of this race, but we are still a while from home, even if we're closer than at the start.
Yeah, we still have over here for us, me and Dave still have about 1 more hour of broadcasting to do. Then it's back, and I'm not gonna say it's back, but it's all the way down to Tobias Brockman and Jan Seifa to take us in the race spot booth all the way down to the finish. Both capable hands, both German individuals are good buddies in Germany so far. Should be coming down.
They should just cover the finish. They should just cover the finish of this race in German. Like I know both of them. Very very capable, multilingual, putting me to shame. Like yourself, Lorenzo and Hugo. But what's wrong? What's wrong with a couple of hours of German coverage?
I think I have no problems. I think they just done. I think it was
DNLS. No, they weren't on that.
No, they weren't in the DLNS. It was another broadcast they done in the German side. They both covered it. To be very honest, both Jan Seifa and Tobias, they did it in German. That could be a donation incentive, not just kiss from the rose, but also finish the broadcast while speaking in German. Make you go crazy.
Well, they should just alternate once every lap. Every time the leader crosses the start-finish line, they got a switch. So they might,
imagine
start out a sentence, Damen und Herren, willkommen, aus Zolder. We've got a race going on. Und mein Gott, da geht die Nummer 44, who's had a little bit of a crash.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. Just every 10 words, you're gonna say 10 words will be in English, then 10 more will be in German. That would be a good challenge for them.
You can say a lot in German with just 10 words, though.
Yes, you can basically say in a... It's kind of like Japanese. One Japanese word that mean like 300 words in English. The same thing goes for German. One word in German means 355 things in English.
Well, here's your GT4 leader coming up to try and lap this battle of 5th and 6th. Well, 5th is kind of getting away a little bit. There goes BS Competition. A lot of Germans in that team, of course, so maybe that appreciates some native language coverage, including Lauren Heinrich, who's driving the leading car at the moment. Not all of them. Okay, Barneveld, not a German in that car, but there's quite a few.
Yeah, we got Reiner Talvar, which is Estonian, and we have Barneveld, which is...
They got Voss as well, though, who's German.
Yeah. Oh. Jimmy is out of the car individual, so now Jimmy Broadbent is now race control. I have pity on your souls.
Yeah, everyone better behave from here on out. And talking about here on out, we have crossed over 6 hours to go, so let's do a top 8 rundown of all of our classes, as we like to do at the top of the hour. I can't really call it the hourly update. I think a different broadcaster already uses that term, but we're talking about your leader BS Competition. There they are, 4 laps clear of RLR Abruzzi Esports for Charity in second. Then still a bit of a battle going back and forth between WTF1 and Aquiva Motorsports. Keep an eye there. 5th is a Reaper Online Racing. I think they're holding on to 5th pretty well there against the boys, who we look at the moment in their Cayman. MRI Motorsports a little bit further back again in the BMW, and Food Critics are still in 8th in class there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, now we're going to go into the TCR with Alpine Geodesic Racing Black. No switching back and forth between Sunshine Autos, as I think Alpine has just gone into the pit lane. P3 for the HCon Racing Team. P4 for the Benchmark Racing Orange. 5th for Keyboard Motorsport. I nearly sneezed, so I apologize for that. 6th place is Hoisting Foam Works. P7, BMW M Power. And running on the top 8 is VRE Motorsport 086.
Cross the page, please.
Oh, okay, me as well. Okay, I apologize. So Team Roncar leading the Jetta class, right up nearly 2 minutes. Is that 2 minutes from what it looks like? It's because it's over here. Anyway, Team Lonely is in P2 with Fuga Simsport almost LMP1 to P3. Team Wreck in 4th. Bill Kingston Racing Red. Jim's car is out in 5th, just out of the pit lane. VRE Motorsports 099, which is the number 27, is in 7th and 6th. Radio Baco GSR is in 7th, riding out of the top 8. As the sunshine comes in bit by bit, Team MSB by R-Ring Info in the number 285 car.
So across the 3 classes, that's your top 10.
10?
Top 8. 8. I got too generous, you know. There's a lot of generous people today, and yeah, maybe that spirit is rubbing off on my glitchy heart. What about the lead in TCR? You're right, that Geodesic Racing are being scored in the lead. They're on their outlap right now. How far behind Sunshine Autos are they at the moment? Looks like it's not that much at all, actually. Only 30 seconds. It's Rydog, who was in our chat earlier, versus Quirkatized.
Yeah, so Rydog is the battle of big Twitch streamers. Now we're gonna see who's the main guy in the TCR class. I know Quirk loves the TCR class driver from time to time. Just I really want to see now Quirk's based out of the gate, because it is totally possible. I have to talk about the Quirk. He nearly bins it in turn number 2. He had a spin, but he kind of kept it outside the line. He just couldn't say. Oh, and Quirk actually got spun around.
Oh, okay then. Problems for the 124. Oh, and he's not happy. Jim Broadbent's in race control for this one, but gonna need another look So cue up the replay. Tyson Meyer is not happy with this one at all. This is through the first sector. He catches a little bit of the grass. Okay, here comes the traffic. Jetta down the inside. And then BMW goes for that. Do you think that was the BMW's fault?
It's tricky now. Kind of cut him across. He could have given him room. I think Quirk, I think, Tyson got a little bit scared because it is actually his first quick lap, and the tires still haven't built up the grip itself, so he kind of expected the car to get a little bit loose on the outside part, especially catching the marbles. So I understand where he's going at it, but if there's a overlap for you to work with, you couldn't give him the room. Yeah, absolutely. But again, not our decision. That is race control. Hashtag Jimmer hammered down Jimmer.
His battle between 12th and 13th. Same corner. 13th down the inside. And it is a grumpy Broadbent, so I wouldn't try to make him too angry. And look at this, Rough and Ready racing. Back out of it, seeing what the Jetta is there. Oh, which way are they going to go here? Penalty. It's been sent in the direction of the 25?
Rough and Ready.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's an unrelated incident, by the way.
Oh, true. That was one quite a bit earlier. Right. So, did you... I haven't got it in text. What was the penalty that was given over voice?
It was all given over voice. I just couldn't listen what Jimmy said. I apologize. But apparently they're going to make the donation. Which for us is always great, more money.
Right, that's the point, isn't it? Can't complain. And regardless, it looks like the 013 is starting to pull away a bit anyway. Between 12th and 13th.
By the way, sunrise started to begin with, a little bit of traffic between Rough and Ready and WRC and WEC's going to continue racing. Well, just apologize. I've been here for about 10 hours, okay, in total. So, cut me some slack if I make any mistakes in English.
3 to a good home, 1 slightly damaged Lorenzo Bonda.
Yeah, excuses.
But you're right on finally some hints of sunrise over Circuit Zolder for Jimmy Broadbent's charity 23 Hours of Zolder. Gonna pick up a replay here for Shinka Motorsport Green in TCR running 12th place, Daniel Ferreira Vidal, and that's a BMW that helps him, isn't it? Oh, and then he gets another boost.
TCR from what it looks like.
I thought the first one was a Beamer.
I'm gonna take
definitely. Oh, what?
Oh, actually, the car just decided to stop on turn number 1, by the way. Oh, lots of damage on that Audi.
So there's a lot going on. That's Rough and Ready getting around R/WEC. So what's going on for... that's crabbing something fierce for Shinka Motorsport Green. Look at that. Even in the dark, you can tell that the tail wants to go one way, even though the front wheels are pointing the other. Wow.
All right. It was actually a BMW. It was a 710. Then it got actually hit again by a TCR. That's the number 5. I was going to say 52, but it ends with the 2. You can just see the proper number of the car. Number 62. So there's a good penalty probably coming up for the 710 car on the GT4 class.
imagine it's very, very possible. I didn't hear a whole lot of chatter over the radio about it, though. Except there have been many other things that have pulled up a bunch of chatter. But here we go. Incident between 34 and 84. 34 needs to go to the pits. We're going to get more confirmation about what the penalty is there for the 34. MRI Motorsports. And a nice big sorry or give me £10, says Jimmy Broadbent in all caps.
I've been talking to her over here with the microphone muted. Jimmy just being very polite and highly incisive. And the number 34 will pay the money.
So MRI Motorsports, they are deciding to pay off that penalty. It's £10. There's your sunrise in beautiful Belgium. A lot of cars around the track. A lot of them in that final sector there as well. That's where a lot of the traffic is. But hints of light on the horizon lead to the sun peaking above the horizon, leads to sunlight on the track, and hopefully a beautiful day. It is clear skies. So do you think, just mentally, for all the drivers who've been racing so long, in the dark for so long, seeing that sunrise as a sign of how far along we've come in the race, do you think it rejuvenates them?
Yes, it's a sign of relief for the majority of the drivers. They don't have to deal with full-on darkness, which is a very characteristical thing in Belgian tracks. Not only in Zolder, you get this pitch blackness right in the middle of the forest, but you also get that in Spa, driving right in between in the forest, and you get that pitch blackness. Only signs of bright lightness is the start-finish line. And maybe the whole Source El Rouge section, and after that is pure pitch blackness. So, characteristical things to see on the Belgian tracks. And I saw, I think, an M4 going off on the right-hand chicane on the back stretch of the track, and just trying to see which car was it.
Okay, well, investigator Lorenzo
the number
digs
81
to find the truth.
Number 81, Coyote Racing.
Yep, Gary Weaver's teammates. He can
Gary's,
reap
by the way.
Go what?
The issue of the 81 going wide right before the big lane is definitely Gary's fault, not ours, right?
Right.
It's never our fault. Looking at it, there is some battles, but that's multi-class like battles. For example, the WEC Spain and Continue Racing and Struggles Racing right ahead of him.
I think that's a good one to watch, though.
Yeah, the one we're watching right now. And there is talks of people trying to drive the safety car.
It's gonna take a lot. So here's Struggles Racing. They are overall in 22nd place. Behind them is Wet Spin and Continue and Rough and Ready. All three cars you see on screen for position. Actually, Rough and Ready is a tiny bit further back. But it's for position between Struggles Racing TCR and the GT4. I think Rough and Ready have actually gotten through. Where's my timing screen? No, I'm not sure.
All my time screen shows up as well. This battle for position between the drivers, as we're still seeing WEC trying to catch up. There is a faster car right behind the WEC, the 013 car. trying to go by on the first chicane, kind of blocked them out as Joshua Cronin still trying to catch up into the Brendan Prince car right ahead of him, but struggling with some of the turns and trying to get closer.
It's like a well-driven TCR car, able to just keep a bit bruised, bit damaged GT4 at bay for the moment. Jimmy Broadbent just cleared his own black flags. To be fair, he probably has made a quite significant donation. I think he's allowed to do that once or twice.
I was looking at something for Jimmy that is quite interesting. I want to check his stream once again because the team was getting really close to getting disqualified because of the incident points. They were at 212 the last time I checked, out of 250 you could get.
Drive-through penalty. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, they actually... Okay, this is interesting. They actually done over it.
Is Vidal from Shinko Motorsport green. That's very wide. There's no grip there. Is there any grip there? Nope, no grip there. Gets... Whoa! Collected once, collected twice. No good at all.
Yeah, it's a tricky scenario for Shinker. You really don't want to go back into the track. Try to go back to the safest way possible. Still P12 for the number 12 car. So fitting up the number.
There is life imitating art or vice versa. Still keeping our eyes on the sunrise, which you can see kind of happens. The rises in the east, doesn't it? Which I do believe.
You're not going to go full Dylan Coyle, are you?
What?
Oh, you don't know the story, right? So Dylan Coyle in the 24-hour Le Mans broadcast, I'm never going to forget this. Just decided to ask because he didn't know about this. Where does the sun rises and where does it set? He thought it rose on the west and set on the east. Actually, it was north or south, something like that. But he got so confused.
Gosh. There's only so much helping that kid. Big ups, Dylan Coyle. Stay in school.
He graduated, and Dylan, I know you from a long way back. I'm sorry. We'll make up whenever I go to Philadelphia again.
I don't know him nothing, but yes, the sun does rise in the east, which is towards the final sector of the lap, the Boulderberg box, up towards the Villeneuve chicane. Looking that way. Yep, Hugo's got it. Nailed it. From turn one, looking backwards, is towards where the sun will begin to peak from.
I'm loving to see the chat here because they're complaining about Jimmy clearing his own penalty black flag. That they had 250 incident points, and his team actually got to those 250 points, and he cleared away, and everybody just decided to call him a cheat. The abusiveness of power on this race.
It's thought it helped him enough. He's not leading class. He cleared them all day long, and I think he's still not quite in the hunt for the win. For the win in this one, it needs more drastic action, a bigger intervention for that to work. VRE Motorsports kind of got high-sided on the curb there, rode it like a skateboard, and then couldn't get back on the track. You've experienced that in these front-wheel drive cars, surely, where you get the outside tyre on the grass, and then the tyre that is gripped up goes and steers you off track.
Yeah, and try to save the car is just highly complicated. It takes a very particular set of skills for you to save that car. If you just clip it on the grass, especially on the braking side, it doesn't matter if it is heated or not.
Very particular set of skills that you've honed over a long career, I'm sure. So TCR car gets past the Jetta at turn 1. Big dive, park it. Not sure they're even quite clear yet. Headlights give you a good idea, but then through turn 2, this section of the track. Kanalbocht, which is named after the canal right there. Not just any canal, Albert Canal. Actually, this map even has the name of the businesses across the other side of the canal whose chimneys you can see as you're driving towards there. It includes Metallix NV, Zolder Duck Projecten NV, Thermoclean, and wow, fascinating.
Talk about trivia. I did not know that.
And Fevelco Zolder. Looks like they fabricate metal or something. Little industrial area across the other side of the canal, and of course the canal's probably originally built to serve industrial areas. Nowadays you can put more stuff on trucks when racing cars go fast.
Thank you, by the way, for
just a
allowing
quick history lesson.
Yeah, all I know is like a bit of history and landmarks and buildings around the Interlagos track, my local track, and Daytona, because I kind of visited all over there. That's all I know.
Looks like in recent times they've gone and built some wind turbines across the other side of the canal. Since iRacing scanned it here, so wow, green energy revolution in Belgium. Literally unplayable. iRacing, please update the scan with wind turbines.
Yeah. Would the wind turbines give you a gain of downforce just because the wind that is going through the turbines and eventually creating a vortex into cars and indirectly affecting the downforce and maybe giving them a boost?
You know, it's funny you ask that because I studied a little bit of aerodynamics and the answer is no.
I see. Would have been cool to see that.
What about Coyote Racing and r/WEC 13th, 14th in GT3? Coyote Racing a bit, and I think more down than up for a bit of this race. They've had a long pit stop. They've rejoined just in front of Joshua Cronin. And I think that Cayman is 14th. It's carrying a bit of damage at the moment as well.
Yeah, carrying a little bit of damage. The gap around 1.9 seconds between James Elson and Josh Cronin. With the Beamer actually being the car that is heavier in the fuel, about 42 laps of fuel. In the meanwhile, Cronin's car has 52 laps, so he's due to come down in the pit lane anytime soon, the next 5 or 6 laps. Whereas Coyote still has about 16 or 14 laps roughly of fuel left in the BMW M4. So now traffic getting in a little bit in the way of Housen. Now 3.4 second gap between one car to another.
Yeah, I did look at some of the more recent laps, but remember that 013 was getting, out-dragged by TCR car. Yeah, the TCR car struggles racing has been expanding that gap, so the 013 is doing about TCR, well, slower than TCR speed at the moment. Looks like they're still going quicker than Jetta's, but they've lost a couple seconds a lap of pace from that car, at least until they get to the next pit stop. Goodness knows if they've got any fast repairs left.
I don't think they're going to get faster by, getting into traffic. The problem is if they get in a straight line within the same exit speed, the TCRs can kind of match a little bit the GT4s up to the point they have to go into the braking, where the GT4s can be slightly more aggressive and go by. As now again, Coyote will clear themselves out of another GTCR into the final chicane. And wind that gap up to 7 seconds now.
Yeah, there you go. Looking a bit quicker for Coyote Racing. They just crossed the line and they put in a lap of 140, while The R/wet spin continue racing car has just entered pit lane. Let's see if that car emerges any quicker, but yeah, it was quite a bit off pace. Closer to 5 or 6 seconds a lap missing, which is quite significant around this circuit. Just 4 kilometers.
Yeah, roughly, and Cronin now into the pits.
I think that track length puts it in about the same company as Mid-Ohio, which I think is also basically exactly 4 kilometers.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny if we talk about layouts. It's the same length, and it's a very similar track in nature. You know, the only difference is that Mid-Ohio has a little bit of a longer straight right after turn number 2. Or turn number 4, depending on circumstances. If they put the chicane on the exit turn number 1, have a little small chicane on turn number 3, and not the back straight of the track, it is half a straight, but still, it's a very similar track in terms of layout and how the race plays out.
Looking at your leading GT4 and talking about the layout, I think you're more at risk of getting a slowdown penalty here than you are at Mid-Ohio, because we're just looking at the Villeneuve chicane there, that our leader, Rainer Talva, has taken over the BS competition car. And he was, using some of the curbs and then using some of the AstroTurf, and then there's the sausage curbs to try to make you cut not too much, but everyone's always tempted to take a little bit, especially through a 3 apex chicane like that. You want to be on the optimum line. I'm actually kind of surprised to see Rainer Talva driving though, because where do I see Alexander Voss joined the server about half an hour ago? I thought he was getting ready to gear up, suit up, get behind the wheel. Actually, they've put Rainer Talva in instead to replace Heinrich.
We might see maybe Heinrich coming to the latter stage of the race. There's a good chance. Because from what I saw, those stints done by Heinrich during our portion of the broadcast were the only ones he actually did. Whereas Barneveld and Mario Zug have done the majority of the laps. And then Heinrich just participating during this night section, going for a very long, I would say, singular stint.
I've got some lap count facts from the 52. Ryan Barneveld drove 173 laps. Then comes Robert Hager, who drove 165. Then comes Marius Zug, who drove 112. Then comes Rainer Talva, who's done 59 now and is obviously doing more. Alexander Voss has done 59, and Lauren Heinrich did 56. So Rainer Talva's about to go up and have the 4th most laps of all the drivers, ahead of Voss and Heinrich.
Looking over here, there's even a good chance he might go into the 3rd most German laps. We just have to take it very quickly because he's on his 3rd lap. So not that it matters much, because all these 4 drivers, I'm not going to say 4, actually all these 6 drivers are actually within the fair share rule, so the points can count, and their finish spot can actually be counted whenever they finish this race.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous once you've got as many as 6 drivers, because of the way the amount of flexibility into the fair share rules. When you try to chop up the pie between 6 people, some of the slices are allowed to be very small.
It's
There's another overall position battle between cars in a different class. Zornhauer Racing and Doug Henson Racing Red, of course, the Jimmy B machine.
And driven by Joe Ciampa.
Have to be some problems for Zornhauer Racing TCR if the Doug Henson Jetta was going to be able to catch them. The TCR cars have got better tyres, better suspension, better aerodynamics, more power. What have I missed? The only thing I'd take from the Jetta is that gearbox.
You forgot they have a race control on the number 10.
Yeah, so that's about that particular car, not about the Jetta in general.
Fair game. But gap is already rising up to 4.2 seconds just by traffic alone.
Yeah, what we really need to be looking at is the Jetta battles, because Doug Henson racing red, a 5th in class at the minute, and almost a whole lap behind Team Rick in 4th. And I think they're about half a lap ahead of VRE Motorsport in 6th.
By the way, I've been paying attention to the really quickly to this lead battle in the TCR class, because we know that both Tyson Meyer and Randy Downey are in the offset in their fuel strategy. One is at 35 in Downey, and then Tyson is at 16. So there is a 20 lap gap, roughly, more or less, in between the drivers. And from what it looks like, the gap has quite stabilized or increased bit by bit, but it is marginal gains between Downey and Meyer. So good to see that Downey is still driving strong and not giving any inch whatsoever for Meyer to get closer, even if Meyer is actually doing 39s and Downey is kind of stuck on the 40 mid-lows.
We touched on there's got to be a good rivalry between the different streamers, Rydog and Quirkatized. Awesome to, I guess, have them adding their perspective to this race, and also giving us an interesting little battle for the lead in TCR class as well. You remember we checked in with this a while back and the lead was 30 seconds or something, so I think it's been pretty good the last couple laps for Riley Downey.
Yeah, just being efficient, I think, on traffic for Riley. As you can see, he just clears himself out of the number 13 Porsche Cayman. Got Grid Talk Racing, so that's why he's shredding so much time in traffic in comparison to Korik, basically. Korik has actually to be a little bit more aggressive on the turn-ins and exits to try to gain that time, whereas Riley is just taking care of the traffic opening up for him.
Only slow GT4s for Downey to worry about, though. He gets past the Cayman and now he's got a BMW parting the seas. Remember, they told us their goal is to be top 5 overall in their TCR car. A very big ask when there's 20 GT4 cars also in the race. That means they've got to be absolutely clinical and lucky if they're going to get top 5 overall. They're currently in 8th place overall, and their efforts are being hampered by the boys Reaper Online and MRI Motorsports having a bit of a second wind, another turn of pace. They've also got to be careful. Food critics could come back at them, and you never want your food to come back up, but food critics are doing about 1 minute 40s, the same as the TCR cars at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to mention pretty much on the front of the field, all the way down, I'm going to say basically coming from Reaper Racing, Online Racing, all the way down into P1, they haven't matched the pace, and like Food Critics, Track Limit, and Race are being within the same gap as the both leading TCR cars. So both Tyson and Riley putting major stints in really good pace and speed.
And I still on the donation total, £48,625 raised so far for Mind Charity mental health organisation in, what did it say, across England and Wales. That's the official word from the document. So a great total, already surpassing the £35,000 raised last year. Some would ask, is the sequel ever better than the original? For some movies that's not the case, but for this event it's gone strength to strength, and people are well and truly on board with more passion than last year.
Yeah, we can pretty much say this has been a box office success in comparison to the last year's blockbuster. So I can't wait to see what Jimmer has in stock for next year. If he's gonna come back to Zolder, or he has another main layout for another 23-hour race.
Oran Park, please.
Yes.
Moto layout.
You're evil.
That's never been proven in a court.
True. Innocent until proven guilty.
Oh, so now we are checking in. Battle for 3rd and 4th in GT4, and there's plenty going on all around, and that was Underground Racing League, BMW off the track, and Hugh Haycock's also lost a bit of time with one of the Jettas. He was waiting patiently, and the Jetta then thought they would let him go, but it didn't happen.
No, didn't go whatsoever. We saw a GP4 outside. I think that was the 151 of Underground Racing going on the outside on the sand on the exit of turn number 4. You can see the gap basically stable in between four. Actually, I was going to say stable, but now 0.4 of a second because of the two TCR cars of a BMW and Flower. And another TCR. They get close to the hairpin, nearly bumper to bumper.
That they are. The lead for WTF1 absolutely evaporates. 5 laps into the stint is Max Crowther, and they had a long stop. They might have needed some repairs at that point. I wonder what happened there through the final chicane. All TCR cars decide they want to go for pit lane. Our GT4 guys continue their battle for the final podium step at the moment.
A really good battle so far, and just 5 laps separate one car from another in the fuel stint, so not of a major gap between both cars. So just letting it out early portion of the stint, where because Haycock is on 11 laps, where Crowther is at 6. So the British team out of the WTF1 got their hands full right now with a Quiver just coming in hot, and there's still more lap traffic right ahead of him. That's the number 37 car just in front of him, which is turn 10 Racing, and more BMW from what it looks like right ahead of him as well.
Just right out of the way. Job easily done. Starting to look real bright in the sky and therefore around the track. It's going to help the confidence of some of the drivers, I imagine. Maybe we'll see less off tracks, less contact when there's more visibility, because it was wild for a while back there, wasn't it?
It was. I think it was more than wild in WTF1 business. I don't think Scenic Route opens up the gap to a Quiver diving down on the inside of the hairpin. Nice and neat. Done move by the number 84. P3 for the number 84. Let's see if Crowther is going to go for the switchback.
Yeah, now the graphic has a moment there before it updates to once again showing this as a battle for 3rd and 4th, but I think a Quiver have they done that? I'm pretty sure that's the move. Don't think WTF1 are quite going to get this one back. Hugh Haycock needs to work on getting away, getting clear. The Jimmy Broadbent update is he's out of the car. He's playing race control at the moment. But his team, the number 10, currently 5th. Currently 4th in Jetta. They've just got a stolen position away from Team Rick, which is a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
Yeah, but still 1 lap back from top 3 in the Fuga SimSport almost LMP1. So if something has to happen, name drive-through instant, $100 by the way for a drive-through instant for one of the teams. Just letting you know, doing the donation incentives right over here. Not my fault. If you have any problems about that, bring it up to race control. Hashtag Jimmy.
So it is. I think Equiva Motorsports, through some of this traffic, is starting to get away with it. There's Struggles Racing in the TCR just up ahead here as well. They were one that we kept our eyes on for a while because they're doing well in the overall standings. Not just TCR. Well, they were important in the overall standings. There's a bunch of GT4s that were a little bit behind them.
Looking quickly over here as TCR still quite a way gap from one another. The only thing we're actually looking for is that lead battle between Alpine Jetta Black and also the Sunshine Autos. It has come down 3 seconds from the gap between Riley Downey and Tyson Meyer. Now stable around 37.7 seconds between both American drivers. And again, still on the off cycle as Downey still is due to the pit lane in about 15, 16 laps.
Yeah, true. 5 hours away, still a while to start trying to count backwards on the fuel strategy. But at some point, they're going to have to. We're seeing about 90-minute stints normally, aren't we? Around about 90 minutes for TCR cars.
Roughly. And oh, by the way, we got another one big YouTuber on the car as Yaroslav Honzik, or for those who are more aware with the YouTube world, Mr. Yardier. I'm sorry, I had to remind over here. It's nearly 5 a.m. in Brazil, so I'm trying to remember stuff while still not trying to go to bed. But Yaroslav, a really fast driver, let me tell you this much. Highly underrated driver, in my opinion, in iRacing, but has a lot of pace, driving the number 39 car of Food Critics.
Let's take a look at Food Critics, actually, now that they're in the light. It's breakfast time. So the Food Critics Porsche Cayman GT4 still running in 8th place, as they have done for several hours now. They've always been right on the tail of our top 8 updates. Oh yeah, Team Food Critics looking good. That looks like double cheeseburger. I can see like 2 layers of beef in there amongst the cheese, a little bit of lettuce, buns on the top and the bottom.
Yeah, it looks like a double Whopper of sorts.
Certainly does.
I'm more of a triple stacker guy than a double Whopper.
Is it a Porsche K-Meat?
That's the idea out of that livery.
Bun Sport GT4? What are you going to call the car? It's got to be a good name. I mean, other than Porsche.
What was the first one? K-Meat?
Yeah.
It's more meaty than the other names, in my opinion.
Porsche Cayman 84?
I was gonna say Crunchy Night. Instead of 39, Crunchy Night. But
it's all food for thought, isn't it?
Yes. And in the YouTube chat, people saying, "Stop making me hungry."
In the words of Shaggy, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Blame Yaroslav and his team. We just got carried by the moment.
Yeah, we're just the messenger.
Yes.
On this one. Speaking of, we are about 15 minutes away from handing over commentary and the reins to Tobias Brockman and Jan Seyfarth. I see that they are standing by They are going to be your hosts, your commentators, your best friends for the remaining 5 hours of this broadcast here on VCO Esports. It's been a blast. What a bizarre, entertaining, and entirely unpredictable event this has been.
Yeah,
So-
it's... Sorry, go ahead.
If you insist. So yeah, I mean, and raising for a great cause as well, and being very, very successful in that. Well done, Jimmy Broadbent. Everyone else who's lent their support, thrown the word out, brought everyone's attention towards this event. Raise money for Mind Charity, a great cause.
And just to mention, we are about 250 pounds away from 49K. Just keep donating, people. It's always for a good cause to help Mind Charity, to give assistance and aid for those facing mental problems, depression, and things like that. Especially this year, this probably the crazy. I'm gonna say, obviously, the craziest year in the history, probably the modern history of mankind. To be very honest. And certainly because of the lockdowns in so many places, depression has built up for so many people and facing difficulties and things like that. It's totally understandable. Some people needing that help and they don't have the aid needed to get that help, and Mind Charity just doing a mega job in the UK, in England, and Wales to aid those individuals to get the proper help they need.
Fantastico. Headlights still lit on all of our cars, and I wager it's not long before they automatically turn themselves off because it's considered to be fully daytime. It's the headlights are still shining very bright. It's not midday on a sunny day out there on the track, but everything's starting to look quite bright. And I tell you, the longer this goes on, the brighter things are looking for BS Competition. They've got a lead of nearly 8 minutes. And that keeps them solidly in the lead, as they've been the last 6 hours. In fact, from quite early in the race, of course, BS Competition. Strong in a BMW. They've got some of their better drivers here as well.
Bringing basically the Team A lineup for BS Competition, just showcasing some of their drivers. I know a few of them actually have to drive the 24-hour series in a little bit. You're going to be doing the pit reporting for Bad Constitutors and Sumo Aurora. So it's going to be a really interesting race, and I know some of the drivers I think will be taking part. If I have to guess, that might be Voss and Barneveld. Barneveld actually confirmed he's driving, so the other one might be Voss in their car. So let's see how the BS team will do, but so far dominant from them.
Yeah, they've taken enough drivers for 2 cars and squished them all into one. Rainer Telver, Lauren Heinrich, Alex Voss, Ryan Barneveld, etc., etc. So good on them supporting this event. And of course, there's quite a few, meme teams, celebrity streamer teams, but then also quite a few appearances from teams that we see in World Championship events and other highly competitive broadcast leagues. That includes, to my mind, RLR Abruzzi we see often. We got the Hoisting Clock Works team, got Geodesic. So those are familiar to quite a lot of the iRacing watchers, and then you mix that all in with Jimmy Broadbent and co, with his friends, with we've named every celebrity streamer that we can between Quirk, Jardier, Rydog, etc., all 23 hours long. Great to have them. And this is the lineup in the Geodesic car, by the way. Tyson Meyer, Mr. Quirkatized, as well as Spencer McCarthy, Mark Noski, streamer by the name of Grizzle, Dan Suzuki, I missed when he was driving. There you go. And also Carlos Villa. So decent lineup for them there as well. Again, another team shoehorning a whole bunch of talent into just one seat. How did they do it? And of course, you've got to think about the battle that they're in for the lead, for the win in TCR. What's their gap to the lead at the moment? Sunshine Autos leading, but always a pit stop shortly. That'll put Geodesic Racing back into the lead ever so briefly, but it just seems like on the flip-flop of the pit strategy between the two, Sunshine Autos have been just a little bit quicker in the last hour or so, but again, varies depending on which of their 5 drivers they got behind the wheel. Riley Downey at the moment. We saw Steph Veenhoff and others previously. There's a view of the sunrise. There's a view of the sunrise here over the Zolder circuit from, that must be like a helicopter above the canal. Either that or it's a very, very, very tall boat. So then looking towards the east, sun rising over the slightly flatter part of Belgium compared to where Spa is located. Brilliant atmospheric view. 52 cars started the race, and I think we've still got 45 at a minimum running. So clean track at a premium around there. Someone's gone and made a joke that Jimmy Broadbent didn't like. Too much of a dad joke, I think. So Samuel P. Young, whatever car he's in, they've been black flagged for trying to be funny. I was about to say it's back on again between Aquiva and WTF1, but not really. It's not. That's gone back out to 5 seconds. You can see Food Critics, yum yum yum, right in the background. They're trying to put him a lap down. Jimmy Broadbent decided, actually, in hindsight, the joke was funny, and he's gone and removed that black flag for that team, which I'm sure will delight all the comedians in the server and in the race. Grid Talk. We can have a look at what's going on for them. Here's a replay. Whoa, huge hip and shoulder sends them out into the wall. Was there some other problems going on for the BMW? There's quite a few, that was one of the curved braking zones towards the Villeneuve chicane there. Very easy to lock a rear. TCR cars looking around the outside. BMW steps on the brakes. Feel bad for Grid Talk on that one, I think. Not sure they did a whole lot wrong. Rejoin the race, but they were already about TCR pace. If I remember, they'd lost a couple seconds a lap from that car. More damage ain't gonna help him. But then Aquiva Motorsports, that car's crabbing horribly. They've had a big incident for the third place car. WTF1 Max Crowther is gonna grab third place back. Big damage. Big damage on the Aquiva car. That thing, it's walking sideways at an angle of like 5 degrees, like a plane trying to land in a crosswind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a quick look, but I'm back. I think he got into an incident with the, I was going to say, probably the number 5 car. He has the number 5 of the BMW power just spinning around right ahead of him, being of the first chicane, and another TCR just drills them from behind. That's why they got so much damage on that number 84 car.
Oh, replay here. Aquiva Motorsports, we're in third place. The car, a little damage there. Gonna try, so this is, okay, yeah, let's look towards Kleines chicane. Oh, M-Plower. Yikes.
I'm so amazed with Hugh Haycock's ability to keep that car on track, to be very honest, because given the circumstances he kind of faced, getting drove by the TCR, of course, he hit the TCR, but it wasn't his fault, but getting drove by one as a collateral damage, it's still keeping the car under control, not losing a whole lot of time in the process. Well done, Mr. Haycock. Well done.
Oh. They back in it? I think they are. They've taken... They might have had... Well, they must be one of those clever ones who've... one of those squirrels who kept their nuts stored away for winter. They've still got a fast repair left to chuck on the Aquiva car. They come out just ahead of the boys in 5th, so they're sort of slotted halfway in between where WTF1 was and where the boys are 5th in class. 5 minutes left to go in this commentary segment. I'll start getting some of my thank yous in a little bit early. Thank you everyone who's donated to the fantastic cause during the time we've been on air. Thank you Lorenzo Bonda joining me, Hugo Lewis with production, and everyone in the YouTube chat giving us some insights if occasionally they were misleading. Ryan Rydog and otherwise giving us some stuff to talk about. And of course I want to say thank you VCO Esports for having Race Spot on some coverage for this one.
Yeah, I fully second this sentiment over here. Thank everybody, VCO, for supporting this event, and also for allowing us to broadcast this event. For also Jimmer, first and foremost, from making this event in first place and raising awareness for such a great cause, specifically now where a lot of people are currently suffering mental problems, depression, and things like that. It's a real issue. If you think it is a joke, it's not a joke, people. Keep on donating. We're getting close to that at 49,000 pound mark, as we're just about 167 pounds away from the mark. And the racing has been quite fun to watch, especially in the beginning.
We've just seen an interesting pass here with Coyote Racing. We know that Wex Spin Continue Racing had some... they've got a bit of damage on that car. Coyote Racing just dive-bombed them, forced their way through, and have now cleared on out.
Yeah, there's already a big gap, but look at Coyote.
Oh, another huge dive. Less successful this time. Jetta not happy. Didn't see that one coming.
But again, just saying, everybody, thank you so much for covering this. It has been part of this event and been able to do this year.
Puts Coyote in what position overall? So 13th in class, but 24th overall. They've got quite a few TCRs to start catching. It's going to start with Struggles Racing a bit further up the road as well. So they have the pace for it. Coyote last lap was a 143. It's actually slower than some of the TCR cars around, including Hoisenfeld Works, who you can see there, 6th in class. Best buddy Enzo Fazzi. I'm out of sport. It's getting a penalty. Either they go in pit lane and explain why hip jacking and crashing into people is a bad idea, or they donate £10 and that penalty will magically go away. So Jimmy Broadbent, despite his fatigue, I hear he might have had a good coffee. He's back in fine song, policing. An eye on 15, I'm out of sport, and if they go on pit lane, maybe it'll be time to fire up the radio comms once again, but until then, it's best to keep that channel closed from the broadcast, because occasionally the language is rather unparliamentary.
Yeah, as they're just on the pit lane, just getting to the pit stall. What we can do over here? Oh, there will be no radio anymore, unfortunately. But yeah.
So let's just run you through the top 8 very, very quickly right now across all 3 of our classes. So we get ready to sign off. BS competition lead, that lead has continued to expand ahead of RLR Abruzzi Esports for Charity. WTF1 have grabbed 3rd place back again after some repairs were needed for Aquiva Motorsports. The boys are in 5th and in good pursuit of that podium position still. Reaper Online Racing are in 6th, MRI Motorsports in 7th, Food Critics are in 8th. In TCR, excitement and intrigue continues. Sunshine Autos lead, but they've lost quite a bit of time in that battle. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black are a little bit ahead on fuel strategy as well. HCon Racing Team are in 3rd, Backmarker Racing Orange in 4th, Keyboard Motorsport TCR in 5th, 6th is Hoisingfelter Works, 7th BMW M-Plower, and I wonder how much damage they've got after being collected in the Kleiner chicane not long ago, and it's VRE Motorsports 8th in TCR. There goes your TCR leader onto the lane at the moment, actually. That's interesting. Team Roncar are leading the Jetta class. Team Lonely in 2nd. Fugit SimSport Almost LMP1 in 3rd. Doug Henson Racing Red, the Jimmy B machine. For all the Jimmy B fans out there, which should be almost everyone watching this race, they're in 4th at the moment. Team Ricker in 5th. VRE Motorsports in 6th. Radio Bucko GSR in 7th. And in 8th, it's Team MSB by N-Ring Info. From myself, David Haynes, from Lorenzo Bonda, I want to say thank you so much for tuning in for our segment of the broadcast here on VCO Esports. We're going to step away for a little break, and when coverage comes back, you're going to be in the lovely German hands of Tobias Brockman, Jan Seyfarth, so we can bring coverage all the way to the end. This fantastic Jimmy Broadbent 23 hours of Zolder charity race, raising money for Mind. Thank you so much. See you around.
30. Platz, erster in der Klasse allerdings. Raf van den Linden mit Team Wrong Car und wahrscheinlich auch Team Damaged Car, würde ich sagen, wenn ich mir die rechte Seite so anschaue. Also deswegen die Nacht überstanden und jetzt nochmal so ein bisschen Endspurt angesagt.
Yeah, totally. I mean, 69 is always a nice number to run with. The car looks decent enough to finish the race at least. So I'm sure they can finish it. Not sure about other people though, but Team Lonely is, well, they are actually lonely. They're 1 minute 28 behind.
Yeah, so it's after the night, all the gaps in between are a bit bigger now. When you see like now Team Lonely in the second position, they are in class, in second position, right behind Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing Black. But it's gonna be fun, and that's the most important reason we are racing here, as we see the current leader in their Audi RS3 LMS. It's about the Mind charity, and so therefore we, as you said already in German when we started, we are over 49,000 pounds, which is more than 490% of what Jimmy expected or planned to do, and we are still waiting for, we just heard, for another 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, totally. I think it was Tony Kanan who said once his channel has 5,000 subscribers, he will totally spend another 1,000 on it, another grand on it. The thing is, the moment he stepped out of the car, he fell asleep, so that's still up and coming for this stream.
Who will maybe not fall asleep after getting out of the car? I just noticed that Mustang at 50k is written in the iRacing chat, so I think it belongs to Jimmy, having a mustache after when we reach the 50k. Okay, 50k mustache, that's
easy.
I think there should be more.
The question was between dyeing his hair in some weird color, or I think what was the other one, doing a shoey, a Ricardo style. But you know what? Jan, I would say for 50 grand, yeah, do both of them, or just if someone asks him, like, what should he do? The answer is yes.
Yeah, yes, and when?
Not a why, not a what, just yes and go for it.
Yeah. So
why doesn't he shave his hair like Lando Norris did back then?
Probably that could be another thing he will do.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. I think they should say in the in-game chat, or it's the game in-sim chat, or on the YouTube chat, or on Jimmy's chat, that everyone wants his hair to be shaved once we reach the 50 grand, which we of course will have that. And I mean, you know, the amount of people actually helping out and spending money here is great, especially before the race already. We had like 5,000 pounds already, so that's a great number.
Coming back to racing, we see the TCR class with the Audi RS3 LMS, and as we just mentioned, Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing Black, Tyson Meyer in the lead at the moment. So they're currently leading with a little gap. When you imagine, I mean, we're racing 23 hours now, about 18 hours done already, and it's only a couple seconds away what they are leading. So it's 57 seconds. So it's almost nothing, to be honest, and after such a long time. So that's quite interesting in their class. In the overall classification, they are 8th, so running in the top 10, in between the GT4 cars, in between the BMWs and the Porsches, so which is running well.
I mean, yeah, it does sound nice. Also to see, there is a team called Backmarker Racing Orange. Well, they're not really backmarkers. They're in 4th position in their class, and I mean, they're not that far away from 3rd position. Looking at the deltas, it should be around 80 seconds between Peter Elson and the H-Con Racing team with Wouter van Essen.
And especially Zolder, the track itself, it's you can make, and that's what we saw already. You can make so easily mistakes. The track itself is special, the layout is special, and you have a lot of places to overtake. So, and with these many classes and different classes, different speeds, it's not so easy to always judge it right, when to overtake and let the car pass and so on. So everything can happen. Especially here from this class in TCR, when we see it overall, and we see BS competition in front with the 5.5 minutes gap to second, you see in the other class it looks a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the drivers we have here, for example, on the car there's Egidjus Kookstas. I think I butchered the name like big time, but at least he was on that car as well. So you see a lot of teams actually taking the approach not to be too serious about it, and just you know, usually for 12-hour races you have some crazy teams just yeah, 2 people is enough. And in this race I noticed for a lot of teams they have 5 or 6 drivers who are listed to do it.
It's a fun event, and a fun event with a serious background. So that's why I think everybody, it doesn't matter really if you just drive the race, if you just be a part of it in any way. For us, for example, to commentate it, it's just a good reason to do it, and that's why I think so many people also would like to just participate, to be a part of it. And we see a lot of cars having like 5-6 drivers entering on their car and in their team. So yeah, I think it's also in everybody's head to be a part of it, because for good reason.
Yeah, especially you know, it's a Sunday morning now in most parts of the world, apart from Hawaii, I guess. But you know, talking about fun event, you have a lot of Panterinos. We've seen it before we were heading into the commentary booth. Here and there, you had these cartoonish-like moments where cars would hit the tire wall with like 10 kph. Yeah, people tend to not get too angry about everything what happens on track. But we had you said there was something going on with BS competition before in the race.
Yeah, I'm just checking. To be honest, I didn't listen to you because I was checking the InSim chat, and now it's all up to, it's time to sing All I Want for Christmas. And now there's just search for volunteers, but I just heard, Toby, that you in your singing class back at school, you were quite good, right?
I was okay-ish, but I would sing it, but not on my own. If we have someone else from this race who wants to come to our TeamSpeak where we do all this commentary stuff, you know, what we are actually trying to do right now and pretending to be professional about it. But if someone else joins us, I think even you would sing along.
Me?
Yes. You know, it's a Christmas song. Christmas is about being together, so we should also sing together. And I think if enough money is raised, I think even Hugo will join in singing.
and that's exactly the reason to join everybody, to be together. That's exactly the reason I should not start singing.
you mean your singing will not bring us together, but more tear us apart? Okay.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. We will still do it. Who proposed that idea?
Lars Wheeler.
Okay, I'm gonna private message him and ban him or something. No, joking. Yeah, also I opened up, of course, the fundraiser page from Just Giving. It's great because you actually can get some prizes as well if you donate, because it's for those people who donate £10 or over. Of course, there are some rules to do so because of identification, contact stuff, etc, etc. It's all written on the page. You can just take your phone out and scan that QR code on the bottom left of your screen, and the prices so far, actually, they're pretty good. It's Heusingveld sprint pedals and baseplate, Heusigfeld sequential shifter, the Fanatec Podium DD1 base, Fanatec CSL Elite set, 2 HKS merch bundles, Jimmy's Sport 24 2020 race suit actually, that's pretty cool. Some Abruzzi merch like boots and gloves, 2 pair of limited edition Jimmy Broadbent gloves, I hope he wore them before. Then a signed poster, 3 times a signed poster, and 3 times a t-shirt of choice from his merch store. I think that's a great idea. I mean, of course, it's not about the prizes, it's about giving and about helping. I mean, last year with the original Race for Mental Health, they raised nearly £35,000, which is like a bit more in euros and a lot more in dollars. But it's a great thing to do, and I mean, you directly see how many people participate, not only racing, but also giving.
I'm just checking all the way around while we see here the nice scenic of Zolder in Belgium. Jimmy is on his channel as well, streaming, and he's talking to so many guys in the InSim chat. So they are talking on there, so it's quite fun to see that as well. While here, you see every time you have anything going on the track, and I mean that's because of the choice of cars, because you see we have the Jetta, as you mentioned already, we have the GT4 class with the Cayman, as you see here, the team Food Critics, I think they're called, right? The Food Critics. So they are running in the Porsche Cayman GT4 in the Club Sport, and
the livery is just great, isn't it? Looking like a huge burger, it's awesome.
It's just great. And then coming then from the Cayman, we have the M4 GT4 and so on. So and that's what makes the action in the end. So with all the different classes, and with Team Food Critics, they are currently running 8 in the class and 10 in overall standings. Jaroslav Honzig is at the wheel at the moment, so he's making his way through the field, lapping cars, and we see him running here, sitting in the car, working there, his workspace there, and it's. I know Zolder quite well because I've driven there. I've been there quite a lot of times, racing in GT3 cars and Formula 3 cars and so on. The track, I like the track. It's special. It's like a little tunnel where you're driving in because of the walls on the left and right hand side we see here as well. And it's not easy because there's not really time to breathe in between, because you always have to be concentrated and work for the next corner, think about the next corner. You see here the long right-hander after start and finish, and then you have a 90 degrees right, and then you have a short straight, which is really short before you go into the chicane. In the chicane you have to be concentrated because you can use so many curbs, but you have to be careful while overtaking on the grass is possible as well in the GT4 car. And so it's not easy, even though in sim racing it's not easy to drive Zolder, and so that's kind of very special here to stay focused and concentrated all the time.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Zolder was my first time in a fast car as well, because I was there during a track day, and there was one dude with his R8 GT Plus, or how it was called back then. And he actually, after a few laps of him driving, he let me drive on this track, and you know, going uphill after the chicane really pushes you into the seat, and you feel the car getting loose. Just before you get into the next braking zone, it gets all the G-forces again from, you know, getting straight again and so on. And then you have to brake and have to watch carefully with the rear end of the car, especially in the TCRs. You know, the TCR is literally just you know, it's front-wheel drive, it's front-engine car. It's not just all the weight on the front axle. Sometimes it drives as it is just the front axle.
Sorry, I just had to smile because of the livery. BMW M-Plower. Yeah, so on an Audi RS3 LMS. So yeah, but you're sorry. So, yeah. So it's you're totally right. Especially with the turbo cars, you have to keep the car running through the corner to have a good exit, to stay in the right RPMs. So it's not easy. And but also while we see the Jetta here as well, just got overtaken by Jack Kulikowski. It's even though with this car it's not easy because it has so less power, you really have the car keep flowing, you keep going. Otherwise,
I mean, it's a tractor. I mean, it's a TDI. It's a tractor. Yeah.
And otherwise, you know, if you let it drop too much in speed and in RPM, there's no way to really come back. You really need about 2 laps to be back at the right speed and RPM. While we see here good and nice fights again, right in the middle of the pack, number 69.
Nice.
Again, Team Roncar. So really nice fights here in the Jetta class.
Yeah, I mean it's like watching the Clio Cup or something. It should have about the same speed as a Clio Cup, am I right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so you know, but I like these cars because it's all about driving, and you know, you can touch each other a little bit, and you can scratch the other car a little bit.
That would sound weird in a different context.
I know,
actually.
I know. I just recognized it once I said it, but I hope everybody knows what I mean. But you know, so. It's once you just scratch the other car a little bit, it's okay. Maybe now turn in while the GT4 car is coming. I really like these cars because it's different to GT3 or LMP or whatever. Because in these cars, in the higher cars, you just, you know, there's one line, there's one right technique to go. Otherwise, you're not fast enough, or you stay in the gravel or whatever. Here in these cars, you can work. Once you're a bit offline, okay, you counter steer a little bit, and you just come back. Once you see the car in front, when you see the wheels, how they work, and then a counter steering, and so it's not one steering angle through the corner. It's always working, like turning in correct, then turning in again. It's so much fun to drive.
Actually, I was just scared in the second corner that the Jetta in front will actually roll over, because look how unstable it is into the chicane, and there goes another Porsche, and another victim has been claimed by the Jetta gang. Okay, there's the replay, Jan.
There's the replay coming in here, so that's GT4. He tries, but you see, you know, the problem is he goes for the gap, he goes for the move, but then he just went back, he stepped back. But that's one thing you shouldn't do. Once you decide to go for the move, go for it. Don't step back. And he stepped back, and in the end, I mean, luckily it was himself spinning around. But usually, once you just step back, you just kick or kiss the back of the car in front of you, which would be the Jetta, and you just spin him around. But therefore, just once you decide to go for the move, try it.
Yeah, that's totally true. By the way, little advisory. Yes, I know our English sounds a little bit sketchy right now. Usually our English is a little bit better. But we gotta say, I don't know about you, Jan, but I woke up like 10 minutes prior to coming in here. I was watching the stream almost the whole night, and then I was looking at the watch, and I was like, oh no, it's 7 a.m. and I have to be ready in 1 hour or something. And I turned around and slept another half an hour, so yeah.
For me, it was a bit different, as I have a little daughter, 2 years old, and I woke up literally a little bit earlier than you, so because she was awake already, and I set up the Christmas tree this morning already.
It's not even December yet. You're worse than all the supermarkets.
You know what? If I could decide it, there wouldn't be a Christmas tree yet. But my wife, she was really shouting to me yesterday. Said, tomorrow we do the Christmas tree. We do the Christmas tree. And I said, yeah, I do it in the morning. I do the commentary for the race, for the charity race, and then you can do all the stuff. So I just picked it out of the storage and put it into the living room. Said, here it is, and go for it.
So you're certain that it will survive until Christmas and not lose all its needles already? Because usually you put up the Christmas tree like the day or maybe 2 days before actual Christmas. Since in Europe Christmas is mostly on Christmas Eve on the 24th, whereas for example the United States is mostly on the 25th in the morning. So yeah, will it survive?
Yeah, because it's out of plastic.
Okay, but more importantly, will it blend?
I don't know.
I love the will it blend times. You remember everything on any YouTube video, but will it blend? But will it run Crysis or something? I love that Crysis actually is still a benchmark for PCs, right?
Yeah, I think so.
People would still ask if it will run Crysis, even though that the game is like 13 years old by now. I mean, just listen to that. 13 years. What did you do 13 years ago?
13 years ago, I was 21. I was out of school for 2 years. When I was 21, I was driving Porsche Carrera Cup Germany and Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup, and so doing all the racing stuff quite properly. Not as I'm doing now. I'm just talking about it. But yeah, I was traveling the whole world, and besides that, doing nothing, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, someone just wrote in the YouTube chat on the VCO Esports channel that Jimmer fell asleep, and I was just tuning into. Yeah, I know you can't tune into a web stream. Will, thank you. Into Jimmy's stream, and he actually looked like he was just waking up again from these little naps, but not the good ones, the naps that actually give you energy, but those naps that actually make you more tired than before.
So he just has to have to stay awake for another 4.5 hours, so 4 hours 24 minutes. To go for especially this car as well. Number 52 BS Competition, Rainer Talver, is behind the steering wheel at the moment, so he is the spacer between steering wheel and seat. And don't tell me you didn't know that.
I did know that, I just didn't think about it anymore. The little gizmo that sits between the steering wheel and
Aero 99 change driver. So they are currently in the lead with 10.5 minutes gap. Guys, what do you think? What should happen to that car?
Well, we should throw them a blue shell, like in Mario Kart or something. Or I don't know. They have my idea is they have to hold in the pit lane, and then only once they've done something they can go out of it again. But what will it be? Should they sing a song or something, or do a video, post it on Twitter, and then go live again?
We can think about it in the next 4 hours. But once we have a replay of the Plower team crashing now into the Jetta, or what is going on?
Well, it's a Plower, so that there was a possibility. Oh, there is a. Well,
it's not his truth. No. Not he. No.
I mean,
come on,
he didn't plow into him. He just pushed him gently off into the pit lane.
Into the pit lane. He decided that he has to go into the pit lane. But look at the fundraising. Look at the number.
Oh, yes, there we are. 50,000 pounds. We have it. Wow. So Jimmy, prepare your shaver.
What the hell? And therefore,
awesome.
we get another replay of this famous touch and kiss by Team BMW Employer. Very nice. Thank you very much, Hugo, for that. So, wow, what a number!
Yeah, that is totally great. That is absolutely. I mean, not only because of my English, but I'm really lacking words now.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know who helped that a lot? Jimmy Broadbent with a £220 donation.
Yeah.
He helped you a lot. And by the way, in their chat someone wrote, man, you already donated a down payment on a house. Like, we have 2,515 donations already. I don't know if that's donations or supporters, or if every donations count for himself. But that is just amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
And donations coming in second by second. So now look at this number, 50,300. So while we see a spin of the car number 50, car number 50 just spun around on the back straight. So they're currently running in 4th position in their class. So, or they have been running in 4th position. What happened there? Max Zolder is driving the car at the moment. The classic one. Going too far outside onto the gravel and then just lost the car. But luckily he didn't touch any barrier. So just turn around and continue. So Tobias is still speechless about the numbers, right?
No, I'm not speechless. I'm a man of culture as well, so that's the reason why I tuned into Jimmy's stream, of course, and just looking what the people are thinking about doing 50k. So people are saying 50k safety car. I said he should shave Lando Norris style. Sorry. Yeah, they are still waiting for the 1k pounds from Knan. Someone wrote $1 million. And there were just, the donations just keep on coming in, another 20 pounds. And it's just amazing. With 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. 4 hours 20. Nice.
Struggles Racing. Struggle City, number 55. In their Audi RS3 LMS.
Struggle School.
Struggle School, Struggle City. It's good fun. It's good fun. Matthew Strathers is at the wheel at the moment, running 10th in their class and 23rd overall. And awful to pass. It's written on his back. I just read it. So for those.
Did you read it on Reddit though?
Der kam flach Füße hoch.
Yeah, sorry, man. Also, yeah. I mean, we can switch to German if you guys want to. So Germans, the Germans.
Ich glaube, bei 50.321 Pfund können wir das einfach nochmal machen. Also,
ja, bis zum Ende der Runde einfach mal ein bisschen auf Deutsch weiter. Ja.
Was für eine Zahl? Ist das nicht phänomenal? Also krass. Einfach krass.
Also das ist wirklich atemberaubend zu sehen, dass trotz der schwierigen Zeit, in der wir uns momentan befinden, allgemein schon so viele Leute den Menschen helfen wollen und können, die eben noch in einer schwierigeren Zeit sind. Ist schon tatsächlich so ein Gänsehautmoment.
Ja, also ich meine, die Organisation Mind, für die Jimmy Broadbent ja sammelt, das ist ja Leute, die einfach mentale Probleme haben, also Mental Health, darum geht's ja. Und das ist ja ein riesengroßes Thema, ist auch so ein Tabuthema. Das muss man auch, also kann man ja auch wirklich mal seriös ansprechen. So ein Tabuthema, wo viele sich auch nicht trauen, drüber zu reden und so weiter. Also ich finde es eine sehr gute Sache, dass man dafür so viel Geld sammelt. Und ich meine, Jahr für Jahr, letztes Jahr, dieses Jahr, also das ist ja unglaublich, diese Zahl, die da insgesamt bis jetzt gesammelt wurde. Also vielen lieben Dank auf jeden Fall an alle die da draußen mitmachen, die hier in der Simulation mitfahren und vor allem natürlich auch an Jimmy Broadbent, weil der das Ganze ins Leben ruft, weil ohne einen Initiator, den brauchst du halt immer, würde das Ganze nicht wuppen.
Nee, und mit einer Reichweite, die Jimmy halt hat, erreicht er halt auch viele Menschen, sowohl was das Thema Mental Health angeht, was ja für ihn selbst ja auch sehr lange Thema war und auch ist, ne? Das wissen wir ja alle. Man sieht es auch natürlich immer auf seinem Whiteboard, was da steht. So ein paar Tipps an sich selber immer wieder. Und es wird halt eben auch tabuisiert, weil viele Leute sagen, ach ja, dann denk doch halt mal positiv. Ja, das hilft aber nicht. Das ist nichts, was man einfach so mit anders Denken ändern kann. Das ist was, wo man wirklich mit viel Geduld und viel Einsicht auch ran muss und viel Mitgefühl.
That's how it is, and that's why we thank you out there very, very much for taking part and especially supporting here, not only the race, but more the organization mind. So thank you very much out there. And that was the serious part. And now coming back to racing, which
being serious is easier. Being serious is easier talking German, because German is such a
it sounds more serious than when we talk in German. When we say Schmetterling. Okay, so we see here Rainer just going through the middle by lapping the cars. So that's our current leader overall. He's driving for BS competition, and we ride on board with him. Talva. Yesterday he was. yesterday he became second in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and today they are running first. Again with his teammate, also Laurin Heinrich, to probably, if maybe you can tell us in the chat what can happen to this car to maybe make it a little more exciting. To fight probably with the second position RLR Abruzzi Esports for charity, or again also with Equiva Motorsport. So just let us know.
I don't know. Maybe you know the memes, right? And when you ask him, are you a car fan? He will probably say yes. Okay, name every car, every car ever made, and then you can go again.
Yeah, that's it.
You should do like a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire 3 questions that he has to answer before he can go again, and 3 very very hard questions.
But the 1 million question.
Yeah.
But the 1 million question.
Who got P6 in the highest ranking class in Le Mans 1973?
Yeah, and what was his best lap time?
Because that is so oddly specific, you can't even Google that properly.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, but I mean, honor to those who deserves it. I mean, it's not easy to, even though it's a charity race and a fun race, to run with 10.5 minutes gap to the second position car. I mean,
I think we need to Bono, who tells him how bad his tires are and that he needs to pit or something.
Yeah, correct.
Because he's having Lewis Hamilton-ish. Like if Lewis Hamilton would do endurance races, that was probably what it would be.
Yeah, right. There was 5 seconds of silence now, huh?
Yeah, I was just admiring the camera always zooming in pitch perfect on the middle of the side of the car and show them the sponsors. And actually, I'm still ashamed how the first time before I heard how the name of this company on the side of the car, is how you pronounce it. I pronounced it like an idiot.
I think. I did the same.
I pronounce it like this.
You mean the other side? You mean
I
the
pronounce it like
side?
I pronounce it like this. You can look in the TeamSpeak chat. I pronounce it like this.
For me, exactly the same. So you were just pronouncing all the different letters behind, but in German.
Yeah. It's like doesn't. And but actually, it's something total. And then first time I heard the jingle or something, someone actually talked about it, and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But to be honest, it's not easy to get with it. Because,
there was someone off the road. It's a Jetta, the Reaper races with Stanley Edward. Oh my god. I mean, it looks like a follow me car, so I can guess why someone rammed into him. I wonder what happened, Jan, in the replay.
The replay here, the Reapers. Turn number 1. Maybe he tries to move. Oh no!
He's not fast enough to do anything. It was the Porsche from behind that actually got him. Was it? Lol.
Wasn't it the same Porsche as we saw in the chicane? Isn't it the same Porsche?
I think it was. I think.
I think he deserves the Cayman deserves. He needs to donate for that, because again he just kissed him on the right hand side to nearly spin him. I think if it was the same Porsche, he needs to donate.
Yeah, I think there is a perfect song which we should put up there. Keep on talking. I will look for the song and show it Hugo so he knows what I mean.
Yeah. So again now here we see the Jetta, the Reaper Racers, Ismael Martinez, Stanley Edward Comer here driving the car. Only 2 drivers driving this car, which is yeah, I mean it's only 23 hours, so maybe you can do it by 2 because 24-hour races here you should go by 3. Whoa! A little bit of turning over steering there. Yeah, with that speed you go into the last chicane for sure. Sometimes you maybe can have a little bit turning over steering there, but he made it through the gravel and then came back on track. Replay by Struggle Racing. Matthew Struthers. Again, maybe there's oil on the track.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the song fits perfectly that I just sent you in the TeamSpeak chat. Just have a listen to it, and then you will know what I mean while I keep talking. By the way, you remember Team Lonely, the number 9 car in the Jetta Cup, in the Jetta I think it was. He is, as far as I am aware of, actually lonely. He's racing this race all on its own. Yeah, that's just Taylor Adams. That's it. No one else is driving in that car. So,
I just mentioned that. I mean, it's a 23-hour race, so a 24-hour race for sure you have to do it by at least 3 drivers because of the long stints. But 23-hour races for sure you can do by yourself only, or maybe by 2 people.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we see serious 24-hour race with that Porsche Cup dude who was just 2 people and they were driving for 6 hours each. You know, doing a 4-hour stint works, but 6 hours? Ouch.
I just have to listen to the song you just sent me.
Yeah, that's the theme of the Cayman and the TCR we've just seen.
let me check that.
All right. Someone drove into the pits. We could just hear that as we were following along on board with that car. TCR almost crashing into the pit wall. And that is the car number 201, 3rd position, HCon Racing Team with Max Perret, Christopher Wegerer, Christian Brown, Wouter van Essen and Andy Maxwell. Let's see if we have a driver change. I think it was Wouter van Essen in that car before. There's the driver change. And now we have a new driver in the car being ready to go out on track with a very, very nice skin on his helmet though.
It looks like a little bit.
I would switch the colors though. I would switch the colors. I would make the background black and the sun yellow.
It looks a bit like Lando Norris. It remembers me a little bit of Lando Norris.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's Christopher Wegerer now in the car. Did you have a listen to the song?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it fits.
If it sits, it fits. Yeah, like cats do in their life.
How you pronounce the team name?
I just say HCon Racing Team.
Yeah,
it's the easiest. I don't even want to think about how I would pronounce it in German because English with the H makes it so much easier to make it sound cool.
Hakon.
Oh, aua.
Yeah, Hakon.
Hakon Racing Team.
Hakon Motorsport.
I mean, yeah, it's still early in the day. It's 10 a.m. On our side, and it's 9 a.m. GMT right now. So yeah, welcome to the German Breakfast Club. We have Schnitzel and Nürnberger.
Schnitzel and Nürnberger.
Actually, there was a fast food chain that actually had a Nürnberger for some time.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
You remember that, right? With these 3 little Nürnberger sausages on it.
Some news from the InSim chat. Race Control just said car number 22. We are going to need you to apologizing profusely on pit lane or donate £10 to charity. 25.
I mean, you could do both.
25. Same to you. I need a long and heartfelt apology from pit lane or £10 donation.
I think they can do both.
Yeah. So 22. Who's 22?
That's pro. Oh no, I'm not saying this word. Motorsports. Carl Townsend, Adam Barrow, Joshua Edwards, Zach Goes, Philip. I don't even pronounce the last name, and Kevin Manning. You can pronounce the second to last driver.
I'm still searching for them. Where they are?
It's on screen.
Yeah, sure.
Philip.
Okay, Philip Uroik Toncina.
Yeah, he's gonna kill you. He's coming up to a commentary booth right now and slap you probably for that.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
How is it pronounced?
I don't know, but probably not like that.
Okay. But they have to apologize for sure, or donate £10, as well as number 25. They have to do the same. So anything happened there while we have the leader in the pit lane, Rainer Talva, coming into the pit lane for a BS competition. Probably, yeah, he gets out of the car, and Laurin Heinrich will take over. Here we see him and his livery after helmet. You like that one?
It's okay.
You just don't want to say no.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the helmet things, it's you have so much stuff which you can customize now in iRacing. Let it be inside of the sim itself or via external tools, and you know, you don't always get behind as a broadcaster to you know, because for legal reasons we need to have the skins sent in, and a lot of drivers actually forget to send in their suits and helmets.
Yeah, sure, yeah. But I like Laurin's helmet livery in a real racing even more. So there, it's a very, very nice livery he has on his helmet. By the way, rookie champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany.
Oh, is he? Yeah,
he
that's
is.
true. I forgot about that.
He won the rookie championship in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. You know, I like his way he did because he came into Formula 4. He did karting and they did Formula 4, and then Formula 4. I would say it's like how you like his helmets. That was his season in Formula 4.
Okay.
So
it was more like
it was more like I don't really like it, and so then he stepped into sim racing even deeper, with quite a lot of successes you may all know out there, and then he got the chance. And by the way, I think I can be proud about it, because also with the help of myself, he stepped into rear racing again, and now he's rookie champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany with the support of Porsche. As a Porsche, why is he going back into pit lane again?
Probably forgot something.
Yeah, maybe he didn't brought his CD or whatever, his MP3 player or whatever.
Yeah, it's restarted. I have a little question for you on that matter, because you were driving in Formula 3, I think, in 2004, and then afterwards you had a lot of Porsche Carrera Cup experience anyway. So how extreme is different from a single from stepping from a single seater into a sports car?
To be honest, they had to drive through. Sorry, just to let you know, they had to drive through penalty. To be honest, it's a difference between or to the cars you step in. So once you come from Formula cars, I mean, it's all about aerodynamics, late braking, to keep it short. And when you go, for example, from Formula cars into DTM, for example,
yeah,
I can hear your chips. You're crushing your chips.
Sorry.
When you go into, for example, DTM, it's not a big step, because these cars are like Formula cars with just a shape around it. So I always say like a Formula car with the roof. But once you go, for example, into GT4 cars or into GT3 cars, especially in the beginning in GT3, it's quite a big difference, because you have more weight, you have ABS, you have traction control, you have...
I think the Porsche 911 Cup car wants to have a word with you about that ABS.
Once I started in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, we had the 996 car, the 996, 911, so still ABS and manual shifting. So I destroyed a couple of clutches because that was the point which broke quite early once you just took the wrong gear. And so it really matters in which class you go into, but it's not that easy to go from Formula cars into touring cars or GT cars or whatever.
Okay, so that's an interesting fact to know. Oh, by the way, you have a Wikipedia page, so that was where I was grabbing my information. I don't know everything about you, don't worry.
Maybe I'm in WikiLeaks as well.
Yeah, but you sure it's WikiLeaks and not iCloud leaks?
Yeah, I don't know. Lars Nienberg, he's asking, is that Jan Seifert on the commentary at the moment? Yes, and together with Tobias Brockman. We are here for the last 4 hours. Now to go, 4 hours and 1 minute.
Yeah, plus interviews, which by the way, everyone who wants to have an interview needs to prepare a poem, a short one.
Yeah, because it's Christmas time.
Yes, they need to prepare.
It's a Christmas poem.
They have to do a poem, but it has to be related to this race or this charity or whatever.
And Christmas.
Yeah, but that's something that Jimmy maybe should point out. Hugo, I don't know if you can contact him or race control or whoever. So everyone who wants to have an interview needs to prepare a little poem. It doesn't have to be long, but it has to be related to this race. And I want to hear some nice dactylis in there as well.
Yeah, and it can be in their own language.
Yeah, of course, it can be in their own language, in the native language. Yeah. Or at least English.
Yeah, no. You know,
if it's fine.
Like, if it's Spanish.
If you have a spine and drink wine.
Okay, so poems not made by commentators, please.
No. It's like live maths. Live maths and poems don't work when you're commentating. It doesn't work.
Having a look at number 50 Porsche Cayman GT4 at the moment on 5th position in their class. Jody Miles is the driver at the moment, and they are only 6/10 of a second now. 1 second, because they had to step back a little bit before the chicane, but 1 second behind the boys. Michael Jenny is the driver there, so they are really close together. Somebody dived in there before the chicane, but that's also still a close fight after 17. No, I cannot count, after 19 hours.
Yeah, I mean, those the 3rd to 5th position in class and overall standing are in the same lap. So interesting to see now, as we get more serious again. The last lap from P3 was 1:38.967. The last lap from the boys was 1:37.958, and the last lap from WTF1, well, it shows 32 seconds, but we both know that's unrealistic.
But if there is a safety car happening, for example.
Yes, if there is, hint.
Yeah, and maybe if there is a safety car happening, and you are still in the lead lap, everything is possible. just saying.
Yeah, I mean, everything is always possible. That's why car companies use that phrase.
So, still on the board with number 50. And we see that they lose sector by sector. They lose a little more time to the boys in front. So now it's 2.5 seconds already. Once we had one lap before, we only had about half a second gap in between these cars. So, but you know, everything, as I said, everything can happen. And let's see what will go on in the last 4 hours, not even 4 hours to go in the 23-hour race here at Zolder. It's the race for mental health 2 of Jimmy Broadbent, and the goal was to raise for the Mind charity £10,000. And at the moment, with, as I said, 4 hours to go, we are at about £51,000, which is more than 500% more than than expected. And am I right that last year they raised about 35,000 pounds? I think so. So we are even more. Maybe I know it's quite a big gap still, but maybe they can double it. 70 would be the
well, double the one from last year would be awesome. That would be crazy as well. By the way, talking about crazy, talking about 23 hours of racing, you know, the 23 hours or at least 20 hours of racing almost have taken their tolls, because I know of someone who fell asleep. We have it on screen for you as well. We can show you who fell asleep. That's an actual view of Jimmy Broadbent. Oh, he's waking up again. But that was the view of Jimmy Broadbent 5 minutes ago. He was so asleep, and I really don't judge him for that, because he's done so much, not only for the community, he's done so much for the charity, so much for this race as well. And you know, just fall asleep, man. Just do it.
Again, he just fell asleep again.
Did you just see on the rear of the Jetta, do not push?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, his eyes are just falling. He's falling asleep again. I mean, that's alright, Jimmy. I remember that the 2 race he was done, I think, years ago, a 24-hour race in Le Mans. That was like the first time I watched his channel, and he fell asleep as well. So there is there's something, the gap closing. It's the history, where it started and where it's gone now. So you could do this, how it started, where it's now. You could do this meme, as we have a close battle as well in the TCR for lead, actually.
Correct. I just want to mention it. 1.1 seconds in between the first and the second car, Sunshine Autos versus Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black. We have these cars right here in the screen now, as you can see, and that's a close battle for first and second and 8th and 9th overall. So that's gonna be very interesting, as we saw already in a couple laps before, right behind in some battles there. But here it's all about the victory, and Geodesic is coming closer and closer to Sunshine Autos in the TCR class.
Yeah, now we have the onboard on the left side from the car in front of the right side, which is pretty cool to see both angles, as well as Hugo always likes to keep flexing what production techniques you can come up with.
Flexing, that's just such a used word. I'm
we had
34.
flex, but okay.
I'm 34, you know. If I say cool, that's already, you know,
I mean,
cool
you can
word.
say that, because cool is like 2000 something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, correct. Yeah. If I'm saying flexen, everybody would say like, "Are you stupid or what?"
Well, you're too old to say that, or what?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But I mean, you're not that old. I mean, as you are, you don't look that old as you are. Because when I was seeing you at the Nürburgring for the DTM 2 years ago, or almost a year ago, I think it was 2019. You were scooting around with a snapback on your head, turned around the other way. So yeah, you don't seem that old.
I know. I look like 32 maybe.
I give you a 28.
Number 81, just to keep you updated while we see still the fight here after 19 hours of racing. A fight for P number 1 and 2 in the TCR class of not even a second. A gap between. The update is number 81. I'm going to need you to come and tell me 3 things you like about Zolder in pit lane, or donate £10.
Love it. By the way, the second position right now, as you see on the picture, Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Black. That's the grayish car behind the purple one.
You're on board with?
Yes. They were first before, so that must have been a pit stop overtake before that, because they were leading when we started an hour ago.
Yeah. So, but they're so close together. I think you can't even judge and see who's in front really and not. And so I think that if nothing goes wrong, that will be a battle until the end. So we should really focus also on that. While in front everything is almost settled so far. What is not settled yet is the fundraising.
Yes.
Almost £51,000 raised for Mind, so £100 away from that goal. And if you like that, just look into the description, follow the QR code, scan it with your phone, and if you want to take part, be a part of it, don't hesitate and just go there. A lot of nice prizes to win as well, while we see. To be honest, you just let him pass.
Yeah, that looked like, just go for it. You're faster than me anyway.
But yeah, I mean, why is that? Because there's no need for trouble, you know? So you just let him pass because he is faster. So Alpine-Stars, Geodesic, they are faster than Sunshine Autos. So we have the lead change after a little more than 19 hours. And there is no need to fight now for 4 hours. Still to go.
I mean, that's still a Neo Endurance. I already said a Nürburgring Endurance Series distance. So talking about distances, talking about time to go and everything, etc., etc. As we can see, delivery on the top as well with a little face on there. Why don't we go on board with number 124? Hugo, Jan, and myself will grab another cup of coffee, and you will look from the driver's perspective, or almost at least from the onboard perspective, at the chaos unfolding here on the Zolder racetrack as we go for fan immersion. So see you in a bit. back again for the 23 hours race for mental health, supporting Mind by charity. £51,000 have been collected so far, and it's only getting more young.
51, to be honest, it's already, and we have the fundraising on the one hand, and we have the racing on the other hand. So it's quite good to see that we have both serious and also kind of fun, a little bit joking around, to just don't take it too serious. While these guys here in 52 car, Laurin Heinrich at the moment, BS competition, they are still leading the race by about 10 minutes gap to the second place. Sorry, 10 minutes by the second place car, which is the Porsche Cayman of RLR Abruzzi Esports for charity. What we have to update you is we just saw before we went into the fan immersion, we saw the battle for the TCR class between Sunshine Autos and Alpenstars Gio Dradic. We just mentioned that they let each other pass, but what we saw in the chat, and thank you for that update, Geodesic got an
not Geodesic, the other one. It was Sunshine Autos.
Sunshine Autos. They got a slowdown penalty in their first chicane, so that's why they had to let Geodesic pass. So that's just the update what we had before the fan immersion.
Yeah, that was the information just arrived the moment we went into the fan immersion, actually. So that was very, very cool. Also, I'm always looking into the donations, what people are writing, what they are donating, and they of course can send messages while donating. And for example, inspirational stuff, Jimmy. Unbelievable what a sim racing community is capable of. Well done to you and everyone involved. And I think I can just second that what he said. It's really amazing.
It's speechless about that support. £51,000 and more to come, as we have 3 hours and 42 minutes about to go. And so still, if you want to join the party, just scan the QR code with your phone or see in the description. They find the link to the fundraising, and just go there, and by doing good, maybe win some prizes, some nice prizes, and maybe Tobias, because he knows exactly what prizes there will be there. Maybe you can give a short overview. It shouldn't be about the prizes, but it's a good bonus on doing good things and then having a good bonus as well.
Exactly, because if you donate £10 or over without adding gift aid, that's important that it's written in the description as well of the fundraiser, you can win Huizingveld sprint pedals, Huizingveld sequential shifter, Fanatec Podium DD1 base, a Fanatec CSL Elite set, 2 HKS merch bundles, Jimmy's Buckmore 24 2020 race suit, maybe with sweat included, a Abruzzi merch, boots and gloves, 2 pair of limited edition Jimmy Broadbent gloves, and of course signed posters and a t-shirt of choice. T-shirt and poster is 3 times on the grabs, so I would take it if definitely. So just, it's just £10 or over. You're helping with those £10, and maybe you win something amazing, which is well worth the help you just gave Mind.
Yeah, and Mind, just about the organization, it's about mental health, which is a very serious topic in our communities. So it's a good thing what you're raising for, or what Jimmy is raising for there. So that's why just support that if you can, or even though if you just watch the stream, support us with that. It's also a good thing. But I think to be honest,
imagine Mr. Beast finding the stream and donating. You should know Mr. Beast, right?
Yeah, sure.
Imagine him coming in. I mean, I actually want to jinx that he comes in, but he probably won't, sadly. But imagine if he came in, we easily doubled the amount of donation right now.
Yeah. So we just said, I mean, last year Jimmy just raised about £35,000. Now we have 51 already, with a long time to go. So that's why this stream is for, and for the community and for the fundraising, but also about the racing, while we are here on board seeing the battle between 7th and 8th in the Jetta class. So we see Team MSB by N-Ring Info. I think it's a German team, or even a Belgian.
You should know N-Ring Info, yeah.
Or Belgium. Partner team, and Dow Hansen Racing Red. So these two are battling for 7th and 8th. Is a 3.2 seconds gap in between. But what we see is, not even in the Jetta class, also in the TCR class, in these two both of them, they are battling quite close together. Even though after more than 19 hours already in the race, as we do a 33-hour race.
Yeah, it's the length. I mean, if you think about it, after 23 hours in a sim race, usually in sim racing for top split races, or even for that one where there is no limitation in iRating to join in, it tends to create huge gaps. Yes, looking at you, Logan. But overall, we still find a lot of people with about equal racecraft that are fighting. Like here, I mean, the team of Jimmy's team here, Dow Hansen Racing Red, they're still fighting for 7th position with the Jetta saying "do not push." And there's another try now. Oh no, sorry, that wasn't. Was it an overtake? Was that a blue flag? That was blue flag, right? I think it was a blue flag situation. So yeah, it's still 3 seconds to go, but at least they didn't push the Jetta. But I thought I've seen them already overtaking that car like 20 minutes prior to this situation here. And all you can see, of course, here, you can take a lot of the curves with these Jettas, but you have to keep the RPM high because it's a turbo diesel.
Yeah, so keep the car running, keep the engine running, keep the RPMs high, keep the speed high. Otherwise, as I said before, and like an hour ago, I already said, otherwise you need 2 laps to be back on speed with the Jetta. But it's about the same, not only with the Jetta, but also with the TCRs. But what is special with the Jettas as well is, you know, you have these small wheels and the small tires, so it's not easy to drive at all with these. So
compared to a GT3 car, it's like racing with a skateboard.
Correct. Or in German we say Asphaltschneider. So the ones you cut the tarmac with on the roadworks. But anyways. That makes it also not easy to drive. Then the suspension in the car is not really made for racing, so it's kind of adjusted for racing. But I mean, it's a road car. It's just a road car driving on a racing circuit. And when you compare it to even TCR, GT4, the 2 classes we have here, it's still a road car. Just with slick tires on, and then only 1 seat in there. So it's a big difference to the cars, for example, the BMW just overtaking now, driving in these. But I like it. I really love driving these kind of cars. You know, in Germany and all over the world, we had the Mini Cup. You know, with the Mini Cooper. I like that as well because it was just pure racing. And I just saw last year, I was at Brands Hatch for DTM, and we had the Mini Cup as well as a support race. And then you saw there, I don't know, in my opinion, it was 50 or 60 minis at the grid, because you know in while we see a replay of. Again, BMW Emplo, not you again. What happened?
Oh, someone got loose before. I could see a tire flying through the. Oh, again. We've seen that before. Oh well, that was definite.
But we saw that couple times before already. That high jump. Joshua Easy did. Now here again, super slow motion, you go over the curb and then jump.
He was totally
jump,
airborne.
jump.
Yeah, that would be perfect for DJ Tomic to play a tune now from 2005.
Anyways, do you know that when for example, a superbike race, coming back to the minis, a superbike race is starting like they are in like 4 motorbikes in a row.
Yeah.
In the mini cup at Brands Hatch, they did the same. 3 cars next to each other, and then next row 3 cars again, and then next row again 3 cars. It was so funny to see, but they survived all lap number 1. Everybody. I couldn't imagine.
That is great. That is great.
You have to look for it at YouTube, for example. You really have to search for Mini Cooper or whatever Brands Hatch. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I remember Brands Hatch with I think TCR or something front wheel driven. Coming into the first corner, which is obviously banking to the outside and of course downhill. He was losing the car multiple times, of course, when the grip comes back and then you have to spin the wheel the other direction. And he almost lost it, but he kept it together. I think it was a Volkswagen or something that stunt over there, but you find it on YouTube as well. It's amazing how you can actually save these front wheel drive cars.
Yeah, it's so cool to see to see these safes all the time. And I just sent you the link to the mini cup.
Oh, it's the old ones as well.
Yeah, the old ones. Yeah. So yeah, it's good fun to watch that, and the safest. I can.
Oh my God! They really used the MotoGP starting position.
I only had the chance once to drive a front wheel driven car, and after 2 laps, so in second lap, not after 2 laps, in my second lap, I stuck it into the gravel bed, and it was a car of my dad's team, and immediately after they pulled me out, my dad was like, "Okay, that's it. Better stay with rear-wheel driven cars." So yeah, that was my experience with a front-wheel driven car, and you know, it was just it was a Citroën C2.
Yeah. Oh God.
Citroën C2, so nothing special, but it was exactly that situation. I had
a C2 before, but was it the normal road version converted? Or?
No. It was a racing version. My dad built these cars, so they took the C2s, the road cars, and built a race car of them. We had 20 cars of these.
Yeah, but I mean the engine from the engine performance.
Yeah, the engine-wise was a road engine, but they changed it a little bit in the setting, but the basic engines were the street cars.
Okay. So yeah, because I own a C2 as well, silver, and it actually was a fun go-kart to drive in. It was really fun to drive it.
But you know, when you say I had a C2 in silver, that's kind of, sorry about all the girls, women's, ladies out there, but that's a typical woman's sentence. What car do you have? A silver one.
No. You're gonna laugh, but my E-Class, you remember that probably, was silver as well. I don't know why silver is a color that I like. I like a lot of colors, but I don't know. I always end up with silver cars. I had a green Micra K11, which was metallic green. It had like no miles on it whatsoever. It was like 20 years old, but no miles on it because an old lady drove it. So we rebuilt part of the clutch, obviously. We had to replace that one. We changed the suspension and stuff, and that was a go-kart as well. I mean, just 75 PS, but still fun to drive. It didn't weigh anything, you know. When you sit in it, you add 10% weight.
Okay.
What was your first car?
BMW 318 Ti, I think that's the name. The compact one. You know, the compact.
Oh God! You're one of these compact.
I really liked it. Yeah.
I don't like the compact. I don't know why.
I really was wishing for the car, so I asked my dad and what we can do if it is possible. So he brought the car for my mother,
Yeah.
So she drove the car for about a year while we see another crash, car number 81. I think Colin Cameron, he got from Coyote Racing, I think he got a kiss from another car. So here we see the BMW M4, yes, number 84. Number 84 car. That was not the right way to do it, so...
At least he's not stuck in the gravel. Imagine iRacing would simulate being stuck in the gravel, actually, or any sim.
I would like it. I would like to see it. But it was, you know, the car who just spun the Coyote Racing car around was Andre Martins from Equivalent Motorsports. I'm really...
Is that live?
That
Did you just do it again?
I think that's live, and
yeah, we live. But
yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was a replay.
But you know, race control is quite quick. Number 84, please can you head to pit lane and sing us your national anthem, or donate £10 to charity.
No, seriously. But I wish for race control to throw another safety car for, I don't know, 3 or 4 laps or something. Because I really want to see that. Just exclamation mark Y in the race chat, please. Race control and enter, and then everything happens on its own. That would be interesting to see, actually. All the cars bunched together again. I mean, you remember the Daytona 24 hours, where every time there's a safety car, there will be another safety car?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who said it first. I think I heard it from Charlie Whiting. Did he say a safety car can often lead to another safety car? I don't know if he was who said that, or who was it. I don't remember.
I don't know who said that, but it's what is obvious is that I was in a German GT Masters, you know, the German GT Championship, and I was in race control the whole year there, and in the GT4 race, same cars we have here, like the BMW M4 GT4 we see here from number 81, the Coyote Racing. At Lausitzring, we had a race, like one safety car was leading to another one. So one car stuck in gravel, and the new safety rules, which are not new, they are since Suzuka after Bianchi's crash. There should be no marshal behind or in front of the barrier without a safety car or red flag. That's the rule. The safety rule, just in general. Yeah, that's the safety rule. So
I thought double yellows were enough.
No. Safety car or red flag. And okay, anyways, but so one car stuck in gravel, so they had to bring out the safety car. So that car got pulled out to the grass, and then that same car. So then the race got restarted after safety car, and the same car who is stuck in gravel went around through the grass and got stuck about 50 meters later again. For another safety car, and then they had to bring out another safety car. It was just a crazy race. I think we had in 1 hour 3 safety cars, and let me lie, but I think we had 10 minutes of racing. So it was a crazy race there.
Yeah, I remember talking about GT Masters. I don't know if it was 2018 or 2019, but do you remember the GT Masters race, which got which got a second start, I think, in Sachsenring, I think it was, where they had also more safety car time than actually race time, and the commentators joked about the safety car needing to refuel so it doesn't run out of fuel because it was leading all the laps. And actually in that race I was really thinking, like, guys, those who are doing what you are doing, your guys are professional drivers. They had a yellow flag after the pit lane, for example, because that Ferrari was stuck and they didn't want to put a safety car. They tried to not put out the safety car in the pit window because that would make things complicated sometimes. And so there was still that car stuck in the gravel, and there was obviously a yellow flag just in the first corner of the racetrack. Then what happens? Someone comes out of the pit lane and gets taken out by someone else, and they end up in the gravel as well. And this was also the point where the safety car missed the leaders level. I don't know if you remember that, Jan. I think it was race 1 of the Sachsenring weekend in 2018.
No, I can't remember, but I can remember the joke in race control all the time when they ask the driver of the safety car, do you have enough fuel? It's always a running gag in a running joke in the race control. They always say like, do you have enough fuel? I think we need another lap. And then yeah, I'm okay.
But I think it was 2018 because wait, what year? I think it was 2018 because it was that year where Giorgio Maggi and Reichsping were still running with the Acura or Honda NSX with Schubert Motorsport.
Okay, yeah, I can't remember.
It was crazy. It was totally crazy. So I mean, like, everyone looked at this race and was like, what the hell is going on? You know, every race, everyone who worked in race control one day, everyone was fed up with the drivers.
Number 81, we're still driving with the car around here. We can see, so still Coyote Racing, and they are running in 14th position overall. In class, and 23rd position overall in the GT4 class. So that's the one who got spun around. While, okay, let me check. Hugh Haycox was black flagged. Who's Hugh Haycox? What team is he driving? Let us check. Hugh Haycox.
Yeah, he must be in the car right now, otherwise he couldn't get a black flag.
Yeah, right.
Oh, by the way, in Jimmy's chat, they put out Tony Kanaan facts. So there is a Tony Kanaan fact, lap 619. Tony Kanaan personally cleans all of the bricks in Indianapolis with a toothbrush every year. It's like these. Remember the jokes?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, Chuck Norris jokes. Did he already donate though? Because he wanted to donate, I think, £1,000. Not sure if he already did, but we are at £52,000 right now.
But when I look to the what time it is at the moment, I mean we have it right in the night over there, right?
Yeah, it's like 4:45 at the East Coast, I think.
At the East Coast, so I think we have to wait for another maybe 2-3 hours. Maybe 3 or 4 hours for that donation. But I think these guys they will not say something and will not do it. So, but it would just be cool to see that amount again here on the £52,000 we already see. To see another 1,000 more from Tony Kanaan. Because the reason for that is he said if his YouTube channel reaches 5,000 subscribers, then he will found 1K to the fundraising of Jimmy, and so that quickly happened, that quickly escalated. And that's why he has to now raise that one.
Yeah, I mean it's not a bad thing, so it's a good thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's good.
By the way, how old were you on that picture I sent you?
Horrible Racing. 17. I wasn't 17. It was, I think, 17. Yeah. 20.
Oh, it's just 3 years old then.
31, 32, something. 30, 31, 32. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Why are you searching for pictures of myself?
No, I'm just seeing that because I was still on the Wikipedia page, and that's the only picture associated with that page.
Yeah.
I love how it says best finish, 5th in 2010, which isn't even true. I think it's season finish. Yeah. Championship standing in.
Three hours and 20 minutes left in the 23-hour race here at Zolder, the race for mental health.
Do you have a brain lag?
Yes.
Yeah, it's still too early, isn't it?
No, I think it's because also of I mean both of us, you and I, so Tobias Broadbent and myself, Jan Seifert, we are Germans. I think probably I'm not sure, but probably you can hear it, that we are not native. But I did like 5 hours of English stream commentary yesterday for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and now I have a little of a brain F. You know what I mean? Because of all the English all the time, and as you're not a native speaker and speaking all the time English, I think wir können wieder ein bisschen in Deutsch weitermachen, weil das ist ja auch der Grund, warum wir dass wir das alles nicht ganz so ernst nehmen. Also wir nehmen die Spenden ernst, aber den Rest nicht, oder?
Ja, uns auf jeden Fall als am allerwenigsten, ja.
Nö, gar nicht. Deswegen, jetzt machen wir einfach auf Deutsch ein bisschen weiter.
für den Jugo ist es immer noch heute, weil er hat die DNLS auf seinem Handy laufen gehabt, seit dieses Rennen gestartet ist.
Ja, okay.
Naja, aber wie gesagt, also 5 Stunden alleine durch Englisch kommentieren als Non-Native ist halt schon hart, ne?
Ja, das ist echt, also da...
Aber 5 Stunden, über was unterhält man sich in 5 Stunden?
Ja, mit sich alleine vor allem. Das ist ja das Nächste. Also ich bin ja alleine gewesen gestern bei der DNLS. War dann froh, ich kenne ja so 1, 2 Leute, weil ich ja 1, 2 Jahre schon mal Motorsport gemacht habe, dass sie mir dann so geschrieben haben, hey Jan, hey, soll ich mal reinkommen zum Kommentieren, und dann habe ich mich mit ein paar Leuten unterhalten, gemacht und getan. Also das hat schon gepasst dann, aber es ist halt schon zäh, wenn du ganz alleine da sitzt. Und gerade bei einem Endurance-Rennen, gerade bei so einem Langstreckenrennen, dann, guck mal, wie wir schweifen jetzt mal nochmal ein bisschen ab und wir reden ja nicht die ganze Zeit über das Renngeschehen. Ja, aber was will ich abschweifen alleine? Ja, das ist so, also ich kann selber Geschichten dann erzählen, so ein bisschen was, aber ja, das ist nicht einfach, aber ja, gut, so ist es. Hat auch trotzdem Spaß gemacht, ohne Ende, logischerweise.
Ja, natürlich, also das ist ja klar, also wenn es keinen Spaß machen würde, würde man es natürlich auch gar nicht erst anfangen, sage ich jetzt mal, wenn es einem keinen Spaß machen würde. Ne?
Ja, richtig.
Ja. Wann hast du eigentlich grundlegend mit dem Kommentieren so angefangen? War das bei dir so ein fließender Übergang oder wie kamst du generell dazu?
Well, I started with commentary I was still racing, sure. Professionally racing, aber ich bin noch Formel 3 gefahren, glaube ich, und habe dann angefangen, einfach so ein bisschen mit nebenbei zu kommentieren durch Olli Sittler zum Beispiel. He just brought me to commentary because he's a professional, for example, in DTM commentator. And he just asked, hey, you want to be next to me and be my expert? Und da habe ich gesagt, na klar, kann ich das machen. Also setze ich mich daneben und erzähle ein bisschen was. Und das ist mir halt leicht gefallen, weil ich habe einfach nur das erzählt, was da unten abgeht und wie es sich halt wirklich anfühlt. And so step by step, I moved more and more into that. Until then Eurosport asked me, ob ich den Porsche Mobil 1 Supercup machen kann. Also das war dann halt schon cool, dass ich dann für Eurosport das machen konnte. And after the Supercup on Eurosport, they asked me if I can do Le Mans for them, so the official 24 hours of Le Mans on Eurosport. Und seitdem mache ich dann das, und das ist halt immer weitergegangen.
Ouais, on t'a déjà entendu sur Formula E aussi. Comment ça se passe? Tu as commencé de faire la Formula E?
Ja, habe ich auch gemacht, genau. So Formula E was also part of it for Eurosport, und das hat auch richtig Spaß gemacht. Ich war dann auch vor Ort bei vielen Rennen der Formel E. Das ist halt eine ganz andere Welt gewesen, because racing with electric drive and so on, it's completely different to what you know from let's say the normal motorsport, you know. It was a big change. Aber ich habe es einfach gemocht. Das hat echt Spaß gemacht, das zu kommentieren. Und ja, jetzt bin ich da halt mittendrin, und dann kam halt Simracing noch mit dazu. And so, I do now quite a lot of stuff in all, let's say in real racing, aber halt auch im Simracing. Also überall bin ich mit dabei, and do my stuff with my voice.
Another question I have about the Formula E broadcast you did. War eigentlich euer Intro geskriptet oder habt ihr das einfach so aus dem Kopf raus gemacht?
Well, the intro is always scripted, but live. Also da sitzt du dann da, hast den Zettel vor dir and you just read it, but it's live. Also das ist ganz krass, weil du musst halt wirklich auf den Punkt das machen, weil die ganzen verschiedenen Länder haben ja auch das gleiche Intro.
Ja, genau.
But in their own language, and so it's not easy to be on point. To read the lines on the exact time. Und Olli und ich haben das meistens dann partnerschaftlich gemacht. Also einer hat immer den Timecode sozusagen gemacht und immer drauf getippt, jetzt kommt das. And the other guy, he was talking. And so, but it's in all the broadcasts for Eurosport. It's not only Formula E, das ist halt auch im Supercup und in Le Mans und so weiter und so fort.
Ja, das finde ich ziemlich cool. We have used scripted intros as well here on iRacing. For example, the 24-Stunden-Rennen vom Nürburgring here of iRacing, ne? War ja auch schon powered by VCO. There we had a scripted intro as well, so we planned what we want to say and how we want to say it. Und weißt du, so dieses Geschichten erzählen am Anfang, dieses Bam, Energie reinbringen, Hype reinbringen, die Geschichte, die Legende reinbringen. Und das klang ziemlich cool, auch wenn es auf Englisch war. Aber dadurch, that we trained it a little bit beforehand, my English was perfectly for that intro.
Ja, das musst du ja auch üben, weißt du? Also das geht ja auch nicht einfach so, weil wenn du dich einfach nur hinsetzt und dann einfach mal versuchst, irgendwas zu machen, dann ist es halt nicht möglich. Also das funktioniert einfach nicht. Deswegen musst du da einfach üben und also ich konnte es auch nicht. Also ich musste auch wirklich üben und erst nachdem ich ein bisschen geübt hatte, abgeschossen. Alter Schwede, jetzt wird Laurin Heinrich wird einfach abgeschossen beim Überrunden wird er abgeschossen, so he got just kissed at he tried to lap a car from the TCR class and he just he lost the car. The TCR lost the car. Okay.
So another 10-pound donation or sing a national anthem coming up for the TCR.
I would say, yeah, correct. So he went to the left.
Ja, der wollte versuchen, den BMW auszuweichen so ein bisschen, ne? Aber dann war da halt schon die Wiese. Schade.
Yeah, he tried to avoid because he thought Laurin will maybe move more to the left. So and then he came onto the grass, but still, I mean, they still have 11 and a half minutes of gap. So. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, it's sometimes it's a shame, but it's good. It's good for us to commentate it.
There is the BMW again. Oh wow, that could have gone wrong so many times, and now Geodesic gets sent around by the BMW into the gravel pit, and they can be happy. It's the leader actually from TCR again, and they can be happy that there is an actual runoff area.
Yeah, but we see it quite a lot in that chicane.
Look how he was blocking her.
You know, that kiss then in the end was kind of on purpose. So that was like, what are you doing? And then like, okay, here we go. Bye-bye. Here we go, Laurin, we see him. But why is he blocking? Why is he blocking?
For funsies. Probably for fun.
Yeah, it just can be for fun. But again,
that was the blue shell that got sent by someone else.
Yeah, right. But again here, I mean, once you decided for your breaking point here, Laurin, for example, he starts braking, but he can't do anything because he cannot slow down even faster. So that's why, yeah, he couldn't avoid the touch. But yeah. I think it could just be for fun, the blocking, because otherwise there's no reason for it.
Yeah, I mean that was interesting, an interesting situation. Maybe everyone wants to bring down the 7-lap lead BS competition has now on the RLR Abruzzi Esports for charity car. So there might be a reason. But I would be scared for every TCR I would be passing.
Number 124, that's the car. That's the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black, Spencer McCarthy, who blocked Laurin Heinrich. I'm going to need a lovely morning national anthem in the pit lane or 15 pounds donation, please. So that's because of that's a race control because of the blocking.
How many pounds of donation?
15.
15. Oh, they're raising the bars now.
Yeah. I mean, we go to the end of the race, and so we have to be more strict now, more serious. Sure.
Yeah, definitely. Lovely morning national anthem, awesome. No, I think the way race control is handling all this stuff and all the penalties and everything, what's going on, especially in relation to the charity that we have here, of course, for the race for mental health, supporting the Mind Foundation. It's a good thing that they handle it that way.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, there's a mix of being serious because they get a penalty, kind of, because I wouldn't say the donation is no penalty. You know, it's like a good thing, but
it's somewhat a penalty because it hurts your wallet. Yeah,
correct. That's what I mean. Or they have to go to pit lane and sing the national anthem, and so they lose time.
So that they have a choice. That's a cool thing.
But in the end, let me say it's kind of a penalty. So they race control is having a nice mix of punishing the drivers or teams, but also don't do it too serious.
Yeah, and the Alpine Star Studios Racing Black Car looks fine now again. Hab schon ein bisschen Angst gehabt, dass der dann doch noch in der Wand einschlägt und seinen ersten Platz verliert. But for now, it's good, I think.
Yeah, they are running still in the lead of the TCR class. 7th overall. They have a gap to their to the second position car of over 2 minutes now, so it's quite a huge gap this car has, and so now at the moment they're running well.
We're also running well is talking about running well, there goes a little bit of Dorifto into the last chicane. Well, at least they tried.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe I should say more things like this, that they go more into the gravel, the Sunshine Autos car with Henry Pitcairn comes closer. So, yeah, because at the moment it looks like everything is kind of settled. There are no real close fights, as we had that a couple of minutes ago.
I'm not sure, no.
No, it's kind of settled. So everybody is driving on his own space. Maybe that will change in a couple. If he's continuing like this, then it will change for sure. You know, that car is leading. That car is the leading car in TCR class, and in the last 2 laps he did 3 or 4 mistakes.
Ja, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but ich glaube, da könnten tatsächlich noch a lot more mistakes to come here. Not sure if that's just them waking up slowly, but too slow for the race, or if it's just a concentration matter.
By the way, waking up, is Jimmy still sleeping?
No, he's awake for a while now and engaging with oh, wait. It looks like sometimes he falls asleep. He doesn't look too healthy right now. If you could imagine how he looks like, it's like, imagine being woken up just the moment where you really fall asleep, and that's 10 times in a row. And that's the look he's having.
Yes, and with the thinking of sleeping too long, not hearing your wecker, and
yeah.
So I know that face. I know that. It didn't happen to me the last 2 years because my daughter is waking up almost every day. So when I'm at home, she's like awake ways too early, in my opinion. I tell her every day. I say, okay, little one, that's not good. That's not good. You have to sleep longer, but she didn't understand it yet. So maybe I'll talk to her later on as well.
Or maybe you do it in German, maybe not in English.
That's computer. That computer. Okay.
So, we are at 533% of the goal that we had for this charity event. I mean, just imagine with half of the goal already done before the race actually got green flagged. So that it's still amazing to see how many people are actually here and in this community to help out.
Yeah. So it's amazing for. I mean, it's a fun race. It's a fundraising and a fun race.
Oh God! I mean, that's almost as like the wordplay from Jimmy, because he said seeking help with mental health has always been difficult, but the current world situation has made it near impossible for those in need. With that in mind, see what I did there, we've decided to once again support Mind, who work to help those who are most vulnerable in this time. So the wordplays are on fleek, that you could say.
On fleek. Now we're here.
On fire,
again.
yeah.
Welcome, Jan. Welcome to the youth.
We started on the bottom, now we're here.
Oh my gosh. Hey guys, I just woke up. Do we know if Jimmy wore the race suit and helmet after we broke 40k pound? And LB 1973 said, yeah, he did. So you guys, and you know, we broke the 50 already. So now it's up to Jimmy again. He's dyeing his hair in a color.
I still hope he's gonna shave his hair.
Shave his hair.
Just shave his beautiful hair, yeah. And show and then we maybe have a new emote with like Bold Jimmy or something.
Or he's doing the shoey, for like Ricardo is doing that.
Or all of the above, maybe.
Yeah, let's see what will happen as well. Maybe it looks like I'm just kann ich mich mal weit aus dem Fenster und sage, we will break the 60,000 pounds as well. So maybe there's something going on as well after we break that one.
Yeah, let's see.
TCR class number 30, that's the car, and Jordi van Oosten is the driver for Huizingveld Works. So that's the. Can you say now word joke? Is it a factory team?
Oh God! Because it's a works team.
and it's Huizingveld. It's Huizingveld. Isn't it the guys from Huizingveld? Because I just
well, you know, these people who are usually driving the Huizingveld car. It's not those. I don't know. Okay. Never seen these names in my life before. I don't know.
No. It's not the Huizingveld team.
Oh.
I mean, it's the Huizingveld employees.
Oh, that's why I don't know the names. All right.
Yes, because I just saw on their Twitter account that they are driving. Actually,
that makes sense. Oh, that's cool.
And that's why,
so it's actually a works team. Yeah. Oh, God.
That's why I say it's a factory team.
It's not a factory supported team. It's actually a factory team.
Correct. That's what I mean. Yeah, I think so. I think that's this team here. So yeah, these are the guys who building your pedals and all your stuff.
Well, not mine though, because I'm poor.
Yours was the other ones, right? Not because you're poor, no. But because we have the Huizingveld team in here, but we have also the Fanatec branded Coyote Racing. So Jordi van Oosten, I think.
Jordi van Oosten.
Van Oosten.
Van Oosten, godverdomme. No, like my Netherlands is like not existing. My language knowledge of Dutch. Okay. Aren't you from Belgium? Someone said you're Belgium? Yeah.
No.
I don't know why he said that you're from Belgium.
Who said it?
I don't know. Someone in the chat before, like in the beginning, when we were just starting, someone said, "Yeah, aren't you Belgium?" Oh, by the way, fun fact: I get confused sometimes because I watched TCR after a long while. TCR Germany.
Not you also. Not you.
And there was this guy, Jan Seifert. I was like, wait a moment, not possible. I mean, how high are the chances there is someone, at least when you say it, not when you spell it, but when you say it, sounding exactly the same name as you have, and racing as well in Germany. So how high are the chances?
Yeah, I know. Everybody thinks, even though the official website from the series, from the racing series, while we have a spin-off Team Lonely. Now he's lonely.
Probably. Did he fall asleep?
I'm so lonely.
Maybe he fell asleep. On my own. Okay, let's see what happened here as we're in the replay. Did he get a Panterino or did he do it on his own?
Yeah, he got help. Yeah, you got help. Now he's lonely. Yeah,
man.
There he goes.
I feel so sad.
Yeah. So, coming back, that's the Jetta. He's now back on track. But to the here we go again. That's the Fundraising car, Coyote Racing, who got.
I'm gonna buy for a different brand now.
he kissed that one. So
isn't it still like win on Sunday, sell on Monday?
Yeah. And just I didn't want to disturb you with your Jan Seifert explanations, but the Hoisingfeld car is exactly that Hoisingfeld employees, and the Indy 500 winner Tony Kanaan is also on that car. So that's why that's the car with Tony Kanaan and, as I say, the Hoisingfeld employees. So we're waiting for another 1K from Tony Kanaan once he's awake.
I'm still waiting for another safety car.
Let me check in sim chat. No, not yet.
Not yet? That was like, yeah, oh, okay. Okay, we got another replay then. From Lauren Heinrich. I lost the replay already. I'm so confused sometimes. What is replay? Is this the real life? Is it just fantasy?
Okay, once. Okay.
Another situation. Wait, that was literally the situation we've seen like a while ago with him overtaking everyone in the middle.
But
now he got a receipt for it.
No, it was his teammate. It was his teammate overtaking two cars like this. Now Lauren has to show off a little more that he's overtaking three cars, but the last chatter said no. What a race. What a race it is. That's the leading car again. BS competition number 52 with quite a lot of drivers on there. So it's at the moment at the wheel it's Laurin Heinrich, but he's also sharing the car together with his BS competition teammates Alex Voss, Rainer Talber, Robert Heger, Ryan Barneveld and Marius Zug. Also das sind schon einige drauf, also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fahrer auch, also Junge.
Das ist echt stabil auf jeden Fall, was hier abgeleistet wird. Ja gut, aber mit 6 Fahrern, ja es ist stabil, es ist tatsächlich stabil. Übrigens, ein Begriff hat übrigens der Richie von mir gelernt in den Wochenende da oben, ne? Alter Schwede. Geradeauskurve für den Anwandlung.
Geradeauskurve, was sagt man?
Geradeauskurve. It's a straight turn.
Yeah.
Literally, I mean, yeah, it's just a kink. You say kink to that in English. I don't know what the German word is for that.
Knick?
Wow, that's too easy.
Also, so in racing driver speech we say Knick.
Yeah, I say geradeauskurve since I'm not a racing driver.
Geradeauskurve.
Ja, aber Richie fand's lustig. Ich fand das Geilste, weil der ist ja eh beim Qualifying, ne? Beim zweiten am Sonntags, ne? Ist er fast eingeschlafen. Er war so müde morgens, ne? Er die Augen zugemacht hat.
That's typical Richie. That's typical for Richie.
Totally relaxed. Let him do.
Probably the guy we are talking about is. By the way, what a camera here. I really like these kind of cameras.
I have to thank Istvan Balog again 3 times for the track cams. Istvan Balog. It's like a spell you have to say and then you get great cameras. It's an insider joke for Racebot, but yeah.
And and we talk about Richie Reichert. He's the voice, one of the voices of DTM, and he's one of the voices for the German broadcaster RTL in Formula 1, for example, in soccer. And so he's a really good guy. And his voice, I think many of you know his voice because it's so special.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I knew his voice as well from the Vorberichterstattung at RTL for the Formula One actually, and it always stands out. So it's very recognizable. We have 2 hours and 54 minutes left, and I think it's time for another fan immersion, Jan. But this time we let Hugo decide what car we go on, so we don't have to look into the live timing.
Hugo, let's go.
Yeah, Hugo, show us.
Hugo, maybe he fell asleep. And now he's like, my name, why my name? Here we go.
Okay, let's take the WTF one car, then the number 50 in third position in, I hope that's GT4. It does look like a GT4, it does sound like a GT4. I see the fuel entry point of a Porsche, so that is the car of choice for the fan immersion. We will be back in a few laps, and just turn up the sound and enjoy the flat six. Porsche Cayman GT4. Jan, wir sind wieder zurück in den letzten 2-3 Viertelstunden bis 23 Stunden Rennen auf Zolders Race for Mind.
The Race for Mental Health.
Ja, Race for Mind steht bei uns im Briefing-Dokument, sorry.
So, the Race for Mental Health is second edition. It is already, because last year, Jimmy Broadbent, the guy behind this race, he initiated last year already one of these races. And they got in the end a prize pool, or at the end fundraising of about £35,000, and now we are at £54,000 with 2 hours and about 45 minutes to go. While what the hell is Laurin Heinrich doing today?
Okay.
Every time we are on him, every time we are with the cameras on him, he's doing anything, let's say, special.
Yeah, that's a producer's curse.
Yeah, now it was a spin by himself in the chicane, in the hairpin, but they're still leading by 12 seconds. But what the hell is he shaking off?
I think maybe he's trying to find out if it's his equipment or the tires on the car. Or he wants to get awake, yeah.
Or he's shaking off all the gravel out of the car. What you do when you end up in the gravel, and the guy's going, oh. But something is wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely wrong.
Because he's driving on the very left-hand side over there, and yeah, something is wrong with the car. Let's see, now he's doing the pit stop.
Bang, fast repair.
Yeah. Fast repair and driver change, or it looks like a driver change, to be honest, because driver's out of the car. Robert Heger is taking over now, and there he is.
By the way, I always feel bad for the mechanics then that when they're deep up to their shoulders in the car trying to get some more gravel out of it. I really feel bad for them every time I see it.
in the beginning, or not even in the beginning, until still I was already a professional driver. I had to clean the car by myself as well. So then you get all the stuff. And then mechanics say, okay, here we go, let's go, and then you have to help. But because then, I didn't see that so far. The car is driving backwards in iRacing in the pit lane to get out of his pit stand. Did you see that before?
No.
Okay, special race. Special race it is. And but by the way, we as we are having the fundraising, because we had that question, or better say that chat, we saw that in the chat, that it is in race control. They're doing a great job, because they consider or they say if they get if they say a penalty, then you can decide whether you go into pit lane doing anything special like singing an anthem or something, or you donate. So that's why please do not wonder, there is something happening with penalties.
By the way, I know what happened to Laurin Heinrich.
Okay.
He got provoked to do a drift challenge for the fans, #bestfans. All the fans and ventilators out on track.
Okay, so Laurin, I can invite you now to do drift training.
Yeah, training.
Yeah, training. You have to practice that. Yeah. Laurin, here we go. He's in our chat as well. So please contact me. You have my number. We do a drift training, because that was.
Can I join in as well?
Not good as all. At all.
Look at how the Jetta got violated through the turn there. It's like, nope, not getting away. Yeah, it's the Doug Henson Racing red car in front, which is Jimmy B's team, followed by Team MSB by Enring Info, Davix Grobanek, sorry for that name butchering as well, and they're fighting very closely indeed. And Alexander Voss added to that, practice didn't end well.
Aye, guys. Yeah, that escalated quickly, I would say. But to be honest, that even that wasn't even the drift. So that was just a spin, Larry.
Yeah, all I do is spin.
That was just a spin. Yeah, but it's good fun, and you see not everybody, nobody really is taking that too serious. We are still racing, for sure.
But serious enough, of course.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah, for everyone waking up after having a broadcast of perfect English for the first 3 or 4 parts that we had today. Yeah, we're now butchering every name we can find with our German accent. Und wenn wir wollen, dann reden wir auch einfach Deutsch, würde ich sagen.
Ja, können wir das gerne machen. Das ist natürlich angenehm für uns. Gerade wenn Sie Jetta sehen, die jetzt da die gerade runterballern und nochmal im Windschatten kämpfen. Da geht's rein in die Schikane hier über die Curbs links, rechts drüber. Und da kann er sich ransaugen an das Heck vom Pampers Auto. Nein, da muss er nochmal zurückstecken. Vielleicht vor der zweiten Schikane. Jetzt wieder im Windschatten. Kann er dann nochmal ausscheren. Er zeigt sich da rechts im Spiegel. Aber nee, muss nochmal zurückstecken. Die 285, die macht das natürlich clever hier. Und man sieht, da ist er am Limit unterwegs.
Ja, das Auto immer mehr am Rutschen hin und her werfen. Wir sehen die ganze Zeit Reifenqualm aufsteigen. Natürlich der TDI, eigentlich eher bekannt für dunkleren Rauch, aber die Fahrer hier mit dem Frontantrieb und ja, so gut wie keine Hilfen und ziemlich viel Gewicht auf der Vorderachse, die geben ihr Bestes. Aber schon wieder ein BMW, der von hinten langsam ranpirscht.
Sagen wir mal so, beim Jetta siehst du nicht, ob ein neuer Papst gewählt wurde. Oh. Kein weißer Rauch für diejenigen, die nicht verstanden haben.
Oh Gott.
Weil der kam so flach, den muss nicht jeder verstanden haben, weil der war so schlecht. Ja, der war so schlecht.
Staubsauger passt gerade so runter durch.
Der war so schlecht. Ja. Du hast den Roboter, oder? Ja.
Nee, ja, so einen kleinen runden Kreis.
Ja, so ein Staubsaugerroboter, ja. Sonst
ja, das ist ganz geil, auf Laminat geht das ganz gut so.
Super. There are at least 2 teams taking this very serious. Okay, the sign. Who is it taking very serious?
Like, who do you think are taking it very serious? Because I know at least one team that you think they take it serious, they don't.
They don't. I think 3 drivers of them are in the chat with you. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I can see that. I think you mean this team. No, I mean you, Tobias.
Oh. I was just looking at the breaking point of Adam David Hodkinson, who now has a great chance to actually do the overtake against the Pampas Bomber right now. Oh, maybe not.
Better exit for the Pampas car into the second chicane. What a drive of this car, the 285 Pampas car going now uphill, using all the track width, a little bit of dirt coming up there because he's using too much track width. He's left, but look at his braking. Where was his braking point? Almost there where the GT4 car was braking, and now he's defending. He's defending against number 10 car. Has to have a look on the TCR Audi RS3 element with the right hand side into the gravel. What is going on there? A little mistake by the Pampers car, and that's the chance for Doug Hansen Racing Red to close the gap.
Yeah, of course, I mean, the braking points are quite late, but I think the braking point of some of these drivers is already way past here, because, you know, after 20 hours of racing, most of them are literally just wasted this time by.
It's so much fun to see it.
You see the crying Jimmer on the rear of it with the helmet.
That's not Jimmer.
It is Jimmy Broadbent.
It is.
It is. Yeah.
It looks so old. Sorry.
It's not that old, but no, it's just crying.
No, but the picture when you see it like this, he looks so old.
Well, isn't he 55 minus 30 or something?
Yeah, something like this. So, but coming back to
oh, look at the traffic on the track already. it's like the rush hour for Black Friday sales.
Yeah. Or when you have like a Feiertag at the Nürburgring Nordschleife and you have Karfreitag, Car Friday on Nordschleife.
I love how
tourist
Car
drives.
Friday doesn't translate well to the actual Feiertag.
No, but it looks, but it's called Car Friday.
Yeah. I mean, thinking about it.
Car Friday. Okay.
I'm so sorry. It's the first time you actually think about it, right?
Yeah, right.
It doesn't make any sense in English. I mean, you know the actual Feiertag, the actual bank holiday is called Karfreitag with a K. So we call it Karfreitag in Germany with a C. So we connect the English and the German, but yeah, it makes just it's Car Friday because the car. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense in English altogether. But yeah, it's Car Friday. Not every Friday is Car Friday if you're a petrol head.
Yeah, but at the Nordschleife, the tourist drives on this holiday, it is called Car Friday. Because then everybody's going there, and then the most famous crash videos on YouTube will be produced at this day.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, 2019 on the I think it was, I don't know, Forst. We had this one Volkswagen with a fiasco, and I think a few hours later there was the A-Class that rolled over, and there you could really see how good the safety is in modern cars, because they really crashed hard with the Mercedes A-Class, and they just stepped out of it a little bit dazzled but unhurt, which is actually pretty cool to see.
But coming back to the more serious stuff, and I can tell you, as long as I don't know the geodesic guys, maybe you know Tobias, but BS competition, the guys all around the leading car at the moment, they take it kind of serious, but to be honest, they don't take it as serious as you think. I think everybody here in the whole field takes it kind of serious, while we see the Audi RS3 again, same place. We saw so many crashes there.
Oh, the BMW M-Plower does its job, as the name suggests.
And yeah, so everybody is taking it kind of serious, but not too serious. I think we can say that. But one guy he's taking kind of serious or not serious is Steve Kleber told in our chat. Special call out to Taylor Adams of Team Lonely, who is running in second place in the Jetta class and is solo driving the whole race. And you can call that taking it serious, because
that's taking it serious. Yeah,
I would like to see him on camera. I mean, it is not possible, to be honest, but I would like to see him because that's amazing. That's to drive. We are now 2.5 hours to go, so it's 21 hours and 30 minutes of driving plus qualifying and all the stuff. So it's crazy. It's so crazy. And I mean, he didn't just woke up in the morning and said, okay, let's go. I mean, he woke up and maybe had breakfast, whatever, you know. And this
breakfast, guy, I know what I forgot this morning.
Yeah, my wife. I have a good wife. You know, I have a good wife, I have to say, because she just brought me a little bit of soup here, and
wow.
Now I can have
I
soup.
probably need a wife, huh?
Yeah. No, but to be honest, that's here we see him. Here we see him, Taylor Adams, Team Lone lead, and that's why. Even though if we make sometimes jokes about teams and drivers, whatever, it's all not that kind of serious. When he spun a couple laps ago, or he got spun in the chicane we just went through. You know, it's a big respect of these guys driving solo, driving just by two, whatever, and a big respect to everybody taking part in this race.
Yeah, that's totally true. I mean, of course, You know, all the things you can see with Taylor Adams, he's doing mistakes here and there, and sometimes not taking the perfect line. But you know, I wouldn't even be concerned about his health at all. Oh, Struggles Racing seemed to struggle a little bit. Let's see a replay. Oh, again. Yep, that was another one.
Yeah, that was another one.
Maybe they should change the brake bias a little bit more rearwards. Or more forwards. Depends.
And now the series is got taken away even more because Race Control just got the in-sim message that I'm stepping away for a minute, for a few minutes, if and if in capital letters, if you have any incidents, please send me clips on Discord. I'll sort it out when I'm back. I'll let you know when I get back. Okay, now we have
Look
to...
what Alexander Weltman wrote in the chat as well.
and now, Mods asleep, go nuts.
Last hour backwards. Yeah, last hour we could drive either backwards on the track or everyone has to go into reverse.
So yeah, let's see how the race is going on without any race control.
By the way, you can say unfolding. That's a nice English word for that.
Unfolding.
How the race will be unfolding, the events will be unfolding from now.
Wow.
Also, a word you can take, which sounds very clever as well. When we're in the second to last lap, you can say penultimate.
Penultimate, yeah.
Yeah, penultimate lap. That makes you sound so clever.
So professional.
Yes.
So professional. Ja. Or I can just say, wir sind in der vorletzten Runde und jetzt gleich hier über die Ziellinie drüber. Wenn ich so ein bisschen, ich kann ja auch im Dialekt reden. Also
ja.
Ich kann das ja auch. Also ich bin ja eigentlich aus dem Osten. Ich kann auch so reden, aber das klingt immer ein bisschen doof, weißt du, wenn ich so anfange zu quatschen, dann klingt das einfach dämlich. Deswegen,
ich habe auch mal viele Dialekte mitgenommen. Ich bin ja, werden wir immer noch sehen, dass Adam David Hodgkinson very close is to the team MSB by entering info. Aber ja, wie gesagt, also ich habe ja lange auch im Saarland gelebt gehabt, dann ewig in Baden-Württemberg auf der badischen Seite. Also ich kann, wie gesagt, auch babbeln, wie mir das Maul gewachsen ist.
Also, kannst du auch singen, so ein bisschen wie genau in Hocken.
Oh Gott,
die singen da immer so.
Ja.
Die singen da immer so in Hocken. No. Okay, now coming back to English, German, French, whatever. I learned Russian at school.
You learned Russian? The only thing I can say in Russian is spasiba.
Spasiba, yeah. Or Меня зовут Ян.
My name is Jan.
Меня зовут Jan. My name is Jan.
Меня зовут Jan.
Yeah. So when you say Minya, that's the female version of it. Меня зовут. You have to say as a boy.
Меня зовут.
Меня зовут. Then you can say Меня 34, I don't know. Yet I'm 34 years. Я живу в Leipzig. I'm from Leipzig. Yeah, so I've learned it a little bit.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, Russian for me. Russian was always an interesting language. Oh, maybe now they overtake. Done. They side by side now going to the first chicane with a do not pushback taxi car from the airport right behind them. And it looks like the overtake is almost done perfectly. And now they're in front finally. After how many laps did we watch follow the helmet of Jimmy Broadbent? Bah, mais si tu veux, je peux parler français aussi.
I've learned French at school as well. I've learned kind of German at school, English, French, and Russian.
Yeah, we had Latin at school actually. I took Latin from 6th to 10th class.
The death language.
Yeah, but it helps with other languages.
Yeah, I know.
It really helped me with all the other languages.
My wife has the while Schinker Motorsport Green went off in the last chicane. Why was there? No, not number 50. Come on,
Please
come on.
No.
No.
A little bit, yeah. But it was the same mistake that some of the other TCRs did today. So that's interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, always the same spot at the last chicane on braking, turning in. Also,
Oh, look
turning
in the
on
chat,
brake.
Jan, by the way.
Huh?
What was he done?
Zamut, my name is, yeah. Yajivu, I live in, yeah. Much love from Bulgaria, yeah. That's the, I can read it still.
You can even read it, yeah. For
Yeah,
me,
no,
it's a
you
little bit harder to read.
have the M, E, then the H is an N, like an N.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Then you have the wrong R, is ya, min ya, min ya. And then you have the 3 is an S, a sharp S. I think it's a sharp S. Savut. It's a C or so you have S in the.
Oh! The 50 almost lost it there. Whoa! And he connected BMW. That is a hard crash. Oh, please BMW, stay on your tires. Stay on your tires. Oh, he made it. Okay, awesome. The number 8 can go back to the pit lane and get a fast repair, or just escape at that point.
But again, coming back to racing now from languages. Again, number 50. It's again number 50.
It's a curse.
Here we go. He lost the car.
Got on the grass, tried to overcorrect, and then God,
and the BMW was just at the wrong time in the wrong place.
I want to see it from an onboard perspective of a car that got arriving, like the Jetta, the white red Jetta. I want to see it from this perspective.
Wow! Look at the cars passing by left and right. He was lucky that nobody else crashed into him, but sure, the car's heavily damaged. And now from above again, here you go. The Cayman goes in, he has to take the tight line. Then he lost it, went to the grass, and then he just crashed into the BMW. I mean, in the end, he couldn't avoid the Porsche couldn't avoid it, but you know.
Look, this reminds me of the Adenauer force crash with 4 or 5 cars because of spillage a few years ago.
But you know, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't. The Porsche couldn't. In the end, couldn't do anything because he lost the car, not on purpose. So and then he just crashed into the BMW.
Yeah, but that Jetta lives another day, I guess.
yeah. Sure.
Oh man, there's still smoke from the crash, or is the new one? Oh, there's a new one. There must be a new one. Oh, we have Porsche with a broken
engine failure.
Engine failure. Reaper Online Racing. John Bayes, a boss, is trying to save the car to the pits to get that fast repair going, because for an engine repair it takes a full 60 minutes, and that happened quite a while ago. Did he hit a curb too hard or something?
I don't know. I mean, we didn't see it yet, but here we go. There's nothing. It just blew. Maybe because sometimes. Yeah, and even if something like this happens, or maybe a crash before and something broke, and then now just blew off.
Yeah, it just blew up. I couldn't hear anything, but it was probably already on the verge of breaking. Yeah.
And now the 6th place. That was the 6th place car in, or still is the 6th place car in overall, and also therefore in the GT4 class. What a shame for them.
Oh, Backmarker Racing Orange with an incident here as well. 3rd place in the TCR. People are now showing nerves, I would say.
Yes. Benchmarker Racing, Sebastian Buscher is at the wheel there. And he just went a little too far to the inside onto the grass, and then he just spun into the other car. I mean, it's about the nerves for sure. Yeah, yes, and it's also about the time. I mean, we have about 21 hours. We already went in the race, so it's a long time. So that's why it's even much more respect for Taylor Adams when he's doing that alone. If you see like cars like this and drivers sharing the car, doing such mistakes.
Yeah, talking about Taylor, Stuart Adams, sorry, in the VCO YouTube stream chat, just wrote, on behalf of Taylor and Team Lonely, thanks for all the encouragement, and he is determined to finish this. So Taylor will definitely try at least to race to the end, but seriously, Taylor, after this race, please get some sleep and try to eat something, because you know, of course, this is for charity, this is for everything, but yeah, watch for yourself as well, mate.
Here we have him again. I mean, the car looks quite damaged as well. But I mean, he's running second. You know, he's not just there. He's not just filling up the field. He's second in the Jetta class, and therefore big respect. In front of him is Dan Juncadella in a team encore, driving the.
Wait, Juncadella is actually driving?
Yeah, Dan Juncadella.
Lol, yeah. He's having his nose so deep in sim racing. I remember the DTM series from Palachi. I don't know if you remember that one, where they were all racing with the Cadillac.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, there he is, Danny Juncadella. First position, Team Broncar in a Volkswagen though, but he should know the VAG company.
He just announced that he fixed his 21 season. So there's the car. Did you see the livery? Right?
Yeah. It's always the car inside.
The DTM, isn't it? The DTM car. It's DTM
it
car.
looks like a C-class DTM car. Yeah.
Yeah. It's his DTM car. His Petronas car.
Awesome. All the details on these liveries, it's amazing. You can't even go in depth with everything. That is so cool.
And so he just fixed his deal for 21. So he will announce it soon, he said. But everything is fixed, which is good because he had no drive at all at this year. And so it's good to have him back in racing because he's a very, very nice guy. I really like him. The perfect Hugo. Here we go.
Wow. I mean, wait. For sure, 2020 will be awesome. Let's bring the Apex to something starting line, and I don't say what the rest says.
Yeah, perfect. And yeah, it's good to have him back. As I said, he didn't do anything in 2020, and but he deserves it. He did quite a lot of stuff, as you say, in sim racing, but therefore, and that's what I like, he did very much stuff in simulator work for the Mercedes AMG, for the Mercedes Formula E team. And so he did so many stuff with it because I mean it's a partnership with HWA, and HWA in Affalterbach they have a simulator. Luckily I was also able already to do some stuff for them there, and he was doing all the test stuff. And Hugo, if you can do it on board, please do it onto Danny, because it's not the delivery only on the outside. It's also look at his suit. I think we need to have a look on his suit as well. What I see from the outside, look. Oh my gosh, Danny Juncadella, pretty pink, I would say. It's so much fun to just see that these guys, how they take it. I mean, they're leading in the Jetta class, but they don't take it too serious at all. Oh! He touched the other Jetta, huh? Yeah, I think there was a clinch in between both of them. Here we go from the outside. Juncadella in the car 69, going to the inside, hitting the curb, and then he just bumped the other car, where he was lucky not to break his suspension front left.
Yeah, it's weirder than yeah, that's very unfortunate though, but you know, it sadly happens. And again, there's so much traffic on track at the same time, you almost never have a situation where there is a car on its own, apart from when it's lonely parked next to the track because it got punted out of it. But, you know, I gotta say, from what I've seen so far, we don't have that many incidents compared to how much human resources are used in this race.
Yeah, correct, yeah. And I mean, they are driving like hell, so yeah, it's I just can say I like the way the whole event is done, and how drivers and teams take it, and it's good to see. It's good to commentate, So yeah, and in the end, for sure, everybody has the sportsmanship to for sure to try to win. Nobody wants to be here just to be there. I mean, if you have the chance to win a race, for sure you do it. No matter what your goal was in the beginning, but in the end, it's all about the fun, and that's the most important thing. I think Tobias fell off the chair.
No, I didn't fall off the chair. I was typing. 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. A little advisory. We will have a stream change on the top of the hour. So you will need to go later to the different stream. As we look on a replay from the Garage 69 car, they're having a free wide here. Almost used the wrong one for that situation.
Oh, the
touch!
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That hurts so much. Poor Danny. Getting pushed around like he's back in school. On top of the hour, we will change the stream to part 3 of the race for mental health, number 2. So we will leave you with a fan immersion in about a minute or 2 and then come back freshly with a new stream and everything, and still with Jan Seifel and Tobias Brockmann, and of course Magic Man Hugo Lewis. He uses joysticks and flight controls to control the cameras, as we see a Porsche the wrong way around, which is a team acquired by Motorsports, trying to do a freeway turn. Let's see what happened, Jan.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. And whoa!
He clipped the wall pretty hard there.
Yeah, he went out onto the gravel, onto the grass a little too much, and then there's no way back. So once you see it on the onboard, here he is off, and then it pulls you just out, and
but he didn't steer as well. I think it's just tiredness showing now.
No. When you go onto the grass, it's very hard to go back from the grass.
Okay.
When you see it here, now he's on the curb. Now he's on the grass here.
Yeah, it pulls him to the left, and then
it pulls him to the left, and then
he
just clips into the wall, and then he has no chance. Yeah.
So for the final immersion, before we head out to the other stream, we passed the £55,000 of donations. I would say we go with the food critics to an onboard now for the fan immersion, Jan, because that was asked in the chat just before our last fan immersion. So let's step into the burger, which is the the Porsche Cayman number 39, and leave you with some more flat six sounds. See you in a minute.